Hello everyone, and welcome back to Kevin Audiobook TV. It's great to have you here once again as we continue our journey through the incredible world of Shadow Slave. Thank you so much for your continued support, your patience, and for being part of this amazing community. I hope today's episode gives you a chance to sit back, relax, and escape into the story for a while. So put on your headphones, get comfortable, and let's dive straight into the next chapter. This is Shadow Slave. Let's go! Shadow Slave, Chapter 501. Chapter 501, Step 2. As waves of summer heat assaulted the city, its concrete and alloy jungle had turned into a sweltering oven. The air filtration systems were running without pause to save the people from suffocating in the clouds of pollutants, and in poorer districts, water had to be rationed because of the drought. Luckily, none of that touched the peaceful terrace neighborhood. Here, people leisurely enjoyed the warm weather and the cool shade of the tall trees when they had free time, had unlimited access to fresh water and delightfully cold drinks, and lived their lives seemingly without a care in the world. Sonny was constantly surprised to find himself among these fortunate and prosperous people. For the past month, his life was very busy, but without any distress. He had been steadily working toward his various goals, slowly making progress toward each. His shadow fragments were nearing full saturation, and so were Saint's. He had returned to the dreamscape and participated in countless duels in the professional arenas, where the fighters were much more capable and gave him the opportunity to witness and comprehend many different battle styles. As the result, Sonny was able to further develop shadow dance, making his mastery of it much more solid. The prince of the underworld enchantment of the mantle was now also very different from how it had been before. Even if he wasn't going to reach the mark, 6,000 defeated opponents, anytime soon, or even a third of it, he was still making consistent progress. The counter already showed 1579 6,000. The drawback, of course, was that with each day he went without losing a fight, Mongrel received more and more praise and attention. These days, each of his duels gathered an audience as large as that of the top Dreamscape broadcasters, especially because some sort of a yearly tournament seemed to be approaching. Mongrel's fans, however, were doomed to be bitterly disappointed. Sonny had no plans of participating in a foolish imaginary competition. He didn't care about fame and recognition, and was too busy to even spare it a thought. Apart from practicing shadow dance, he also continued training with Effie and Saint, slowly bringing his mastery of the spear close to that of his knowledge of the sword. He also had to run the brilliant Emporium, which was quickly blossoming into an actual enterprise, thanks to Aiko's management and hard work. And of course, he had been training Rain. Come on, seriously. She was currently in his living room staring at him with outrage. Sonny tilted his head a little. Sure. What seems to be the problem? Rain opened her mouth, then shook her head. Listen, Sonny, I understand that you are the teacher, I really do, but it has already been a month and all you taught me were wilderness survival lessons, and only one, strike, which I had repeated thousands of times already. When I asked you to train me, I thought— Sonny grinned. You thought what? That I will teach you how to decimate nightmare creatures and bring all your enemies to their knees? She coughed in embarrassment, then said in a small voice, Yes. He shrugged. But that is exactly what I am teaching you. Who do you think survives in the dream realm? The best swordsman? The strongest fighter? No, you need to be alive to fight a nightmare creature, and for that you need to know how to find food, water, how to read tracks and move through the environment without letting it kill you, and it will try to kill you, believe me. He paused, then added, Yes, they taught you the basics in school, but not nearly enough. You want to live long enough to become strong? Then this is step 1. Rain let out a long sigh, and then looked at Effie for support. The huntress was currently balancing in her wheelchair with a bored expression on her face, waiting at the door for some snacks she had ordered to arrive. What? Listen to Sonny, kid. He might look like a wet weasel, but this guy knows his stuff. The things he lived through are simply beyond reason. Honestly, if he had any shame, he would be dead. Sonny spared her a dark glance and said, Thanks, I guess. Rain frowned, accepting her defeat. A few moments later, she suddenly asked, What's step 2? He raised an eyebrow. What? You said that learning to navigate the environment without dying is step 1. What's step 2? Sunny looked at her for a few moments, then said, "It's about your mindset. You're not ready for step 2 yet, though. We'll get to it when the time is right." For someone like Rain, that step was going to be the hardest. She didn't really have an aptitude for violence yet because her life so far had been nice and soft. But she would have to not only come to terms with violence, but also adopt it into the very core of her being, make it one of the cornerstones of herself. That was the only way to survive the spell. Ironically, for Sunny, that step had been the easiest. In fact, he had made it long before his first nightmare, long before the spell even knew of his existence. Rain stared at him with disappointment, then sighed. "I just want to be strong like her." He blinked a couple of times. Like who?" Rain suddenly smiled. "The Awakened who saved me. She is so amazing, so strong, so beautiful. A true warrior. Not someone like you." Suddenly, a mortified expression replaced her wistful smile. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it like that. You are great too, Sunny, I'm sure. Just, not on her level." Sunny stared at her for a bit, then said in a strange tone, "Sure, no offense taken. Not everyone is made to be a true warrior, that's right." He wanted to say something else, but at that moment his communicator suddenly rang, announcing an incoming call. Sunny frowned. Who might it be? Very few people ever called him. Looking at the screen, he suddenly felt a bit cold. It was the Sour Reaper herself, Ascended Jet. What? Why is she calling me? Sunny hesitated for a couple of moments, then answered the call. Yes, Master Jet." The familiar voice, as relaxed as ever, came out of the speaker. "Oh, hey there, Awakened Sunless. Are you free right now? What does she want?" He glanced at Rain, thought for a bit, then said cautiously, "Sort of? Why?" For a few moments there was nothing but static and the sound of a PTV moving coming out of the communicator. Then Master Jet asked, "Mind lending me a hand?" Shadow Slave, Chapter 502, Chapter 502, Sudden Request. A strange expression appeared on Sunny's face. Lend her a hand? Me? Why would a master need help from an Awakened? Meanwhile, Master Jet added, "You'll be generously rewarded, of course." "Well, I can't guarantee the generous part, really, but there will definitely be a reward." His eyes gleamed. "Really? What kind?" She chuckled. "A fair share of contribution points. Enough to exchange for a decent memory, at least. Plus, didn't you say that you owe me a favor?" That did not sound bad at all. Saint was on the verge of reaching the coveted 200-200 status, and was currently just a few shadow fragments away from it. However, Sunny couldn't really agree to the proposal without knowing what exactly she expected him to do, or could he? Master Jet was one of the two Ascended he knew, and his only contact to the government. This was a relationship worth maintaining, which meant that it wasn't wise to refuse her request for assistance. Plus, Sunny quite liked her, and also owed her a lot even before she had saved him during the gate battle. They were both from the outskirts and had a rather good rapport. They had a connection. He lingered for a moment and then said, "All right, no problem, I'll do it," Master Jet answered with satisfaction in her voice. "Good, I'll come pick you up then." Sunny glanced around, evaluating how presentable his living room was. He was suddenly a bit nervous. "What the hell? What are you nervous for, fool?" He cleared his throat and then said, "Sure, oh wait, let me give you an address." Master Jet laughed. "Gee, Sunny, I work for the government, remember? I know your address." Before he could respond, the call was cut off. Sunny was left standing with a rather dumbfounded expression on his face. She knows well, of course she knows. I wonder what else she knows. Noticing the strange look on his face, Rain asked, "Did something bad happen?" Sunny sighed, then slowly shook his head. "No, nothing bad, just some business I have to deal with." "Sorry, we'll have to continue the lesson next time." She stared at him for a moment, then shrugged. "Well, all right. I'll practice back home then." With that, Rain picked up her training sword, said goodbye to Effie, and left. A couple of seconds after the door closed behind her, the former huntress gave him an amused look. "That pupil of yours is a bit dense, isn't she?" Sunny frowned, offended by her words. "What do you mean?" Effie giggled. "Well, you've been tutoring her for a whole month, and she still has no idea who the two of us are." We're just two average random awakened to her. I mean, it's not surprising that she didn't recognize you, but I'm a very famous person, you know." Sunny smiled slightly. Yeah. Your pride must be really hurt, Venerable, raised by wolves. Please accept my sincere apologies. Not everyone, you see, is obsessed with the awakened. Rain, for example, is more interested in historical stuff, about or from before the spell. Plus, the government mostly uses your dream realm appearance to plaster all over the city, so— Effie waved a hand. "I'm joking, you doofus. She's a good kid." She paused for a moment, and then added, "That's why it hurts me to see her wasting money on a hack like you." At that moment there was a sound of a PTV stopping nearby and of light steps approaching their door. Effie's eyes shined. Turning her wheelchair, she opened the door and yelled, "Finally!" Master Jet stood on the porch in her usual deep blue uniform, with one hand raised to knock on the door. Her jacket, as always, was carelessly unbuttoned, revealing her slim waist and generous figure. Her short raven-black hair was a bit messy, and there was a look of slight surprise in her icy blue eyes. Effie stared at the older woman for a few moments, disappointment clearly written on her face. Then she said dejectedly, "Oh, you're not food delivery." A polite smile appeared on Master Jet's face. "Ah, awakened Athena. It's an honor to meet the famous Raised by Wolves. I'm Ascended Jet." Effie glanced at her, then at Sunny, then back at Master Jet. Then she smiled. "Good job, doofus. I approve." Sunny gave her a murderous look, cursed inwardly, and turned to Master Jet. "Do I need to prepare?" She shook her head. "Your usual memories should do. If everything goes well, you won't even need to use them." He hesitated, and then asked, "What if it doesn't go well?" Master Jet grinned, making Sunny suddenly feel very uneasy for some reason. "Well, then it'll go badly, won't it? We'll know when we know." With that, she looked at Effie and said, "Please excuse us. Time is of the essence, so we will have to leave immediately. It was very nice to meet you, awakened Athena." Effie winked at her. "Sure, it was nice to meet you, too. Bring snacks next time." Sunny felt his ears turning red and promised himself to have a word with her when he got back. Or better yet, kill her. Yes, that would be much better. What next time? There won't be a next time. He quickly put on shoes and followed Master Jet outside, then got into the familiar PTV. As soon as the doors closed, she sent the vehicle moving at full speed, the acceleration pressing Sunny into the seat. The streets of the Terrace District flew by in a blur. Master Jet glanced at him, then said wistfully, "That's a nice home you have there. Feels strange, right, to own one. I did the same thing after becoming an awakened. Actually, granted, it took me a bit longer to earn enough. You could have afforded a much better district, though. You know that, right?" Sunny shrugged. "Yeah, I know, but I like it here. It's quiet." She looked into the window and smiled. "Can't deny that." Sunny waited for a few moments, then finally asked, "Master Jet, sorry, but what exactly are we doing?" She briefly glanced at the control screen of the PTV, sent it into a sharp turn, and answered calmly, "We are going to hunt down a dangerous beast." He frowned. "Beast? What kind of a beast?" Master Jet remained silent for a few moments. Then she glanced at him and smiled darkly. "The most dangerous beast there is, a human." Shadow Slave, Chapter 503. Chapter 503. Harsh reality. Sunny shifted in his seat, a bleak expression appearing on his face. A human? Why would a master be hunting down a human? There was police for that. Unless, of course, that human was an awakened Sunny, was aware that special government agents, carriers of the nightmare spell themselves, dealt with those awakened who broke the law, simply because police officers were often helpless against criminals that possessed inhuman strength and wielded bizarre or dangerous aspect abilities. It made sense that Master Jet would be involved in that side of government work, too. But honestly, he didn't know too much about how these things usually went. Glancing at her, Sunny asked, "Is it an awakened criminal?" Master Jet spared him a short glance. "A criminal? Yes, you might say that." She remained quiet for a few moments, and then corrected herself. "No, actually do not. The man we must find is not a criminal. He is an animal, a rabid one." Sunny frowned, an interesting choice of words. Master Jet was concentrating on driving the PTV, so she didn't answer immediately. When she did, however, her voice was strangely calm. "You're not an inexperienced sleeper anymore, Sonny, so I will be straightforward. You, of all people, should be able to understand. The nightmares, the dream realm, they take a toll. Some people endure, some people break, some people carry the nightmares back with them to the real world." A dark expression slowly appeared on her face. "From what I heard about the Forgotten Shore, you witnessed the worst of what the spell does to us. Yes, we awakened are at the top of the world, those who return alive. That is, we have all the privileges, all the money, all the power. But the mark it leaves on us never goes away after all the pain, blood, and horror, after all the crap we the lucky few are forced to survive. Many crack." Master Jet looked at the road, her icy eyes full of unimaginable coldness. "Some crack a little, and some crack a lot. The government portrays us awakened as powerful and noble, the saviors of the world. But really, most of us are walking on the edge, just one little step away from madness. All that trauma can mess one up really good, you know. It's all a big, big mess. So, when one of the awakened loses control and makes that last step, what do you think happens?" Sonny remained silent for a while, thinking about the damage a deranged awakened could do in the mundane world. His expression became dark and heavy. He didn't even want to imagine. When that happens, you receive a call. Master Jet glanced at him and smiled. "Smart. Yes. When an awakened goes out of control, I or someone like me receives the call. Things like that usually don't get out because the government doesn't want them to, for obvious reasons. Everything is dealt with quietly, and so here we are." Sonny didn't speak for a bit, then he asked, "So what exactly is going to happen? We find this guy, talk him down, or overpower him, and then put him in cuffs. Arrest him. What a funny thought that was, him making an arrest." Sonny had been on the other side of this equation a few times in the past, and never in his life had he imagined putting handcuffs on someone, and not the other way around. Master Jet gave him a complicated look. There was almost pity? "No, we are not going to arrest him." Sonny blinked a couple of times. "Will he be free to walk around as if nothing happened until the trial?" Of course, there was another, much darker answer, as if reading his thoughts. Jet slowly shook her head. No, he won't be walking around." Sonny looked into the window. "Ah," Master Jet sighed. "If they summoned me, then things are already beyond that. Think about it, if a mundane human needs to be contained, you can put them in prison. But we are awakened. Realistically, there is no prison that can be built to hold us, not with every aspect being unique and demanding unique means of containment. So there will be no arrest and there will be no trial." She accelerated the PTV even further, and then said evenly, "There will only be an execution." Sonny looked out the window, not sure how he felt about that. Yes, what Master Jet said made sense. Awakened were too powerful and too dangerous. If one of them lost control, then they needed to be dealt with somehow. In a perfect world, they would go through the same process that mundane humans went through. They would be arrested, tried, and either locked in a cell or receive proper help in a mental institution. But this was not a perfect world. So instead, they would just be hunted down and executed, and the whole thing would be swept under the rug to preserve the spotless reputation the awakened enjoyed. Although harsh, this was the somber reality. He wasn't against the idea itself. He just didn't know how to feel about the fact that this time he was going to be the executioner. Finally, turning to Master Jet, Sonny lingered for a few moments and then asked, "So why me, of all people? Why ask me for help?" Master Jet glanced at him, then grinned. "3 reasons, really." She blew through an intersection, almost crashing into a heavy cargo vehicle, and then dodged it at the last second. "First, I know you. There are many people who could have helped, but very few whom I would trust to have my back." Sonny nodded, strangely pleased to hear that. "Second, from the initial information I received, the suspect might have an aspect that is somewhat similar to yours. High affinity to shadows. So you'll be helpful when we're tracking him down, and if things go south, he won't be able to escape easily." Another shadow user. Interesting. She gave him a calm look and added, "And lastly, there are a lot of people working for the government, but very few who are suited for this kind of work, unlike you and I." Sonny considered her words. After a while he asked, "Because I am from the outskirts, just like you." Master Jet remained silent for a bit and then gave him a bright smile. "No, because you are a killer, just like me." Shadow Slave, Chapter 504. Chapter 504, The Right People. Sonny wanted to deny her words, but in the end simply turned away to look at the city streets flying by. Master Jet knew, of course. She had long known that he had the capacity to be a killer because of the cruel past the two of them shared, and more than that, she had access to the records about the events of the Forgotten Shore that the government agents had compiled. Out there, Sonny had killed his fair share of people. He had not been the most active participant in the civil war for the throne of the Bright Castle, but his hands were covered in blood, too. There were very few survivors of the Dark City who, like Aiko, managed to go through that morbid ordeal without staining themselves with human blood. And then there were other lives that almost no one knew that he had ended. Castor, Horace, the hunters who had kept Kai locked in the dark well, and Harper. Even before that, he had killed the old slaver Shifty, Scholar, and Oro of the Nine without batting an eye. Honestly, it was not a big deal. Except for maybe Harper. Sonny never lost sleep over any of the humans that had died by his hand. If he was honest with himself, he had to admit that some of them he even enjoyed killing a little. And it was precisely the fact that he didn't think of it as a big deal that proved Master Jet's words. Sonny was a killer, and not in the sense that he had killed before or had been taught how to. He had an innate aptitude for that sort of thing, and there were not a lot of people who did. In fact, he only knew 3. The first one was himself. The second was Nephis. She was the one who had taught him about murder, after all. Maybe that was one of the reasons why Changing Star had chosen to impart her family battle style to Sonny. Maybe she had recognized that the two of them were similar, that both of them had seen and known the truth of this world that he would be able to understand. The third one was Master Jet. Sonny suddenly realized that he didn't know much about her, apart from her rank, her past as a kid from the outskirts, and her role as a government operative. Everything that he thought he knew about Master Jet had come from what others told him about her, painting an intimidating and imposing picture of the fearsome Soul Reaper. That picture, however, did not reveal the real human hidden behind the loud nickname. In fact, it only served to obscure her more. What nightmares Jet herself had survived on her path to becoming a master? What were her hopes, her convictions? What were her goals? He had no idea. Thinking about it, Sonny hesitated for a while and then said, "Master Jet, can I ask you a question?" She glanced at him briefly and smiled. "Sure," Sonny carefully chose his words before formulating a question. In the end, he asked simply, "Why are you not a saint?" Master Jet laughed, her voice full of amusement. "What a peculiar question. You say it as though becoming a saint is something that just anyone can do." He shook his head, not willing to let it go. "But you are not just anyone. Sure, you might be younger than most masters out there, but very few of them can compare to you in terms of talent and power. The fact that you chose to challenge the second nightmare proves that you have ambition, so why stop?" She spared him another glance and asked with an easy smile, "Why? What have you heard?" Sonny shifted uncomfortably. "Crap. I've been told that no one wants to go into a nightmare with you because of your problematic personality. Murderous, savage, and psychopathic killer. These were the precise words they used." Sorry." Her smile turned wider. "Really haven't heard those before? Huh. I like it. But what do you yourself think?" He remained silent for a bit and then said with a bit of doubt, "I don't think I buy it. I just took it at face value as an inexperienced sleeper, but after the Forgotten Shore, that statement doesn't seem to make sense. Sure, it is important to trust those who you enter the nightmare with, but at the end of the day, strength is strength, and you are very strong. You also work for the government, which proves your ability to be an adequate part of a larger collective, to work in a team. So I simply don't understand." Master Jet did not speak for a while, concentrating on the road. Eventually, she answered, a hint of darkness finding its way into her voice. "That is because you don't know enough. You're young, and haven't had to deal with the awakened affairs a lot. Plus, some of these things people only learn after reaching a certain stage. You're not at that stage yet, but since you asked, I'll answer." She looked at him, the smile disappearing from her face. "It is very simple, really. Basically, you need the right people to help you become a master. But to become a saint, you need for the right people to not obstruct you. Take it as you will." She didn't say anything else, and Sonny did now ask, a deep frown appearing on his face. For the right people to not obstruct you, he understood what Master Jet was hinting at, of course. He knew enough to come to the right conclusion. What she just told him was that to become a saint, one had to receive permission. And it wasn't too hard to realize who had to give that permission. The sovereigns, who else but them? The three supremes who ruled the most powerful awakened, the legacy clans from the shadows. Come to think of it, such an arrangement made a lot of sense. There were just a few dozen saints in the world, and each of them possessed unbelievable, mind-boggling powers. Would the sovereigns have allowed for such powerful individuals to exist outside of their control? From everything that Sonny knew about the vile nature of power and how the world worked, the answer was obvious, no. So did every saint out there actually belong to one of the sovereigns? It seemed that they did. Even Skytide of the White Feather clan, who gave Sonny an impression of being a reclusive and fiercely independent woman, was beholden to a great clan and, therefore, to Anvil of Valor or whatever the sovereign of that clan was called. What about people like Master Jet, then? Someone capable enough to become a saint, but either labeled as undesirable, or simply unwilling to submit to one of the Supremes. What was the obstruction she had spoken about? Was it a simple lack of support, or would the sovereigns go much further to prevent an independent saint from appearing in the world? If they had no problem with sending assassins to kill the 6-year-old daughter of their former comrade and companion, then they would surely have none with making someone like Jet meet an unfortunate end, should she act out of line. He lowered his head and briefly covered his eyes with a hand. "It's the same. It's absolutely the same crap as what Gunlag had done in the Bright Castle." Gods, how unoriginal. But that was the thing about vile things. People loved to romanticize evil, and those who committed it, creating countless alluring characters to act as compelling and brilliant villains. But in reality, human evil was almost always banal. It always followed the same disgusting, predictable paths and led to the same hateful end. No wonder Nephis wanted to destroy them so much. Sonny's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the PTV coming to an abrupt stop. Looking out the window, he saw that they had arrived at a dark and narrow alley, which was currently blocked off by a police cordon. Blinking lights of several armored police vehicles drowned it in an unsettling glow, and there were many officers on the scene, their faces pale and tense. Master Jet yawned, stretched, and gave him a crooked grin. "Rise and shine, awakened sunless. We've arrived." Shadow Slave, Chapter 505, To Slaughterhouse. Sonny get out of the PTV, somewhat apprehensive of what he was about to see. The police officers present at the scene looked very relieved to see Master Jet and him appear. Their tense faces cleared, and the darkness hiding in their eyes seemed to dissipate a little. This was not at all how these types of situations were usually portrayed in popular media. In the crime mystery shows, whenever a plucky, mundane detective encountered a cold and by-the-book awakened agent, their relationship always started very confrontationally with mutual disdain and debates over who was supposed to handle the case, only to end as an entertaining team-up, of course. Once again, reality turned out to be very different from how storytellers liked to portray it. There was no conflict over jurisdiction or negativity expressed by the police officers. Instead, they were genuinely happy to see the awakened specialists arrive. Well, of course they were. It was just as the old policeman had once told, right before Sonny faced the first nightmare. If he died there and no awakened was near, they would have to fight the nightmare creature his body had turned into themselves. And that was not something mundane humans ever wished to do. Master Jet walked over to one of the policemen and greeted him with a short nod. Despite the fact that he was much older than her, not to mention Sonny himself, the officer treated them with the utmost respect. "Nice to see you again, ma'am." "Greetings, sir. Let me show you the way." He led them deeper into the alley, toward a heavy metal door that hid in the deep shadows. It was wide open, and there were strange flashes of intense white light coming out of it, mixing with the red glow of the police sirens. The whole situation seemed a little surreal to Sonny, as though he was in the midst of a strange dream. I mean, where else would I be addressed as sir by a police officer? Life sure is funny sometimes. Slightly amused by this thought, he turned to Master Jet and asked, "What is this place?" She hesitated for a few moments, then said in an unexpectedly dark tone, "It's a club, of sorts, called the Slaughterhouse, one of the few such establishments in the city." Sonny stared at the door, which had no sign or any indication that there was a club on the other side of it. Was this a marketing ploy to create a feeling of mystique and exclusivity, or were there things going on inside that needed to be hidden? A peculiar name for a nightclub. Master Jet smiled with a corner of her mouth. It is meant for a very specific clientele. The ground floor is your usual dance club, but beneath it there is a VIP area with an underground arena. There's nothing illegal going on there, just things that are in poor taste. She paused and then added somberly, "They send echoes, usually dormant beasts, to fight against mundane fighters there." The fighters are paid generously, of course, and the club profits from the rich assholes who enjoy watching this sort of thing enough to recoup losses if one of the echoes is accidentally destroyed. Everyone wins, I guess? Sonny frowned. He knew that wealthy people were big fans of wasteful forms of entertainment, and that there were arenas where precious echoes were made to fight each other, just for the spectacle of it. Hiring mundane humans to battle them, though, wasn't it a bit too much? Did I suddenly become a child after the awakening? Of course, nothing was ever too much. Sonny knew all about how vice worked, from his childhood in the outskirts. His current surprise was just because he lacked knowledge of what forms it took among the more affluent layers of society. So what happened in that slaughterhouse? Master Jet shrugged. "That's what we have to find out. All I know is that everyone inside is dead. Kind of ironic, actually." The police officer guiding them spared her a glance and then said hoarsely, "It's a proper mess there, ma'am. Not for people with weak stomachs. And also, not something that a mundane human would have been able to do. Charming." Inside, the air was filled with the smell of blood. Sonny found himself in a vast hall flooded by flashing lights, blinding white mixing with short moments of absolute darkness to create a strange and invasive atmosphere. It was hard to perceive anything in this strobe light hell. Master Jet frowned. "What's with the light show?" The policeman looked down in embarrassment. "Sorry, ma'am. We figured out how to turn off the music, but the lights are giving us some trouble." She gave him an unamused look. "Well, get on with it." The officer turned around and walked away, shouting at his colleagues. A few moments later, the hall suddenly became enveloped in darkness, and then the regular illumination kicked in. Without the constantly flashing strobe lights, the club looked smaller and more worn down than Sonny had expected. He did not pay too much attention to the design of the interior, the raised stage, or the bar with hundreds of expensive-looking bottles standing on the shelves behind it. With a gloomy expression on his face, Sonny was looking at the bodies. There were more than a dozen of them, all broken and terribly disfigured, as if chewed and spewed out by a tornado. But of course, a natural disaster had nothing to do with what had happened in the seedy club. The result only looked like it. This was the work of an awakened. Suddenly, he remembered Master Jet's question, seeing it in a new light. When an awakened loses control, what do you think happens? The answer was right in front of him. Terribly battered human bodies were lying on the floor, drowning in pools of blood. Indeed, this was not a sight for those who had weak stomachs. But, for better or worse, Sonny had seen enough horrors to not be moved too much by such a scene. It left a deep impression even on him, though Sonny didn't have to look too closely to realize what had transpired. The position of the bodies, the nature of their wounds. The murderer had not used some powerful memory or let an echo loose on these people. No, it was much simpler. They just did it with their hands. Back during the gate battle, Sonny had thrown a heavy vehicle at the advancing horde of nightmare creatures, carving a bloody path in their ranks. That was the strength of an awakened. Even if he had been augmented by a shadow, his own strength was still vastly superior to that of a mundane human. A frenzied awakened could tear through a dozen humans in a matter of seconds, and none of them would be able to do anything to stop it. In front of a spell carrier, mundane humans were like paper dolls. It only took a little effort to destroy them. That bastard Sonny remembered how he had doubted whether or not he wanted to play the role of an executioner on the way to the crime scene. Rain could have been one of the victims. He could have been one too before becoming an awakened. As he was looking at the broken bodies, all his doubts disappeared. Shadow Slave, Chapter 506. Chapter 506, Silent Witnesses. As Sonny studied the bodies, Master Jet went away to talk to the police officers and then returned with one of them. There was a disappointed expression on her face. No usable recordings left. Figures, places like this one only exist because they value the privacy of their clients. And the few cameras they did have show nothing but darkness. Sonny looked at her, then sighed. Not much to tell from the victims, too. The murderer just used their fists. She shrugged. That's how it usually goes in situations like this. The most likely scenario is that the murderer was one of the clients who went on a rampage because of either alcohol or stimulants and a momentary failure to hold on to their sanity. So I doubt that this mess was premeditated. Master Jet remained silent for a moment, and then added, he was lucid enough to use his aspect to obscure the cameras, though, so dealing with him won't be too simple. With that, she turned to the police officer and asked, any survivors? Do we have witnesses? He hesitated for a bit, then gave her a strange look. Yes, actually, there are a few, but... The officer didn't finish the sentence and just stared at them with an uneasy expression. Sonny raised an eyebrow. But what? Are they refusing to talk? The policeman shook his head slowly. No, they're not refusing. They just... I don't know, something is wrong with them. They just don't speak or even react, really. I've seen a lot of people in shock, and sometimes they can seem almost catatonic. But this is something else. Gave us all the creeps, to be honest. Sonny and Master Jet glanced at each other, and then one of them said, lead the way. The officer sighed, then escorted them to the back of the club, where an inconspicuous door led to the service rooms. The witnesses were gathered in a small office, standing there motionlessly with nervous paramedics trying to determine the reason for their condition. There were 5 of them, all sharing the same blank, strangely peaceful expression on their faces. They were completely silent, motionless, and still. They did not react to the arrival of new people at all. Their eyes were calm and empty. Sonny paled. How is this possible? It only took him a second to recognize what was wrong with the survivors, of course. In fact, they weren't survivors at all. These people were dead. To be more precise, they were hollow. How can a mundane human be hollow? Suddenly he felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Looking at Master Jet, he saw that she had a deep frown on her face, too. The massacre in the dance hall was bad enough. But this just made the whole situation frightening and eerie. If before Sonny was just disgusted, now he was starting to get concerned. What the hell? Master Jet stared at the 5 hollows for a few moments, then turned to the paramedics. Go take a break, guys. Let these people be. They are already dead. One of the paramedics, a mature woman with short blonde hair and gentle eyes, looked at her with confusion. I'm sorry, ma'am, but they're fine. We need to. Jet let out a heavy sigh. Their souls are destroyed. There is nothing you can do to help them. Something else will take care of the rest. The paramedic looked at her for a while, then glanced at the ground and silently walked away. Her colleagues followed, expressions of regret, anger, and horror clearly written on their faces. The police officer stayed, but made a point of standing as far away from the hollows as he could. Master Jet stood silently for a few moments, her scowls growing deeper, then turned to Sonny. Answering your question, I don't know. He hesitated for a bit, then asked, but how can a mundane human become a hollow? It's only supposed to happen to those who die in the dream realm, right? She glanced at him, then silently shook her head. Eventually, Master Jet said, wrong. There is a very small chance of a powerful soul attack creating a hollow, but beings capable of dealing direct soul damage are very rare, so it doesn't happen too often, almost never, really. Sonny walked closer to the 5 empty humans and studied them. Can you do something like this? Master Jet lingered for a bit, then answered simply, "If I am really precise?" Something was very wrong with these people, and not just the fact that they were hollow. There was something else, something that almost made Sonny's hair stand on end. A feeling of subtle but profound wrongness. He reached out with shadow sense and flinched. Master Jet did not miss that sudden reaction. "What? Did you discover something?" Sonny gritted his teeth, then nodded. "They're shadows, they're dead?" She stared at him with a raised eyebrow. "How does this work?" "I don't know much about shadow affinity, sorry. It's a very rare type of aspect." "Does damage to a shadow correlate to soul damage?" Sonny thought for a bit, then shrugged. "I am not so sure myself. There's no manual for it after all, but only 2 things ever managed to damage my shadow. One was another shadow, and the other was a soul attack." Sonny wasn't sure that he was comfortable providing Master Jet, a person specializing in exactly such a type of attack, with this information, but decided to share it nevertheless. He trusted her that much, at least. "So, since shadows are susceptible to soul damage, it is not too much of a leap to assume that they share a deep connection to the soul, or are tied to it somehow, at least." She nodded and remained silent for a while, thinking. Then Master Jet echoed his recent question, "Can you do something like this?" Sonny shook his head. "No, my aspect doesn't have means of dealing damage to someone's shadow, at least not yet." His shadow sense, meanwhile, spread throughout the whole club, allowing him to perceive it as a whole, and there, deeper underground, he noticed something strange. Sonny lingered for a few moments and then turned to the police officer. "Gather your colleagues and leave. Don't come inside again until either Master Jet or I tell you to." The policeman opened his mouth, wishing to say something, then simply nodded and hurriedly walked away. Master Jet glanced at Sonny with a question in her eyes. "What was that all about?" Sonny gave her a dark look. "That's how do I say this? I think the killer is still inside." Shadow Slave, Chapter 507. Into the spotlight, Master Jet remained silent for a second, then asked calmly, "Are you sure this place has been swept multiple times before we arrived?" Sonny nodded. "He is here, underground." She looked down, her face slowly turning somber. "Well, I guess we should go and say hi." Sonny nodded and made a step toward the door of the small office. However, she suddenly stopped him. "Wait." He looked at her with a bit of confusion. "Yes?" Master Jet hesitated for a few moments. There was a complicated expression on her face. Finally, she said, "There are very few people with a shadow affinity aspect in the world, and even fewer who frequent places such as this." Sonny frowned. "What are you trying to say?" She looked at him darkly. "I'm saying that I might know this guy. In fact, when I heard that there was an incident in the slaughterhouse, I already had a suspicion of who was responsible." He blinked a couple of times. "You know the murderer?" Master Jet shrugged. "There are hundreds of thousands of awakened in the world. That seems like a big number, but in fact it is not. If you live long enough, sooner or later you will know of everyone who is worth knowing, more or less. It's a small world." She paused for a moment and then added, "Point is, if I am right, then this will be dangerous. This guy is not someone who has spent his whole life behind a citadel wall. He was the real deal, a specialist." Sonny glanced at the 5 hollows, then frowned slightly. A specialist. What a peculiar word. But he understood what Master Jet had meant. Most of the awakened were thrust into the spell and tried desperately to survive, striving to return to a semblance of a normal life. A much smaller amount, for whatever reason, embraced their new nightmarish reality and adapted to it, even thrived in it. They shaped their lives to suit the deadly challenge of the nightmare spell and not the other way around. Sonny was one of these specialists himself, after all. If he is such a specialist, then how did this mess happen? Master Jet shook her head. Who do you think are the most compromised awakened folks who spent as little time as possible in the dream realm and then returned to their actual lives? No, it's people like us, the professionals. He thought on it for a bit, then said with confusion, I don't get it, even if he is a seasoned fighter. So what? You are an ascended. Surely dealing with him will be easy. Master Jet shook her head. Nothing is ever easy, Sonny. That is a mindset that will get you killed. No matter how powerful you are, one mistake is all it takes. Raw power doesn't always decide the outcome of the fight. You should know this already. Every aspect has a flaw, and every power has a counter. So keep your guard up. Sonny had to agree that she was right. His own experience served as the perfect proof. Horace had died by his hand because Sonny's aspect was a perfect counter to his formidable ability, and Castor had been undone by his flaw. He remained silent for a few moments and then said, "When we confront this guy, pay attention to your shadow. Don't let him get anywhere near it." Master Jet frowned and then gave him a simple nod. Together, they returned to the dance hall and then found another heavy metal door. Behind it, a narrow staircase led further down to the underground arena. The arena itself was larger than Sonny had imagined and looked more like a luxurious theater than a fighting pit. The rows of seats were furnished with red velvet, and there were private boxes for the most affluent of the visitors. The arena itself resembled a stage and was surrounded by a protective barrier fashioned out of transparent alloy. The whole space was sparsely illuminated, with deep shadows nesting between the areas of light. Still, one could more or less see everything. Master Jet studied the interior of the arena, then said quietly, "There's no one here." Sonny lingered for a moment, then walked over to a control panel hidden in one of the boxes and moved several switches. A moment later, bright spotlights ignited on the ceiling, flooding the arena with a bright radiance. The wave of light chased away the shadows, and suddenly a figure of a man could be seen in the very center of the stage, sitting on the floor with his face buried in his hands. Previously, that place had seemed to be utterly empty. The man grimaced and then raised his head to stare at the lights with a dark expression. A hoarse voice resounded in the silence of the underground theater. "Bastards! Why can't they just leave me alone?" The murderer was around 30, with a gaunt, unshaven face and bloodshot eyes. There were several used stimulant packs lying on the floor around him, as well as shards of a broken liquor bottle. His clothes, hands, and face were covered with blood, but the man didn't seem to mind. Blocking the light with one hand, he lowered his gaze and slowly focused it on Master Jet and Sonny. A hint of recognition slowly appeared in his eyes, which was then replaced with contempt. "Is that you, Soul Reaper? Hell, they sent the attack dog herself after me? Ha ha ha! What an honor!" Sonny sighed inwardly. What was it with people and calling others dogs? He really didn't get it. Dogs were marvelous creatures from what he knew. Of course, only the rich could afford to have one. Dogs were the rich man's best friend. Jet took a step forward, piercing the man with a cold, cold gaze. The murderer shivered. "Hi there, Kurt. Long time no see." After hearing her voice, the man called Kurt suddenly grinned. "Yeah, long time indeed. You got really full of yourself lately, haven't you, Jet? Funny that a government lapdog like you finds it beneath herself to associate with upstanding people like me. Back in the day, you at least knew how to show respect, bitch." Ignoring his insult, she smiled too. "Do you even understand what you have done, Kurt?" The grin disappeared from his face. As Sonny and Jet slowly walked toward the arena, he furtively looked away. "What? That mess upstairs? Ah, shit. Who cares? They were just cattle anyway. Mundanes only exist to produce more of us, right? So what's the big deal?" Sonny's eye twitched. "He's a proper bastard, isn't he?" Master Jet, meanwhile, stopped smiling. "I care, Kurt. I care." He suddenly laughed. Wait, you're being serious? You're really going to do the whole thing? I'm getting the full parade? Fuck, that's hilarious." Suddenly, an ugly expression appeared on his face. "Have you forgotten who you are, Jet?" "Gods, did becoming a master give you that big of a head? Come on, we all know who you work for and who I work for. You'll still be a master when I'm a saint, wench." He glanced at Sonny and then added in a mocking tone, "Look, you even had to bring a kid to help you out. I guess no adult is willing to get your stench on them." Then Kurt got a bit serious and stared at Jet darkly, deep shadows slowly gathering around him. "Look, I get it. I fucked up, so let's have it. Give me a slap on the hand and be on your merry way, all right? I'm having a really hard day as it is. We all know that you won't dare to do more anyway." Master Jet tilted her head a little and then said with amusement, Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Kurt. I do dare. Yeah, we both know who I work for and who your sorry ass works for, but the thing is I don't give a damn. She chuckled and outstretched one hand, as if ready to summon her weapon. Kurt laughed again. This time, however, his laugh was a bit desperate. Then he looked down and whispered, "Ah, well, not like it matters anyway. You know about the Obel scale, so why even bother? Nothing will change." He remained still for a moment, and then suddenly exploded with movement. After that, everything happened very fast. Shadow Slave Chapter 508, Chapter 508, Battle of the Shadows. Kurt moved with terrible speed, covering the distance between the center of the arena and the first row of the seats, where Sunny and Master Jet were, in a split second. Just from the way he moved, it was easy to tell that his soul core had been fully saturated a long time ago. He was indeed a powerful awakened. Still, it wasn't enough time to summon a memory. The white sparks that were supposed to form into a glaive were just starting to manifest themselves around Jet's hand. But he was already upon her. One of Kurt's hands shot forward, a knife forged out of a strange, lusterless alloy appearing in it as if out of nowhere. There was no magic involved in its sudden appearance, though. The knife had just been hidden in a secret sheath on his forearm. Of course, Master Jet was much faster. She blocked the strike before it could ever reach her flesh at the last moment, however. Kurt twisted his wrist and let go of the handle, sending the knife flying past her. Right at Sunny, he had barely any time to react. The cruel sight was still in the process of being summoned, so Sunny used his other hand to try and swat the knife away. It jerked up, but then froze. No, wrong. A fraction of a second too late, Sunny realized that the knife was not aimed at his body. It was aimed at his shadow, and since he had wasted precious time being mistaken about the killer's intentions, it was too late to move his body away to make the shadow shift out of harm's way. Luckily, Sunny's shadow could move on its own. It suddenly went out of sync with his movements and jumped away, letting the knife bury itself in the floor and send a net of cracks through the sturdy synthwood boards. Shaken, Sunny belatedly jumped back. What is this? Any other awakened would have been killed by that devious attack, most likely. To Kurt's misfortune, though, he had met a fighter well versed in all things shadow. A few steps away, Master Jet was already turning her block into an attack. Her fist seemed to teleport forward, tearing through the air so fast that it sent a small shockwave rolling through the underground arena. Kurt had long disengaged, though. As soon as he threw the knife, he saturated his body with essence and lunged back, smashing through the velvet seats and momentarily appearing a dozen meters away. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he was already moving again, dashing sideways. At the same time, 3 more knives flew at terrible speed toward Master Jet and Sunny. Their purpose was not to kill or wound them, but just to slow them down. One was meant for the Ascended, one for Sunny, and the last one for his shadow. Sunny dodged the knife and summoned the shadow to wrap itself around his body. Feeling his strength and speed become even more enhanced, he dashed forward and finally felt the cool wooden surface of the cruel sight's hilt appear in his hand. Not too bad. Jet's voice tore this thought to shreds. Be careful, he's planning something. Before she could finish the thought, a dark smile appeared on Kurt's face. In the next moment, something massive broke through the floorboards and struck her, or at least tried to. Soul Reaper easily sidestepped the attack and jumped back, then suddenly twisted, making her shadow grow smaller. A 4th knife appeared out of nowhere and pierced the floor where it had been just a moment ago. Kurt clicked his tongue. So annoying. Sunny, meanwhile, was staring at the thing that crawled from under the floor. It looked like a mound of worn rags with 2 long arms that had one too many joints growing out of it, each ending in 3 terrifying curved claws. The towering thing was vaguely humanoid in shape, with broad shoulders and a small head covered by a tattered hood. He felt angry at his own stupidity and echoed curses. Of course he has an echo. Why else would the bastard frequent the slaughterhouse and its underground arena? Something didn't add up, though whatever that thing was, it didn't look like any kind of a dormant beast Sunny had ever seen. If he had to guess, he would be willing to bet that the creature was at least of the fallen rank, and had at least 3 soul cores hiding in its raggedy carcass. Maybe more weren't the arena meant for dormant echoes? As a vicious-looking curved sword appeared in Kurt's hands, Sonny got his answer. 3 more nightmare creatures suddenly appeared out of the shadows. These seemed not to be fallen, at least he wasn't sure if they were beasts or monsters, though just that they looked rather menacing. One was covered in black chitin and had a long tail that ended in a jagged blade, drops of poison falling from it and leaving smoldering holes on the floor. The other was like a repulsive mix of a human and a pale centipede, its limbs numerous and thin as bone needles. The last one resembled a marionette with sharp knives sewn to its wrists. The 4 echoes surrounded Master Jet. If it was anybody else, Sonny might have been worried. Soul Reaper, though, seemed unperturbed. She simply raised her glaive and smiled darkly. The air in the underground arena suddenly felt bitterly cold. She was probably capable of handling the echoes without too much trouble, even if one of them was a fallen demon, or worse. Would she be able to do so while also paying attention to her shadow, though? That was not something people intuitively knew how to do. As the nightmare creatures attacked, Kurt surrounded himself with dancing shadows and dashed forward, while Sonny simply took a step back and suddenly appeared in his way. The more shadows the bastard used, the easier it was for Sonny to get to him after all. He noticed a hint of surprise in the killer's eyes and brought the cruel sight down. The somber memory was in the form of a short sword right now, so the almost non-existent distance between the two of them was not an issue. Somehow, Kurt managed to dodge the silver blade and swiped at Sonny with his curved sword. Although he was incredibly fast, Sonny was much, much faster. He moved the cruel sight and blocked the strike without too much effort. "Easy." Simultaneously, Master Jet's words echoed in his mind. "One mistake is all it takes." Yeah, Sonny knew it all too well. Usually he was the beneficiary of this deadly truth, and exploited the mistakes of his enemies to bring them down. This time, however, the situation was reversed. As something broke with a deafening crash and a roar full of agony resounded behind their backs, a triumphant spark appeared in Kurt's eyes. At the same time, his shadow suddenly moved. Even though the curved sword was already blocked, its black reflection held in the shadows, hand continued to swiftly approach Sonny's flesh. Before it could cut him down, though the blade of the cruel sight suddenly ignited with blinding radiance, summoning pure sunlight into the underground arena, Sonny had activated the Light Eater enchantment, which could absorb and expel light. Because it shined much brighter than the lamps illuminating the theater, Kurt's shadow was suddenly thrown away, appearing behind him and far away from Sonny. An expression of shock twisted the killer's gaunt face, and he swiftly jumped back, creating distance between himself and the radiant short sword, which was already flying toward his heart. The hilt of the cruel sight, however, suddenly elongated, turning into the shaft of a spear. Before Kurt could do anything, the silver blade pierced his armor and buried itself deep in his chest. He opened his mouth, eyes full of disbelief. Before any words could escape it, though, the spearhead turned furiously incandescent, and suddenly, the killer's body became enveloped with white flames. In mere seconds, he had turned into ash. Sonny sighed. "You have slain an awakened human, Kurt. Your shadow grows stronger. What a pity I hope to receive more than a single fragment from a fellow shadow user." The spell wasn't done talking, though. "You have received an echo." Shadow Slave, Chapter 509. Chapter 509, Ghastly Reward. In the deadly silence that settled over the underground arena after the spell had spoken its last sentence, Sonny stared motionlessly at the flakes of ash swirling in the air. An echo? He was now in possession of a new echo, a human echo. Of course, it was only logical that an awakened could leave one behind. Sonny had received his first ever memory after killing a human, after all, and those were not too different. However, somehow, he had never considered commanding an echo left behind by a dead man, one that he had killed with his own 2 hands, no less. Wasn't it a little bit too ghastly? He imagined the soulless, empty copy of Kurt staring at him with lifeless eyes and shivered a little. The situation was only made more morbid by the fact that a softly glowing soul shard was left in the pile of ash that the killer had turned into. Just like with nightmare creatures, the strange nature of Sonny's aspect left the crystal intact, despite absorbing the shadow fragment. If an ordinary awakened was in his place, The shard would have formed empty and cracked. Sonny had never dug into the corpses of his human victims to retrieve one, so this was his first time seeing a soul shard left behind by one of his own kind. Before Master Jet could see it, too, Sonny bent down, picked up the luminescent crystal, and hid it in his sleeve. His face twitched slightly. Just as he did, an amused voice resounded from behind him. "Well, I'll be damned, that was fast." He hesitated for a moment and then turned around. Master Jet was surrounded by a scene of devastation. The interior of the underground theater in her vicinity completely destroyed. She was casually leaning on her glaive, and there was an amused expression on her face. Kurt's echoes, of course, had disappeared after his death. However, Sonny didn't know how many of them she had killed before that happened. In any case, there were no wounds on her body. Master Jet whistled. "You actually put down the bastard all by yourself." "That's nicely done, Sonny," from her voice. It was clear that she was pleasantly surprised. And why wouldn't she be? Kurt had been an awakened with at least 10 years of experience under his belt, with a fully saturated soul core and an insidious, deadly aspect. While Sonny had become an awakened less than a year ago. He was never formally trained and had no clan or organization supporting his growth. Not bad for a kid from the outskirts. He shrugged. He was overly reliant on the unique nature of his powers. A little knowledge of the shadows was all it took, really. She slowly shook her head. "Maybe you're right. Still, Kurt had quite a reputation back in the day. But hey, why am I surprised? They gave you the SS designation for a reason." With that, Master Jet sighed and looked at the pile of ash with a complicated expression. After a few moments of silence, she added, "You know, he was a promising young awakened, too, once. One of the few who didn't treat me like a walking corpse back in the academy." Sonny glanced at the ashes, trying to imagine Kurt as young and promising. It wasn't too hard, however. Thinking about a person he had killed this way made him uncomfortable. It was better to remember him as he had been at the end, a depraved, demented murderer. More of a rabid beast, really, than an actual human. Sonny scratched the back of his head. So then what happened to him? Master Jet lingered for a bit and then shrugged. Life, I guess. Not everyone is cut out for the kind of life we live. In fact, very few are. Sonny dismissed the cruel sight, thought for a few moments, and then asked the question he really wanted to ask. "So, that stuff he told about having a powerful protector, what was that all about? Are you going to be in trouble?" "Wait, am I?" Jet smiled. "What, did you believe that fool? Don't worry, he was just being delusional. Sure, he had rather powerful masters. But these people, they're not going to make a fuss about someone like him. Kurt became of no use to them the moment he lost control. What's more, he turned into a liability. So if anything, we did them a favor by taking care of the mess ourselves." Her smile suddenly grew wider, but also darker. "And if they decide otherwise, I'm not so easy to deal with, Sonny, and they would have to go through me first to get to you." He frowned a little, then nodded, accepting her reasoning. It all made sense, after all. Powerful people were also practical sort. They wouldn't hesitate to discard a broken tool, and that was what people like Kurt were, tools to be used and discarded once they couldn't be used anymore. Good thing I didn't join a legacy clan. I guess that is what I would have become if I did. Master Jet warned me against it for a reason. Then something else came to his mind. The strange words Kurt had said right before launching his suicidal attack. Not like it matters anyway. You know about the Obel scale, so why even bother? Nothing will change. What did he mean? It almost seemed as though the knowledge of this mysterious Obel scale was the real reason for why he allowed himself to lose control, of why he had lost hope. Sonny lingered for a few moments, then asked cautiously, "Oh, by the way, what was that nonsense Kurt went on about?" "The Obel scale?" "What is that?" Master Jet gave him a long, somewhat strange look. Then she simply shook her head. "Don't worry about it. It's not some secret anyway. You can find the information on the network. Obel was the name of a scientist who developed the spell-tech system the government uses to detect signs of a manifesting gate. The infrastructure of that thing is getting old, though, so the readings have become less reliable lately. Nothing that some thorough calibrations can't fix." Sonny tilted his head a little. Why was he so fixated on it, though? She looked at him with amusement. How would I know what went on in that crazy head of his? The bastard massacred 20 people and thought that I would let him go after a stern reprimand. He was obviously not all there at the end. He frowned and decided to let it go. Either Jet knew or she didn't. Either way, it didn't seem like she was going to tell him. Instead, Sunny asked, so what now? Master Jet dismissed her glaive and massaged her shoulders. Now, nothing much. Give me 20 minutes to settle things down with the police, and then we'll go get you your reward. She looked at him and added with a smile, By the way, thanks. This would have been much messier without your help. With that, Master Jet walked toward the exit from the arena, leaving Sunny alone. He stood silently for a while and then sighed heavily. It was time to see about his new echo and decide whether he was going to keep the ghastly thing or not. Shadow Slave. Chapter 5 Ton. Chapter 5 Ton, Human Echo. Sunny looked around the destroyed theater, then found an intact seat and sat down. Relaxing on the soft velvet cushions, he crossed his legs and looked at the broken stage with a complicated expression. The shards of glass and empty stimulant packs attracted his attention for a moment. Sunny had expected the stimulants to be of the pleasure-inducing variety, but to his surprise, they were more or less the same as the ones he had used to stay awake for an entire week after returning from the forgotten shore. A slight frown appeared on his face. Don't tell me, was this guy afraid of going to the dream realm? Kurt might have been even more broken than he had suspected. From how Master Jet had described her former acquaintance, the man had once been a dedicated combatant, a specialist. But what kind of a specialist was scared of his specialty? With a sigh, Sunny stared into the distance and summoned the runes. And there it was, written in the ancient symbols in the air in front of him. Echo, Shadow Blade Kurt. Echo type, Beast. All humans were considered to be beasts by the spell, since they only had one soul core, so this was not surprising. Well, all humans except for Sunny and Nephis. As the thought of becoming a demon drifted into his mind, Sunny read further. Echo rank, awakened. Echo attributes, swift hand, shadow sworn, mark of death. Swift hand attribute description, your blade strikes fast and true. Shadow sworn attribute description, you are known to shadows. Mark of death attribute description, you bear a mark of death, as just like death, you were created to be a weapon. Sunny tilted his head a little so, an attribute that increased perception and agility, an attribute that gifted Kurt affinity to shadows, although to a much lesser extent than his own, and a third attribute that actually Sunny had no idea what the third attribute did. Its description, though, was very interesting. He knew that death had been created by Shadow God, and now he learned that it had been created as a weapon, but against whom? What kind of enemy could have demanded the creation of such a terrible thing? Someone immortal, perhaps. No, that didn't make sense. If there had been a time before death was invented, then everything back then was immortal, eternal, and endless, right? Sunny wasn't sure that he understood the concept of a world without death. What he did know, though, was that something as harrowing as death would not have been invented without a reason. He frowned, then turned his attention back to the runes. Echo abilities, shadow manipulation, shadow strike, awakened. Shadow manipulation, ability description, you can affect the movement of shadows and walk through them unseen. Shadow strike ability description, you can strike at the shadows and your shadow can strike at the living things, as expected. Sunny had more or less surmised what Kurt's aspect abilities had been. They were different, but at the same time similar to his own. Both were much less versatile and powerful than what he was capable of himself, though, even if the ability to deal direct damage to and through his shadows was something Sunny would have loved to have access to. Shadow manipulation, especially, was almost no more than a slightly different version of his passive attribute, Child of Shadows. Still, having a shadow like Kurt could add a new layer to his battle prowess. There was also the last ability, Awakened ability description. This echo has the innate abilities of a carrier of the spell. So, using memories, that was a nice ability to have. Even Saint herself was limited to only using weapons and charms. Full of thought, Sunny looked at the last string of runes. Echo description: I have entrusted you with a beautiful blade, but all you created was a hideous nightmare. He blinked a couple of times. What's up with that description? Oh my, am I imagining things? Or does the spell sound bitter? What a funny thought that was. Sunny reclined in the chair and waited for a bit, then grimaced and dove into the soul sea. Let's take a look. He walked past the rows of silent shadows, noticing the dark figure of Shadow Blade Kurt standing among them motionlessly. Sparing him a glance, Sunny approached the spot between the black suns of his shadow cores, found a large sphere of light that orbited one of them, and summoned the echo down. The sphere floated to the surface of still waters and slowly dimmed, revealing a gaunt, naked man standing inside. Sunny felt his skin crawling in front of him was a human, or rather a soulless copy of a human. Echo Kurt looked almost like a person, but the lifeless emptiness in his eyes screamed of a profound, abhorrent wrongness. It was incredibly unnerving. The echo was very much like the hollow victims of its original, only even more vacant and devoid of the undefinable spark that all living things possessed. It was an artificial copy of a man that lacked the very thing that made him human, a ghastly effigy. The thing was incredibly creepy. Sunny hesitated, then tried to think about things logically. The echo was more or less useless to him in its current state, but thanks to its awakened ability, it would possess the innate capacity to use memories, which meant that Sunny could provide Echo Kurt with an armor and a weapon. That question was, did he want to, on the surface? That question was rather simple. Who wouldn't want to have a creature equal to a powerful, awakened in their service? But really, things were more complicated. Sunny frowned, then raised a hand and poked the ghastly creature in the shoulder. A new string of runes appeared near it. Transform Echo into a shadow? He froze, thinking. Having a human shadow certainly had its benefits, but having any shadow also demanded a tremendous investment of resources. Nurturing Saint was very hard on Sunny, and especially on his pocket. Less importantly, but still somewhat pressing, was the need to spend 100 shadow fragments to complete the transformation. Sunny had spent so much time and effort to get close to creating a third core, and the idea of being suddenly pushed back by a whole 100 fragments did not seem too alluring. The point was, he felt reluctant to turn just any echo into a shadow. So was Kurt a worthy echo. Even though Sunny was very curious to see what would happen if one of the silent shadows was placed into a human echo, the answer was no. Sunny wasn't sure that he was. There were two reasons. The first one was rather simple, but also not too convincing. Master Jet had said that all of them, seasoned awakened, were walking one step away from the madness. Sunny felt like dragging around a reanimated copy of a man he killed would bring him closer to making that step. His humanity and sanity, to be honest, were already on thin ice. However, that wasn't the main reason. The second reason, and the most important one, was the nature of the shadows. Shadows weren't soulless, empty copies of their originals. They possessed a semblance of a consciousness and a distinct personality. Saint was living proof. Yes, she was created from a powerful nightmare creature, but her attributes and abilities were not what made her strong. Saint was strong because she was Saint. Her will, intellect, and unbreakable resolve were what made her such a deadly presence on the battlefield, and a valued companion for Sunny. And that was why he didn't want to create a shadow of Kurt. Yes, Kurt possessed powerful abilities that shared the affinity with Sunny's aspect, but Kurt himself was weak. His weakness was the cause of why he had drowned himself in alcohol and distasteful hobbies, and why he had eventually surrendered to the burden of the nightmare spell and massacred defenseless humans in a fit of demented frenzy. No matter how powerful, Sunny didn't want to possess a shadow of an unstable butcher. But more than anything, he didn't want to possess a shadow of someone who was weak. How could he rely on someone like that? On the path he was taking, there was no place for weakness, at least not for the weakness of that kind. With a sigh, he summoned Saint and watched her appear near the naked figure of Kurt in a whirlpool of black flames. The taciturn demon stared at him with her indifferent ruby eyes, not paying any attention to the human echo. Seeing them side by side only made Sunny more sure of his decision. He remained silent for a few moments, and then gestured at Kurt. "Do you, maybe, want to eat him?" Saint remained motionless for a few moments, then silently turned to the echo and raised one hand. Her gauntlet easily pierced the chest of the dead killer, and a few moments later his body disintegrated into a flood of white sparks. Those sparks formed into 3 brilliant streams and entered into the darkness that hid inside the shadow, then flowed into her 3 core remnants. "Your echo has been destroyed." Sonny felt a wave of bitterness wash over his heart, but very soon it disappeared. He was watching the shadow fragment counter in the runes describing Saint. Apparently feeding on echoes was much more nourishing for a shadow. She received much more fragments than she would have from an awakened memory of the first tier. Right now, the counter was showing a simple number, shadow fragments, 200, 200, Sigur's rot. Triumphant smile appeared on Sonny's lips. Shadow Slave, Chapter 511. Chapter 511, Ascension. Finally. How long had it been since he created Saint and saw the dreadful 0200 written in her runes? A year, no less. That was how long it had taken Sonny to gather enough memories to saturate the dark embers that burned in the black depths of his shadow. What was going to happen now? The last time Saint had evolved, her transformation took a very long time. Was she going to retreat into the chrysalis of his shadow core again? Or was reaching 200 fragments completely different from what had happened to her after the killing of the Black Knight? A few moments later, Sonny received the answer. Bathed in the lightlessness of his soul sea, Saint suddenly shuddered. The darkness hiding in her body surged, and the 3 embers hidden within it, one in her chest, one in her abdomen, and the last one in her head, shined with black radiance. It was very different, but also very similar to the process he himself had gone through twice, once after the first nightmare, and once after going through the gateway in the Crimson Spire. Is she ascending to a new rank? The thought filled Sonny with a jubilant thrill. Meanwhile, Saint was in the throes of her transformation. The still waters around her were now restless as though assaulted by invisible winds. Wisps of dancing black flame suddenly appeared around her body, and it rose above the surface of the water, becoming partially obscured. Sonny took a step back and silently watched the strange and beautiful process, his heart beating wildly. After a few minutes, it was over. The invisible winds disappeared, and so did the black flames. The water turned tranquil and still once again. Saint landed on her feet and straightened, her graceful figure brimming with new power. The glow of her ruby eyes seemed to have become brighter. Unlike the previous time, the taciturn demon had not changed outwardly. Her onyx armor was still composed of polished stone-like metal. Sonny knew that beneath it, her skin was still smooth and white as alabaster. On the inside, though, the changes were nothing short of profound. The darkness hiding in the body of the living statue now seemed much, much deeper, and the 3 embers seemed to have become substantially larger. More than that, they appeared to be more complete somehow. Not yet whole, but also not as broken and fragmented as they had been before. Sonny hesitated, then summoned the runes. Shadow, Marble Saint. Her name didn't change. The next string of runes, however, was vastly different. Shadow rank, ascended. He froze. I'll be damned. Ascended Saint was now ascended. Indeed, she had achieved a new rank, the same rank, in fact, as that of Master Jet, as well as the Black Knight, Mirror Beast, and Mordant Mimic. An ascended human was called a Master, while nightmare creatures of the same rank were called Fallen. Saint was now somewhere in between, a creature possessing multiple cores, but following the path of ascension as opposed to the path of corruption. Like Sonny himself. Of course, she was much more powerful than him now. Sonny was torn between being mad with joy and slightly bitter. Back when he had created Saint, she was stronger than him for a long, long time. After becoming an awakened, he had finally caught up to her, but now she was the stronger one once more. He sighed, then looked at his demon with a wide smile. "Good job, Saint. Who's going to stop us now, huh?" The taciturn demon did not answer, and just tilted her head a little. Then, however, she silently raised her hand, made a fist, and lightly struck the left side of her breastplate twice. Sonny stared, not accustomed to his shadow being so chatty. Yeah, exactly." Feeling a little awkward, he lingered for a moment, and then looked back to the runes. Saint's class, attributes, and abilities did not change. At the very end of the plane of runes, however, he was met with an unexpected surprise. What? The last string of runes read, Shadow Fragments, 39-2000. He stared at the number for a few moments, then rubbed his eyes. No, he wasn't mistaken. It was indeed 39 out of 200. Pleasantly confused, Sonny narrowed his eyes. But how does it make sense? Before Saint had consumed Kurt, the runes showed 1719-200. How many fragments exactly had Eating the Echo given her? With a sudden suspicion, Sonny turned around and looked at the rows of silent shadows. The shadow of Kurt was gone. So, she consumed it too. He was starting to understand what had happened. Most likely, a larger share of the fragments came not from the echo, but from the shadow of its original. Kurt had been an experienced, awakened, one in possession of a fully saturated core. By absorbing his shadow, Saint must have inherited a portion of all the soul fragments he had accumulated over his life, just like a human would after slaying another human. That amount was enough to bridge the gap to the next rank, and then some, of course. Since his shadow was now an ascended, she required shadow fragments of similar quality to grow 1-to-1. Those that came from Kurt were only awakened, though, so in fact, the current number would have been 78-200 if Saint's rank had not changed. That meant that she received almost 100 shadow fragments by consuming the echo of Shadowblade Kurt, an utterly insane number, considering that it had taken Sonny somewhere around half a year to feed her that much before. Suddenly, the regret he felt over sacrificing such a valuable echo disappeared. That's a windfall. A crazy windfall. Today, luck was truly on his side. And an ascended demon was now by his side, which instantly propelled Sonny to a completely new level of capability. Together with the newly transformed Saint, he would be able to do much more, challenge much more powerful nightmare creatures, and therefore accelerate his own growth even further. Even better, this change could not have come at a better time, because it was nearly time for him to return to the shipwreck island and challenge the terrifying being that dwelled in the ancient wreck. Having an ascended shadow by his side would be of enormous help. Sonny only noticed that a wide, stupid smile appeared on his face when Master Jet returned to the underground arena. He hurriedly erased it and stood up. All done? She gave him a relaxed nod, then yawned. Yeah. We are free to go a little paperwork, and the contribution points I promised will be yours to spend. We can grab a bite first if you want. Sonny smiled. Oh yes, there is also the reward from the government. Now that he didn't need to spend all the contribution points on bringing Saint to full saturation as soon as possible, what else would he be able to get? Shadow Slave, Chapter 512. Chapter 512. Unburdened. Sitting on the very edge of the sanctuary island with his feet dangling above the abyss of the sky below, Sonny was enjoying the view of the clear streams falling down into the darkness and turning into clouds of water dust. After a while, he lowered his eyes and looked at the item laying on his palm with a bit of confusion. So that's it? This was one of the 2 memories he had exchanged for the contribution points given to him for helping Master Jet deal with Shadowblade Kurt. It looked like a long, narrow needle forged out of black steel, with gold wire wrapped around one of its ends, sort of like an antique acupuncture needle, but much sturdier. The needle's name was Heavenly Burden, a very ironic name for a memory here on the Chained Isles. He had just received it this morning, and this was his first opportunity to properly study the thing. Very curious, Sonny summoned the runes: Memory, Heavenly Burden, Memory Rank, Awakened, Memory Tier, 3, Memory Type Tool, Memory Description. To be free of a burden, one has to let go of all attachments they hold in their heart. Only those who untether themselves from everything can become truly free. Sounds wonderful. At first glance, the memory wasn't too outstanding. Its rank wasn't high, and neither was its tier. With the amount of money Sonny was making, he could probably buy something like this after a week or 2 of collecting soul shards in the dream realm. But that was why contribution points were more valuable than credits. The government had access to things that were exceedingly rare or simply impossible to get on the market. Heavenly burden was one such thing, and it was due to the enchantment the needle possessed. Memory enchantments, unburdened, enchantment description. Those pierced with this needle will rise to the skies. Indeed, it was a memory that could allow him to fly. Sort of flight enchantments were extremely rare and tremendously valued. In all honesty, Sonny had no business being able to get his hands on a memory such as this. He was already incredibly lucky to have the dark wing, which, while not capable of true flight, was pretty close to it. Usually, only masters or saints were able to purchase decent flight memories. That was why Kai was so lucky, but Master Jet pulled some string, and as the result, Sonny was currently holding the heavenly burden in his hands. Well, from what he understood about the Black Needle, calling it a decent flight, memory was a bit of a stretch. Still, it was indeed capable of gifting him the ability to fly. He grimaced a little, then thrust the needle into his forearm. However, nothing happened. Well, of course it didn't. The thing failed to pierce the soft but adamantine fabric of the puppeteer's shroud. Sonny thought for a bit, and then enhanced the heavenly burden with one of his shadows. This time, the needle went through and buried itself in his flesh. Ouch! The pain was sharp, but not too bad. More than that, Sonny had no time to think about it, and that was because as soon as the heavenly burden pierced his skin, his body floated up, and continued doing so. Sonny was steadily rising into the sky, be it at a slow speed. It was as though he had suddenly turned into a balloon. The feeling would have been rather funny if it wasn't so terrifying, mostly because a sudden gust of wind threw him slightly to the side, and now there was nothing but the darkness of the sky below beneath him. Both amused and slightly tense, Sonny summoned the dark wing. He also summoned the prowling thorn just to be on the safer side. After both memories manifested themselves, he hesitated for a moment, and then wrapped the black needle in his second shadow, too. Immediately, the speed with which he was rising into the air increased. Sonny allowed himself to float upward for a few moments, and then commanded the dark wing to activate. With its help, he changed the direction of his flight and slowly moved back toward the island. Making sure that there was solid ground under him, he then dismissed the heavenly burden and smoothly glided down. Not bad. Now, he had two memories to deal with what Cassie had seen in the vision of their supposed death. One memory could only move him upward, while the other allowed him to glide in any direction except up. Together, they gave him the ability of true flight. Even if it was slow and not nearly as effective as what Kai could do, it was still flying. The point was, he was not going to fall endlessly into the sky below again. Not unless he wanted to. Sonny returned to the edge of the sanctuary, sat down and stared at one of the chains leading to a neighboring island. It was early morning, and he was waiting for someone. They're still not here. With a sigh, he looked down and summoned the second memory he received from the government. A piece of beautiful ember that looked like solidified flame appeared on his palm, inlaid in a frame made out of dull metal. He summoned the runes: memory, memory of fire, memory rank, ascended, memory tier, memory type, charm, memory description, and then there was nothing but flame. Short and sweet. Memory enchantments. Scorching heat, enchantment description. This charm provides the wearer with moderate resistance to fire. And that was that. With these two memories, Sonny felt more or less ready to plunge into the dark abyss below the chained isles once more when the time came. With dark wing and the heavenly burden allowing him to fly, or rather float, and the underworld armament of the mantle enhancing the protective effect of the memory of fire, his next trip to the Ebony Tower would be less perilous. Hopefully his thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Looking at the chain, he noticed a row of black dots moving across it far in the distance. Straining his vision, Sonny sighed. "They're here!" Shadow Slave, Chapter 513, Chapter 513, War Council. Soon he was able to make out the silhouettes of 7 people walking across the chain. They were led by a delicate beauty in a light-polished armor, her pale blonde hair dancing in the wind. Cassie walked with her eyes covered by the silver half-mask, her hand resting on the hilt of the quiet dancer. If Sonny didn't know that she was blind, he would have not suspected it. The firekeepers had returned from their lengthy expedition to the desecrated grove in the end. It took them almost 2 months to find the whatever they had been searching for on that remote and ghastly island. And now it was time for Sonny to join them in the assault on the ancient shipwreck. He grimaced. After 2 months spent without returning to the real world, members of Cassie's cohort looked weathered and exhausted. They were covered in dirt and dust, and their armor bore marks of countless battles. However, these young men and women seemed to be healthy and in good mood. There was a spring to their steps, and as they got closer, Sonny could see smiles on their lips. 2 of them were carefully carrying a large box fashioned out of crude wooden boards. He assumed that it contained the thing Cassie had spent 2 months looking for. Sonny tilted his head. Curious, what might it be, I wonder? Eventually they noticed him too. Cassie slowed down a little, and in the next moment, the firekeeper walking behind her gently touched her on the shoulder and said something. Then he gestured towards Sonny and waved a hand. Sonny sighed and dismissed the memory of fire. Ugh, people. In the 6 months spent on the Chained Isles, he had gotten accustomed to only dealing with other awakened in small doses. Knowing that he was going to have to be in the company of relative strangers for a while, and fight with them side by side did not make Sonny happy. In that regard, Mordred had been a perfect companion. He only appeared once every few days for a short while, helped Sonny with advice, and then disappeared without a trace, not asking for anything in return. If only all relationships could be so simple. Sadly, the mysterious prince was still nowhere to be found. Sonny had not heard from him ever since returning from the ivory tower, almost making him think that he had simply imagined the whole thing. The mirror shard he kept in the covetous coffer reminded him that he had not, though. Sonny forced a smile to appear on his face and waved at the firekeepers in return. "Welcome back, guys. It's good to see you, sort of." After the firekeepers had time to clean themselves up and fill their stomachs, they gathered in a spacious room provided to them by the White Feather clan. Sonny looked around the room and sighed inwardly. Why were his own quarters so tiny? Even if his true name remained a secret, Sonny was still an SS class awakened. Where was his preferential treatment, huh? The large wooden box was placed in a corner, and the 7 awakened gathered around a table. He hesitated a little, then joined them. "Hey, Sonny, how have you been?" Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then said in a neutral tone, "Busy, really busy." The young man who had asked him the question smiled. "Really? What's keeping you busy?" Sonny summoned his runes and glanced at a particular string. It read, "Shadow Fragments, 1936-2000. He sighed. "All kinds of things, haven't you heard? I'm the most indispensable shopkeeper on the Chained Isles. By the way, if any of you want to purchase something, just let me know. Toothpaste, spices, underpants, we have it all." The firekeepers gave him strange looks, then laughed. "What's so funny? That's a legitimate business, you fools." Shaking his head, he glanced at the table where a map of the Chained Isles was placed, with possible routes to the shipwreck island marked on it. From the look of it, they were well thought out and as safe as could be. A somber expression appeared on his face. "So you were really serious? We are actually planning to attack a corrupted monster in its lair." Cassie gave him a nod. "Indeed." He sighed. "Let me ask you this. Are you Crare?" However, then, Sonny fell silent without finishing the question and suddenly cleared his throat in embarrassment. The blind girl frowned. "Are you all right?" Sonny waved a hand. "Yes, yes! Don't mind me." Oh, right, you haven't been back to the real world in a couple of months?" One of the firekeepers raised an eyebrow and asked with confusion. "Sure? Why is that important?" Sonny looked at him with an unreadable expression. "It's not. Don't worry about it. No, really, anyway, let's get back to the corrupted monster. How much do you guys know about that thing?" Cassie lingered for a few moments, then said, "We know its rank and class, the general characteristics, and a few details that the White Feather clan had shared with us. Master Roan had fought the thing in the past, but only briefly." Sonny looked at her, then shook his head. "Well, I don't know what he told you, but I've seen that monstrosity in action with my own 2 eyes. So let me paint you the picture." He pointed to the shipwreck island on the map and said in a dark tone, "The wreck is situated in the center of the island, and the creature itself made a nest in its main cargo hold. Don't think that you'll be safe before we reach the ship, though. Actually, its vines stretch beneath the ground throughout the whole island. He paused and then added, "Since it's a corrupted monster, most of you won't even be able to cut the vines, let alone sever them. You don't have the Dawn Shard augmenting your memories anymore, after all. However, if you do manage to cut the vines, each cut will produce a cloud of poisonous mist. There will be poison in the air whether you cut them or not, though, especially inside the wreck. There, breathing is almost impossible." With each word he said, the firekeepers grew more and more serious. However, they were still in too good of a mood. What is wrong with these idiots? Sonny cleared his throat. "Oh, and by the way, there are other nightmare creatures on the island, too. Big nasty fallen beasts called sailor dolls." He hesitated and then said, "Well, if there is one good thing about the whole situation, it's that the creature in the wreck usually slumbers until one of its vines is disturbed. Cassie told me that it is weak to fire, so my suggestion would be to just burn the whole ship down and the scary bastard with it." The firekeepers glanced at each other with strange expressions. Cassie remained silent for a bit and then said awkwardly, "No, we can't burn the ship." Sonny blinked a couple of times. "And why, pray tell, is that?" She turned her head to the large wooden box in the corner, lingered for a moment, and then answered, "Because we are going to repair it." Shadow Slave, Chapter 514, Chapter 514, Hidden Blade. Sonny was at a loss for words. Had he even heard it right? "You are going to repair the ancient, broken, monster-infected ship?" Well, it made a lot of sense, actually. Cassie nodded. "Yes, we are going to cleanse, repair, and make it fly again." "Oh, so it was a flying ship, too." "Perfect." Honestly, Sonny shouldn't have been surprised. All the clues had been there for a long time. He had already known that the ship depicted on the miraculous coins was, most likely, the very same that lay broken on the shipwreck island. The connection was pretty easy to make, considering that they looked alike, and that the coins had come from its treasury in the first place. Sonny had also asked himself the question of what a sailing ship was doing in the middle of chained isles, which had no sea and no rivers for it to sail on. The thought that it had actually been designed to fly through the skies had crossed his mind, among other things. And finally, on the coins, the ancient ship was shown as having a beautiful tree wrapped around its mast. It had also belonged to the enigmatic person called Noctis. Wasn't it too much of a coincidence, then, that Cassie had come to the sanctuary of Noctis and ventured on a long expedition to a desecrated grove? The word desecrated implied that the burned grove had been sacred once, after all. Only sacred things could be desecrated. And a sacred tree sounded exactly like something capable of making a massive ship fly, right, Sonny? Stared at the large wooden box with a ponderous expression. After a while, he asked, "So, what's in the box?" Cassie walked over and gently put a hand on its lid. "A sapling we spent 2 months searching for a living root in that ghastly place. And finally, deep underground, we found the only one that remained. The wondrous tree which kept the ancient ship afloat in the sky had come from that grove once. The sapling will grow into a new one." She sighed and then turned to the firekeepers. Shakti and Kaor were artisans back in the bright castle. Shakti is gifted with an aspect that helps plants thrive and was Keto's apprentice. Kaor is an awakened carpenter. We have more people on the way to the Chained Isles, too, to help with the reconstruction. Sonny remained silent for a while. So she had been planning to commandeer the ancient wreck for a long time. From before he had come to invite her to challenge the second nightmare with him, was it a coincidence? They were going to have to brave the sky below to get to the seed, after all, and here was Cassie, conveniently planning to claim and repair a flying ship. How much did she really know? As if hearing his thoughts, Cassie turned to him. Her face suddenly turned somber. "With this ship, we might be able to cross the Hollow Mountains. At least that is our hope." The firekeepers grew quiet. After a while, the familiar girl Shakti said in a dark tone, "We have to try, no matter what. Going there on foot is suicide, maybe flying will be different." They were all really resolute in their desire to find Nephis, it seemed. And what about Sonny himself? Well, things were complicated. He sighed. "All right. That answers the question of why you want the ship and how you might be able to repair it. but how are we going to defeat its current tenant without using fire? No offense, guys, but I really don't think that you can handle that fight. Maybe you can hold on for a while outside the wreck, but inside it's a death trap." The firekeepers looked at each other again. Finally, their mood turned dark. Cassie hesitated for a few moments and then said, "We are going to kill it the old-fashioned way. Use someone as bait and strike the monster down while it's distracted." Sonny rubbed his face. "Let me guess, I am the bait." The blind girl smiled, then shook her head. "No, we are the bait. You are the blade that will pierce the creature's heart from the shadows." That sounded solemn and sort of grand, but she immediately ruined the moment by adding in an awkward tone. "I mean, if it has a heart, if it doesn't, then, well, kill it some other way." Not exactly the icon of eloquence, are we? Sonny frowned. He did like the idea of not being the bait for once. Well, to be honest, Neff was usually the bait. Actually, this plan sort of made sense. He already knew that he could survive in the poisonous miasma inside the ship, and that, with enough augmentations, the cruel sight could damage the vines. And that had happened even before he infused the Dark Mirror enchantment with divine flame. Yes, Sonny couldn't burn the ship itself, but that didn't mean that he couldn't deliver one surgical immolating strike to the main body of the monster. The bastard was weak to fire, so the result would probably be nothing short of spectacular. The problem was, would the firekeepers be able to keep the monster preoccupied long enough for Sonny to achieve his objective? He looked at them gravely and asked, "Why are you all so sure that I can kill that thing?" One of the firekeepers shrugged. "You were in Lady Changing Star's cohort, were you not? She wouldn't trust just anybody to have her back. If she trusted in you, then so do we." No one weak survived the Forgotten Shore anyway. Sonny barely suppressed a laugh. Wouldn't trust just anybody to have her back. Oh, the irony. He almost wanted to tell them about how Neff made the person literally sent into the dream realm to kill her the second in command. But of course he did not. "Yes, I suppose I was in her cohort." Another firekeeper smiled. "Plus Cassie thinks that you'll be able to do it. She is rarely wrong, you know." "Do I ever?" Sonny scowled. She wasn't wrong this time, however. In fact, her plan to deal with the thing that dwelled in the wreck was simple but ingenious, mostly because it relied on the only awakened capable of delivering a fatal blow to such a creature, him. Without Sonny, it would have been really impossible. What a fortunate thing that he needed her help with something else. He thought for a bit, and finally asked, "Are you guys certain that you can survive drawing the monster's attention, even after everything I told you?" The young man, who Cassie described as an awakened carpenter, Keor, chuckled. "Pretty certain. As much as one can be certain about anything in the dream realm, I guess. All of us survived the siege, so we're aware of what we are signing up for. We have a good combination of aspects and know how to work together. We even have a healer, which should help against the poison. Point is, we are as ready as we ever going to be." Sonny stared at him for a while, then looked down at the map and sighed. "All right, then. Let's kill a corrupted monster." Shadow Slave, Chapter 5, Win Fifth, Chapter 5, Win Fifth, Traveling Together. The next day, Sonny left the sanctuary in the company of the firekeepers. Traveling across the chained isles with Cassie and her cohort proved to be somewhat inconvenient. After all, they couldn't all turn into shadows and swiftly glide across heavenly chains as he could, but also a much more safe and pleasant experience than he was used to. In fact, this was probably the most relaxed and serene journey Sonny had ever undertaken in the dream realm. Even if the party moved slower, it was also much more battle-ready and capable than any solitary awakened could ever dream to be. Each of the firekeepers was a talented fighter with years of experience under their belt, and more than that, they fought together like a singular, finely tuned battle machine. Even though Sonny didn't want to admit it, he had to give Cassie credit. Under her leadership, the cohort had become a beautifully cohesive battle unit in less than a year. She must have learned well from how Nephis had built her cohort and then her army back in the Dark City. The fact that these young men and women shared a common past and had gone through a harrowing hell together must have helped a lot too. Whenever the party encountered nightmare creatures, Sonny felt a very strange and unfamiliar sensation. It was almost as if he didn't have to do anything. He could literally remain still, and nothing would happen to him. His temporary companions were more than capable of dealing with the abominations themselves. Of course, that was only because the route they were taking had been carefully chosen to avoid the really dangerous places. There was another reason for why this expedition was going so smoothly. Cassie herself, traveling with a powerful oracle, was a very convenient thing indeed. Not only was she able to steer the cohort clear of anything they were not equipped to deal with, she also had a supernatural intuition when it came to predicting which islands were going to enter into a descent, and which were going to rise instead. Thanks to that, they were able to avoid being caught by the crushing and having to either endure it or scramble to escape to the nearest isle, which could have landed them into the hunting territory of extremely powerful nightmare creatures. Just like before, Sunny and she worked together to make sure that nothing unexpected happened. With Cassie's intuition and his shadows scouting ahead, the cohort always had plenty of time to avoid a confrontation with dangerous abominations or thoroughly prepare for it. It was almost like the good old times. The fact that Sunny, unlike the firekeepers who had spent most of their time on the chained isles up north, knew this part of the region pretty well also helped. On the way, they had passed through many islands that he had explored and hunted on before. Plus, he had the covetous coffer now, which made their rest stops and meals much more enjoyable. So, as far as traversing the dream realm went, this journey was almost enjoyable. After a calm and comparatively uneventful week, they finally reached the shipwreck island. This close to the tier, the nightmare creatures were much more dangerous and vile. Sunny and the firekeepers were currently on the island he had visited before, the one with dozens of stone towers laying in ruins, overgrown by moss and monstrous worms hiding underground. They had just fought off a swarm of them and were now approaching the edge of the isle. Soon the sight of the gargantuan chain stretching into the distance opened to them, and they heard the sound of rusty metal scraping against ancient iron on the wind. The firekeepers froze and stared at the distant shipwreck island and the corpse of the metal giant that was entangled in the remnants of a broken chain, swaying slowly above the dark abyss of the sky below. They were as stunned by this forlorn visage as Sunny had been when he first saw the mangled remains of the steel colossus. After a while, one of them said, "That wound in his chest, what kind of force could have shattered such a creature? And his arm, we saw it already, didn't we?" Sunny didn't respond since the question wasn't directed at him, and thus his flaw remained silent. Another firekeeper lingered, then asked in a curious tone, "Maybe we should climb down and investigate after taking control of the island?" Sunny glanced at her, then shook his head. "I wouldn't recommend that." The young woman raised an eyebrow. "Why?" A dark smile found its way onto his face. "You think the monster in the wreck is bad? The being that dwells on the dark side of the island is much, much worse. Believe me. And that giant is well within its reach. In fact, I think that it uses him as bait to feed on the chainworms. Those are fallen demons, by the way, and of a very nasty variety. They're just candy to that thing, though." The firekeepers turned their attention to the underside of the shipwreck island, which was shrouded in darkness. Their faces turned solemn, and after a while, one of them asked, "But what is it?" Sunny shrugged. "I have no idea. I only saw the tip of its root. That is why I'm still alive, most likely. If I saw the whole thing, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now." After that, everyone remained silent. Sunny used that time to take another look at the two tall pillars that rose into the sky from the ancient stone structure on the other end of the chain. Now that he knew that the ancient ship had been a flying one, the purpose of these pillars became clear too. They were wharves, or rather mooring masts. The flying ship had to dock to something after all, when it was not braving the vast expanse of the sky. That made him think there were several such pillars on the island, which suggested that Noctis had not been the only one in possession of a sky vessel in the ancient past. Maybe flying ships were how all the inhabitants of the Chained Isles traveled across the chasms of the sky below. That made sense, really. The chains themselves were not exactly convenient roads. It's just that the awakened used them for that purpose. But how had the captains of the flying ships dealt with the crushing? Or had there been no such curse on the Chained Isles before hope escaped from its bonds? His thoughts were interrupted by the loud rattling of the heavenly chain. The shipwreck island was descending. The firekeepers looked at each other, their faces turned grim. Cassie gripped the hilt of the quiet dancer, and then said, her voice calm and steady, "Get ready. You all know the plan, so I won't waste time repeating it. Stay strong, stay together, and stay alive. Today, we will be victorious." Sonny stretched his neck, then summoned the cruel sight. "Let's hope your intuition is right this time, too." Shadow Slave, Chapter 516. Chapter 516, Legacy of Ruin. Returning to the shipwreck island felt strange. It was almost exactly the same, but also different. They followed the remains of the ancient road and crested the hill to see the desolate valley below. The wreck of the once graceful ship was at its center, the dead tree wrapped around its mast. Thick vines were growing out of the breaches in its hull and spreading outward, some laying on the ground, some buried beneath it. Here and there piles of wooden debris could be seen. Those were the sailor dolls, which had yet to assume their humanoid form after shape-shifting to withstand the crushing. What had changed, however, was that there was no chain on the other side of the valley anymore. The twisted rock had been destroyed and crumbled into the sky below, and now the shipwreck island directly bordered the tier. Sonny felt as if the air itself was slightly different as the result. He gestured at the wooden debris and said, "Those are the sailor dolls. In a few minutes they will assume their usual form, and after one notices us, the others will know of our presence too. They'll swarm you pretty fast." The firekeepers had already summoned their weapons and were prepared for a fight. Their faces were calm, cold concentration burning in their eyes. Cassie nodded. "This is it, then. We will see you on the other side." Sonny hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the members of the cohort. Out of habit, he had wanted to tell her to be careful, but then remembered who she was and who he was, what they had been through together, and how it all ended. The corner of his mouth twitched. "Give them hell." The firekeepers smiled. One of them laughed. "I'm pretty sure that this place is already enough of a hell. You stay safe too, Sonny." He sighed, then took a step back and disappeared into the shadows. Safely hidden in their dark embrace, Sonny observed as the firekeepers moved forward in a flexible battle formation. A few seconds later, he followed behind them unseen. Soon the piles of debris shuddered and started assembling into tall, menacing wooden humanoids, their arms ending with jagged blades. The firekeepers did not wait for the first one to lunge at them and launched an attack themselves. Shakti, the former artisan with an aspect revolving around plants, drew a heavy bow and sent an arrow flying. It hit the nearest abomination in the head and suddenly exploded into shards, creating a cloud of icy mist. The creature swayed, then turned to face them, one side of its body in shambles. As it moved toward the humans, a thin crust of ice formed on its limbs, slowing the doll down. Before it could strike with its blades, another firekeeper dashed forward and brought the blade of a heavy axe on its shoulder, severing one of the abomination's arms completely. Another appeared by his side, receiving a retaliatory strike on his shield. The young man grunted, but held his ground. A moment later, the sailor doll was dead, hacked into pieces by the rest of the cohort. Not a bad start, but that was just the beginning. Soon the 8 humans were surrounded by a dozen more fallen beasts, all towering above them with menacing, bloodthirsty determination. Things were about to turn bad for the firekeepers, but at that moment, Kaor, the artisan specializing in carpentry, froze for a moment and narrowed his eyes. Immediately, a subtle change happened to the wooden creatures. While not really rendered weak, they did, however, become a bit sluggish and slow. That made it possible for the members of the cohort to hold against the onslaught of the nightmare creatures a whole rank above their own. It was not easy, though. The firekeepers held their formation, but only just barely. The young man armed with the heavy axe was now using his aspect ability, which made the blade of his weapon shine with an angry red glow. It bit into the wooden flesh of the abomination he was fighting, penetrating much deeper than it should have been able to. His partner was like a wall, refusing to take even a step back. He blocked strike after strike with his heavy shield, lashing out from behind it with a short spear from time to keep the enemies from simply overwhelming him with their size and mass. This was the healer of the cohort, so his fortitude and grit came from his physical prowess alone, not from any kind of ability. There was another firekeeper that used a shield, a young woman with dirty blonde hair and an aspect that allowed her to exert vicious strength with each strike of her sword. She fought in tandem with a young man who wielded two great swords in his four hands. The second pair appeared when he activated his own aspect ability. These two were quite devastating together. Shakti continued to fire her bow, switching between memory arrows and mundane ones, which were crafted by Kaor. Her bow was powerful enough, and her aim precise enough, to deal heavy damage to the advancing sailor dolls. The carpenter himself was sustaining the strange hex he put on the abominations and covering her with a wooden staff in his hands, his face grim and full of resolve. Another firekeeper possessed an aspect that allowed him to gift his companions with an augmentation to stamina and endurance, as well as making one of them much more resilient. He wielded a curved sword and covered Cassie's back, and then there was Cassie herself, who had turned out to be perhaps the most deadly of them all. She wielded the quiet dancer in one hand and a long dagger in the other, using it to deflect blows and launch an unexpected, quick attack from time to time. The delicate girl wasn't the strongest, nor was she the fastest of the firekeepers. However, she fought with confident grace and deadly insight resembling that of a true master. If it was anybody else, Sunny would have assumed that they had long reached the pinnacle of skill and were now able to not only flawlessly follow, but also control the flow of battle. It reminded him of how Nephis fought, of how deeply attuned she was to the underlying laws that governed combat. Of course, the difference was that while Changing Star was able to predict and manipulate the cadence of battle due to her knowledge, talent, and skill, Cassie could actually perceive a few moments into the future, which made her a frightening presence on the battlefield. As Sunny watched, a towering sailor doll raised one of its blades and brought it down on the blind girl, aiming to cut her body in half. However, Cassie simply moved slightly to the side a split second before the blade would have sliced her apart, and lashed out with her dagger. At the same time, the quiet dancer suddenly flew out of her hand and shot through the air. The dagger pierced the creature's chest, while the rapier threw its second blade a few centimeters off course, then continued forward and tore through another abomination's neck. In the span of a second, two fallen beasts were heavily wounded and soon fell dead to the ground. Still, Sunny recognized the truth of it behind the superficial appearance. Yes, Cassie had an incredible advantage due to her unique and powerful aspect, but not just anyone would have been able to make use of it. In fact, almost no one could have done what she did. In the havoc of a battle, especially a battle between awakened and nightmare creatures, where a fraction of a second could mean the difference between life and death, it was already immensely hard to perceive, comprehend, and react to the enemy's actions in time. It must have been so much harder, then, to perceive both the present and the future, to comprehend not one but two states of the battle, and swiftly act in response to achieve the result, not to mention that Cassie was doing all that while being blind. The mental strain and burden of it all, Sunny couldn't even imagine it. What he did know, however, was that it was impossible to perform such a feat without one crucial thing: clarity. It seemed that Cassie had not listened to the lessons Nephis had taught them for nothing. She was Changing Star's other pupil, after all. Soon the firekeepers had dealt with the first wave of the sailor dolls, but the second, larger one was already approaching. Before it could reach them, though, Cassie grabbed the quiet dancer from the air, turned to her cohort, and yelled, "Prepare!" Then she covered her mouth and nose with a hand, turned the rapier down, and thrust it deep into the earth. A moment later, the ground shook. Shadow Slave, Chapter 517. Chapter 517, Baiting the Monster. Suddenly, the whole of the valley seemed to be moving. The ground shook and seethed, and slowly, green and brown vines started rising from beneath it like vile snakes. The hulking sailor dolls that were about to descend upon the firekeepers froze as if consumed by fear. Then they turned around and stumbled away. Some simply crumbled into piles of debris, pretending to be dead. Even these fallen beasts were terrified of the being that dwelled in the heart of the ancient wreck. Cassie and her cohort, however, remained unperturbed. Moving with swift determination, they made their preparations. Just a moment after the blind oracle thrust her rapier into the ground, the firekeepers had strips of cloth wrapped around their mouths and noses. The corpses of the slain sailor dolls were dragged to form a circle around them and set aflame. Soon the cohort was surrounded by a ring of tall bonfires, the 8 awakened bathed in the waves of heat. They stood back to back, their weapons drawn and their faces full of grim resolve. Only Shakti was on one knee, her hand pressed to the ground. After a moment, she screamed something. Sunny was still observing from the shadows, his emotions in turmoil. Although he would not go so far as to call these young people friends, he had grown somewhat attached to them after going through the ordeal of the civil war in the Bright Castle and traveling together. These firekeepers were a likable sort. He didn't want to watch them die while doing nothing. But that was his role in this fight. He had to remain safely hidden until the corrupted monster's attention was fully concentrated on Cassie's cohort, and then deliver one decisive strike, ending it all. That time had not come yet. Consumed by dark discontent, Sunny continued to watch. Reacting to Shakti's scream, one of the firekeepers suddenly dashed to the side. A fraction of a second later, the moss beneath his feet was pierced by a stem of a brown vine. It thrashed blindly, failing to catch anyone in its deadly embrace, but then seemed to have sensed the presence of life and shot toward the nearest human. The vine was as thick as a man's arm, and there were black thorns protruding from its glistening surface. One of the firekeepers sliced at it with her sword, but the sharp blade just bounced off of the vine without leaving even a scratch on its surface. 2 others simply fell on it, pressing the thing down with their shields. That gave enough time for the young man, whose aspect allowed him to enhance his weapon-type memories, to bring his glowing axe down, severing the vine. As soon as he did, a cloud of poisonous mist shot out from the cut, enveloping the young man. Luckily, he knew to hold his breath and immediately jumped back. Cassie, who had sheathed her rapier and was now holding a familiar wooden staff, pointed it forward and summoned the wind. The cloud of poison was blown toward the bonfires and devoured by flame. That axe is an ascended memory. Indeed, it was. In fact, all of the firekeepers seemed to be equipped rather well, and several of them wielded weapons above their rank. Quiet Dancer was also not the only echo in their possession. Just as another vine appeared from the flames, its stem singed and damaged, a familiar shape suddenly weaved itself from sparks of light just beyond the ring of bonfires and pounced on it. It was a creature that looked like a giant praying mantis, its flesh composed of glass and bluttered clay. Sunny remembered seeing these creatures during the siege of the Crimson Spire. 2 sides came down on the vine and bit deep into it. A moment later, the mantis dashed away with incredible speed, avoiding being entangled and shredded to pieces by the jagged black thorns. Despite this efficient start, more and more vines were crawling toward the circle of fire, and several more appeared from beneath the ground inside it. With each moment that passed, the size of the vines attacking the firekeepers was bound to increase, too. The further from the wreck, the thinner and weaker the vines were, but closer to the ancient ship, truly monstrous ones were already in motion, spreading outward with murderous intent. It was as though the monster was slowly unfurling its long limbs, which both spelled doom for the cohort of awakened, and was their intent. Only when the primary vines were too far away from the main body of the creature to return at once could Sunny make his move. After that, he was either going to succeed and end the whole battle, preventing the firekeepers from perishing in the flood of vines, or they were all going to die together. That moment of truth was swiftly approaching. Faced with more and more vines, Cassie and her cohort did their best to resist. They cut apart those that were damaged by the fire enough for their weapons to become effective, and concentrated the efforts of several members on those which did not. But no matter how hard they fought, soon the scales started to tilt in the favor of the corrupted monster. Their formation was on the verge of being broken, and their actions, perfectly coordinated at first, were slowly turning desperate and hectic. Despite its terrifying speed, the echo of the blood-red mantis was finally caught by the vines. Its glass body was immediately shredded, and the creature was only saved from being completely destroyed by the swift reaction of its master, who dismissed it just in time. That was the moment when the primary vines finally reached the ring of bonfires. Sunny threw one last glance at the desperately fighting firekeepers. His gaze lingered on Cassie, who wielded her long dagger at the head of the cohort, for a few moments. Then he turned away and stepped through the shadows. A second later, Sonny emerged from the gloomy shadow on the hull of the ancient ship, far away from the mayhem of battle, and very close to the terrifying creature that was the source of all that horror. Summoning the cruel sight, Sonny held his breath and jumped into the darkness, nesting in a jagged breach in the hull. It was time for him to play his role. Shadow Slave, Chapter 5/18, Chapter 5/18, Cargo Hold. Landing into the poisonous miasma of the ancient wreck, Sonny immediately turned into a shadow and glided over the ancient wooden boards, which were long ago overgrown with brown moss and bulging thorned vines. To be honest, he would have preferred to move through the ship as a human. Sonny knew that he was going to inhale at least some of the poison while fighting the being that dwelled in the cargo hold, so having some time to get accustomed to the debilitating effect of the toxin was better than going through that process in the middle of the battle. But he couldn't risk getting noticed too soon. The whole battle was supposed to be over in just a few moments anyway. Alas, Sonny had little hope that everything was going to go as planned. His previous experiences had taught him that very few things ever did. Remembering the path he had taken during the hunt for Noctis coins, Sonny glided through the narrow corridors. This time, they were vastly different from how they had been before. After all, the monster was wide awake now. The vines sprawling through the ancient wreck were pulsating and moving, spouting clouds of deadly mist. The air was murky and full of disturbing sounds of something slithering beyond the wooden bulkheads. It was as though Sonny was inside a giant, living organism, a virus cell that invaded the ancient wreck to kill its host. Luckily, these were mostly just the roots of the vile vines. The parts that were really mobile and dangerous were far away, currently killing the cohort of firekeepers. Suddenly grim, Sonny increased his speed and soon reached the gates of the cargo hold, which were bent outward, as if straining to contain something pressing on them from the other side. He could feel the vast space beyond the gate and a massive shadow of the creature in its center, its form rhythmically expanding and contracting, as if breathing. With each contraction, a wave of warm wind blew through the remnants of the flying ship. He lingered for a fraction of a second and then gathered his resolve. There was no time to waste. Spending a small fraction of his essence to step through the shadows once more, Sonny appeared in the cargo hold and froze, slightly stunned by the terrible visage of the corrupted monster. What the hell is that? The cargo hold was very large and filled almost entirely with thick brown vines that snaked outward and disappeared in the breaches in the ancient wood. They all originated from a single source, a vast, pulsating mass of moss in its center. In the very heart of the mass, however, there was a shape of a human, their body twisted in a terrible convulsion. Sonny couldn't tell if the human was a man or a woman, alive or dead, but he was sure of one thing: the vines sprawling through the entire island all came from within the flesh of that creature. They grew from the mouth of the abhorrent corpse, from their ears, piercing their chest and abdomen, snaking from beneath the skin of their arms and legs. The sight of it was both terrifying and repulsive, but most of all it was ghoulishly wrong. It was as though the vines had once exploded from the body of the ancient human, killing them, but also somehow keeping them alive and breathing. And as long as the human breathed, the vines would continue to exist and grow, too, slowly absorbing the ancient ship, the valley beyond, all of the shipwreck island. And then, one day, who knew that? That is the thing I need to kill. Sonny had seen many horrors in his life and killed his fair share of them, but no matter how experienced and powerful he became, there were things that humans were just not meant to be able to behold calmly. Staring at the ghastly being trapped in the cargo hold of the flying ship, Sonny didn't lose his composure or resolve, but he couldn't help but feel a deep, cold sense of fear. Fear, however, was a welcomed guest. Fear told him that he was still sane and had some measure of humanity left in his soul. As long as Sonny did not surrender to fear, it was all right to feel it from time to time. One strike, get close, exit the shadows, and thrust the cruel sight into its chest. The divine flame is going to do the rest. Steeling himself, he began to glide forward, trying to traverse the vast cargo hold as quickly as possible. The plan, however, went wrong just a moment later. Because as soon as Sonny moved, and long before he was able to get anywhere near the terrible creature, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes. Those eyes were empty, dead, and as dark as the abyss of the sky below. And they were staring directly at him, as if the creature could easily pierce the veil of darkness and separate the intruding shadow from all the rest. Sonny was caught. No way. He froze for a fraction of a second, stunned by the fact that the incredible stealth augmentation of his aspect was broken with such ease, and then all hell broke loose. Sonny's first thought was to retreat and run as fast as he could. After all, he was currently a shadow, and as far as he knew, thorny vines and poison were not capable of harming a shadow. But if he did so, the firekeepers were going to die. And more than that, he was determined to kill this thing. He wanted its shadow fragments, its memory, if there were to be one, and its secrets. The terrible creature had to die for his plans to go smoothly, for his challenge of the second nightmare to have as high a chance of success as possible. So, he didn't run. Instead, Sonny dashed forward, flying toward the pulsating mass of brown moss and vines with as much speed as he could muster. It was only going to take him a second to reach the ghastly corpse, as long as simply stepping through the shadows would. However, the host of the ancient wreck did not remain idle. Countless vines sprawling on the floor and the walls of the cargo hold suddenly surged, spewing clouds of poison, and more emerged from the mangled flesh of the ancient being. These vines, however, did not shoot at Sonny in a futile attempt to catch a shadow. Instead, they flew upward, tearing the hull of the ship apart. Bright sunlight flooded through the wide breach, and as it banished the shadows populating the cargo hold, Sonny was suddenly expelled from their safe embrace, rolling on the floor while the sharp thorns of the vines bit into his flesh through the fabric of the puppeteer's shroud. His thoughts were in a state of momentary panic. Not good. Shadow Slave, Chapter 519. Chapter 519. Trapped, Sonny rolled over his shoulder and jumped to his feet, the blade of the cruel sight slicing through a vine that was flying through the air to ensnare him. Blood was streaming down his back, and poison was entering his lungs. What's worse, a concentrated dose of it must have been infused into his bloodstream by the black thorns. Sonny suddenly felt feverish and weak, and a sense of cold paralysis was spreading through the left side of his body, which took the most damage. He was still able to move, and blood weave was already working to contain and devour the toxin. But before it prevailed, Sonny was in a dire situation. Gritting his teeth, he dashed to the side, hoping to escape the sunlight and use shadow step to reach the abominable creature in the center of the cargo hold. Before he could dive into the saving darkness of the shadows, however, a massive vine crashed into the floorboards, shattering them and barring his way. Sonny froze for a fraction of a second, realizing that there was nowhere to escape. Dozens of vines were already moving in his direction, glistening in the sunlight as clouds of murky mist escaped from the pores on their surface. Even though the root section of the vines was not very mobile, the sheer amount of them made it almost impossible to survive the onslaught. What's worse, the vines were contracting, pulling more and more of their length into the cargo hold. He cursed. At least the pressure on the firekeepers should have diminished. Sonny was one moment away from being killed. He was not going to be able to reach the monster without the help of the shadows, but bathed in the merciless sunlight, he also had no chance of diving into their embrace. All he could do was use his own. Commanding one of the shadows to unwrap itself from his body, Sonny sent it toward the ghastly corpse and staggered as the strength and resilience provided by it disappeared. The second shadow slid from the cruel sight and attached itself to his feet, meant to serve as a threshold through which he was going to step. Now, all he had to do was to survive the short second. It was going to take the first shadow to reach its goal. That was easier said than done. Straining the flexibility of his body to its limit, Sonny felt his joints groan and his tendons tremble on the verge of tearing apart. Twisting at an almost impossible angle, he dodged one of the vines, placed his hand on the spongy carpet of the brown moss, and performed a bizarre spin, narrowly sliding between two more. If not for the torturous training he had put himself through to accommodate the inhuman demands of shadow dance, this would have been impossible. Feeling the skin of his palm burn, as though submerged in stomach acid, he retrieved his hand from the brown moss and immediately jumped backward to save himself from being entangled in the slithering vines. He was swift enough to avoid being caught, but not swift enough to escape unscathed. The black thorns tore into his right side, and more blood flowed down his body, while more poison entered his bloodstream. Sonny ducked, dashed desperately to the side, then rolled and threw himself upward from an impossible position, feeling his ligaments rip. Dodging the swarm of vines was like being a fly surrounded by a contracting mass of spiderwebs. Luckily, he only had to survive in their lethal moving maze for a second. Before the vines could turn into an impenetrable barrier all around him, Sonny dove into his shadow and emerged right in front of the vile mass of brown moss and the remains of the human encased within it. The cruel sight flashed with pure light, and in one fluid motion he thrust its incandescent blade into the chest of the monster. "Got you!" And then nothing happened. The corpse didn't react to receiving a mortal wound at all. Its ghastly face remained unmoving, its eyes full of terrifying emptiness, its body a harrowing mess of torn flesh and slithering brown vines. The mass of moss continued to contract and expand, and the vines themselves continued to pursue the invader. Even the divine flame seemed to have no effect on the corrupted monster. Sonny paled. Crap. He twisted the cruel sight, hoping that it would have some effect, but all was in vain. The corrupted monster simply refused to die, for whatever reason, and the ancient remains that were its source appeared to be immune to flame, even if the vines themselves were susceptible to it. The information Cassie shared with him came from Master Roan, who had fought the vines once, but he had never entered the wreck, so of course the dashing griffin rider couldn't have known that the creature itself did not share the weaknesses of its sprawling thorned limbs. Damnon! Now what? The vines were already upon him before they could ensnare Sonny, though. 2 ruby eyes ignited in his shadow, and a graceful figure of the demonic knight lunged forward out of it. The blade of her stone-like sword flashed through the air, easily severing several vines, and then her shield crashed into the slithering vernicose wall, pushing it away and making the whole cargo hold shudder. Now that Saint was ascended and augmented by one of his shadows, her strength was truly frightening. The taciturn demon spun in the mass of vines, cutting them down like a demented gardener. For a moment, none of them could reach her. Sonny wrapped the second shadow around himself and retrieved the cruel sight, thinking feverishly. What the hell? How do I kill this thing? He could try to place the broken oath near it and retreat, but no, that wouldn't work. Unlike the mordant mimic who had been paralyzed by the crushing, the being trapped in the cargo hold of the ancient ship could simply move the charm away with one of its vines or crush it, and if Sonny tried to prevent it from doing so, he would succumb to the soul damage first. Even with the help of the mantle of the underworld, he would still be just an awakened, a corrupted monster's soul was much, much more vast and resilient. Leaving Saint to fend for herself was also not an option, since even with her newfound might, she had no chance of surviving in a battle against this powerful creature alone. Not all corrupted monsters were created equal, and the 2 of them had the misfortune of stumbling on an especially dreadful one. So what else was there? Sonny couldn't damage the abhorrent abomination itself, but he could damage the vines. That would buy him some time to come up with a solution, at least jumping back. He sliced at the root of a thick vine growing out of the ancient human's forearm, severing it. As a side effect of this attack, the corpse seemed to retrieve some control of its hand, which slowly rose and stretched toward Sonny. "Damn!" Suddenly feeling a sickening cold sensation in his heart, he hurried to create as much distance between himself and the corpse as he could. However, the abomination didn't seem to be launching an attack. Its hand strained to rise, held down by the mass of vines growing from it. Struggling against this terrible burden, it twitched and moved slightly, then froze. One of its fingers trembled. The creature seemed to be pointing at something, and for the first time the expression in its empty eyes changed, betraying that there was still a hint of consciousness trapped in this mangled body. Those terrible eyes were not burning with bloodlust, hunger, or wrath. Instead, they were full of harrowing agony and pleading. Shadow Slave, Chapter 520. Chapter 520. Deliverance. Sonny almost stumbled because of the terrible realization was the mutilated body inside the nest of moss, still alive, How could that be? Thousands of years must have passed since the flying ship crashed on this desolate island. How long had this poor soul suffered this harrowing torture? What sin had they committed, and who had doomed them for an eternity of ghastly suffering? How had the vines ended up growing from their flesh, and why? But most importantly, how the hell was that mangled thing not dead? Even divine flame was powerless to end its grisly, gruesome existence. If Sonny could find the answer, maybe he would be able to kill the corrupted monster after all. Using the momentary lull in the onslaught of the vines that Saint's appearance had bought him, he faced away from the fight and tried to understand what the host of the abominable growth was pointing at. He desperately hoped that the ancient human was indeed trying to point at something and not just convulsing in terrible pain. Where is it? What is it? His gaze flew to a certain point on the wall of the cargo hold and lingered on it. At first glance, there was nothing different about it. That section of the bulkhead was just like all the rest, ancient and overgrown with brown moss. But as he looked closer, he noticed a small gap in the layer of moss, as well as a strange bend to the vines growing on that particular wall. It was as though they, too, wanted to avoid something lodged into the wooden boards. That had to be it. However, Sonny didn't see anything in the small circular gap, just a splinter of wood sticking out of it at a sharp angle. His heart was beating like a wild beast in a cage, consumed equally by hope and despair. Throwing a glance at Saint, who was slowly drowning in the flood of slithering vines, he hesitated for a moment and then rushed toward the wall instead of joining her in the fight. There has to be something, there has to be. He was certain that the ancient human pointed at that section of the wall for a reason. Or rather, he hoped that they had jumping over an attacking vine and staggering sideways to avoid another one. Sonny slashed, hacked, and tore his way through the cargo hold, feeling more wounds appearing on his body and more poison flowing through his bloodstream. At this point, even Blood Weave was having trouble resisting the deadly toxin. Well, it was miraculous enough that he could withstand it at all, considering that the poison came from a creature 2 whole ranks above Sonny. Weaver's lineage was indeed a terrifying thing. Maybe there was a reason for why it was described as forbidden. Finally, Sonny sliced through the last vine in his way, leaving it broken and singed, and crashed into the overgrown bulkhead near the small gap in the brown moss. Drawing in a hoarse breath, he stared at it with enough intensity to melt stones. Wait, is it? His eyes widened slightly. The thing that he had thought to be a splinter turned out to be something else. Out there on the wall of the cargo hold, thrust deeply into it by someone's hand, was a rather simple-looking knife. Its shape, however, was very familiar to Sonny. It was exactly the same as the knife that lay on the white altar of the sanctuary of Noctis, except for the fact that this one wasn't cut from a single piece of obsidian. However, it also wasn't cut from ivory. Instead, it seemed to be made entirely of wood, as if a tree branch had somehow grown in the shape of a knife, and was then broken off to become one. What does it mean? Sonny allowed himself to remain confused and perplexed for a split second, and then decisively grabbed the handle of the knife. Act now! Think later! Damn it all! Please don't tell me that I need 1,000 coins to lift this one too! Luckily, this time there was no need for an offering. Although it took some effort, a moment later, the wooden blade slid from where it was thrust into the wall, and Sonny found himself holding the cruel sight in one hand and the strange wooden knife in the other. Something else happened, though. As soon as he laid his hands on the wooden handle, all the vines in the cargo hold surged in his direction with frenzied fury, utterly forgetting about Saint and her vicious sword. Sonny paled. Crap! Before the mass of slithering vines could crush him, he abandoned all attempts to escape and thrust his hand forward instead. The wooden knife slipped from his grip, cut a sharp arc in the air, and was nimbly caught by Saint. Without wasting the opportunity that the sudden shift in the corrupted monster's behavior gave her, the taciturn demon immediately dashed toward the pulsating mass of brown moss and thrust the wooden knife right into one of the ancient human's empty eyes. In the next moment, the whole wreck shuddered. The mass of moss violently contracted, throwing Saint away. The vines suddenly lost any semblance of cohesion and thrashed violently, forcing Sonny to retreat as close to the wall as he could. Still, the sea of black thorns was mere centimeters away from his face, raging in a storm of chaotic movements. Even the brown moss he was pressed against seemed to be convulsing, as if overwhelmed by unbearable pain. Despite all that, the only thing Sonny saw was the one remaining eye of the terribly malformed ancient human. It stared at him for a few moments, the emptiness and darkness slowly giving way to something else, a feeling of relief so vast that it was almost beyond the concept of emotion. Then that look of deliverance was gone too. The terrible eye was empty once again, now truly and forever. The head of the ancient human lifelessly rolled back. And as soon as it did, the vine suddenly fell to the ground too, dead and motionless. Suddenly, weak, Sonny powerlessly slid to the floor. The voice of the spell whispered into his ear, "You have slain a corrupted monster, Wormvine. You have slain a transcendent human, Swordsman. Your shadow grows stronger." Shadow Slave, Chapter 521, Undying Chain. Sitting on the floor of the cargo hold with his back against the soft and spongy layer of rotting brown moss, Sonny bent down and spat a mouthful of blood. Breathing hoarsely, he stared at it for a moment, and then tiredly leaned back. He did not feel too well. "Your shadow grows stronger." A bitter smile appeared on his face. "What? Is that all?" After all that had just happened, Sonny felt that he really deserved more. This time his hopes were not for naught. The spell remained silent for a bit, as though to torture him, and then added, "You have received a memory. Better." After that he groaned and coughed some more blood. All around Sonny the brown moss was rotting, withering, and turning into dust. The same thing was happening to the vile mass of vines, albeit at a slower rate. Now that both the corrupted monster and its host were dead, the ancient wreck seemed to be cleansing itself. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these changes, though, and was fully concentrated on his own miserable state. Even though the whole battle took less than a minute, Sonny had sustained a lot of damage. His body was pierced and torn by the black thorns, and he had too much poison running through his veins. One of his ligaments seemed to be seriously torn too, which brought him a lot of pain now that the adrenaline was starting to dissipate. The puppeteer's shroud was a wonderful armor, and accompanied him on his misadventures from almost the very start of it all, but Sonny had to reluctantly admit that with the caliber of enemies he was facing these days, its protective qualities left a lot to be desired. Sadly, even such a powerful memory could not keep up with the progress of its master. If there was one good thing about his condition, though, it was that the effects of the poison did not seem to be growing stronger. Blood Weave had the situation under control, and he was bound to feel better soon. In any case, the battle was over. The plan worked in the end, even if killing the Wormvine had turned out to be much more complicated than anyone would have thought. Still, somehow Sonny had managed to achieve his goal. The Firekeepers, if they were still alive, were going to have to clean up the remaining sailor dolls, should the beasts regain their courage after the corrupted monster's death, but he couldn't muster enough energy to care at the moment. Saint stared at the quickly disintegrating corpse of the person who had once been called Swordsman for a bit, then walked over and stood above him silently, looking away in her usual indifferent manner. Sonny rested for a while, not even summoning the runes to take a look at his new memory. Slowly, his exhaustion diminished and he could think clearly once again. As that happened, numerous questions inevitably assaulted his mind. What had happened in the cargo hold of the ancient ship was just too peculiar. Who was Swordsman, and how had they ended up as the host of the Wormvine? How had they survived for thousands of years? Why was Swordsman immune to divine flame and couldn't be harmed by the cruel sight, but succumbed to one strike of the wooden knife? Where had that knife come from in the first place? And why was it so similar to the obsidian one that lay on the altar in the sanctuary of Noctis? As Sonny considered all these questions and found no answers, one thought gradually encompassed all the others. A saint? I killed a saint? The spell had described Swordsman as a transcendent human, which was what saints were really called. Sonny knew it to be true, but still couldn't quite believe it. He was not someone to sell himself short, but not even in his wildest dreams had Sonny ever considered being able to kill a saint, at least not at his current rank. Saints were simply creatures of another plane, unrivaled demigods with enough power to level entire cities. Technically, a corrupted monster was of the same rank as a saint, and even possessed one more soul core, but there was no comparison. Due to their aspects in nature, transcendent humans were much more of a force to be reckoned with than any beast or monster could ever hope to be. Only a devil of the same rank, or maybe a powerful demon, could stand a chance in a battle against them, and yet Sonny had killed one. He had also killed a corrupted monster with the same strike. Well, technically, it was Saint who had delivered the strike, but it didn't matter. The result was the same. Now, that is definitely something that no one is going to believe, huh? Sonny chuckled, then grimaced from pain, and finally summoned the runes. The first thing he did was check his fragments. The number was just as he expected. Shadow fragments, 1958 Tovith. He had managed to kill a few nightmare creatures on the way to the shipwreck island, and killing a human and a monster 2 ranks above him gave 12 more fragments, 4 from the Saint and 8 from the Wormvine. Sonny sighed, lamenting the unfairness of his aspect for the 1000th time, and looked at the list of his memories. New runes appeared at the end of the list. He held his breath and read, Memory, Undying Chain, Memory Rank, Transcendent. His heart started to beat faster. At long last. This was the first transcendent memory he had acquired, which was a very pleasant milestone. Granted, an awakened like him was not even supposed to have ascended memories, let alone something 1 whole rank higher. But then, an average awakened rarely had to fight things above their rank, too. Pleased, Sonny continued to read. Memory tier 3, huh? How is this possible? The memory could have either come from the Wormvine, in which case it was supposed to be of the 2nd tier, or from Soulvein, in which case it was supposed to be of the 1st. However, it seemed as though the Undying Chain had actually come from both of his kills, maybe because Soulvein and the parasitic Wormvine were irrevocably connected. As such, it ended up being of the 3rd tier. Sonny had not even known that something like that was possible. Even more pleased, he grinned in satisfaction and returned his attention to the runes. Memory type, armor. His eyes glistened. Now that's what I'm talking about. Shadow Slave, Chapter 522, Chapter 522, Invincible. Sonny was really beyond himself. A good armor was exactly what he needed, and what could be better than a transcendent one? Most of the enemies he fought would not even be able to scratch it, let alone pierce it. His smile turned a little bitter when he remembered receiving the puppeteer's shroud and imagining how he would be nearly invincible to all the dormant creatures trying to attack him come winter solstice. Who knew that he would end up in a place where there was not even a single dormant bastard around, not counting Sonny himself and all the other misfortunate sleepers on the forgotten shore, of course. Still, he would have died 100 times if it hadn't been for the puppeteer's shroud. The Undying Chain was an undeniable improvement, so he had high hopes for it. Moving his gaze lower, he read the armor's description. Memory description. In a beautiful tower at the end of the world, Desire was bound by 7 brilliant shackles. She was meant to be chained there forever, and so her shackles were made eternal. Yet in the end, Desire was unleashed upon the world. Her shackles were destroyed, and the will of the gods was broken. Sonny stared at the shimmering runes, wondering. He knew that the spell, for whatever reason, behaved strangely when speaking about daemons. In fact, he had never seen or heard it use that term, as though the word itself was somehow forbidden. Sonny only learned it from the writings left behind by the prisoner of the hidden cell beneath the ruined cathedral in the Dark City. The closest the spell had ever come to mentioning the word daemon was calling the prince of the underworld a prideful demon. Yet there was no doubt that the Desire it spoke about here was a daemon, the demon of hope, who had been once chained in the ivory tower. Sonny had seen the place where she had been imprisoned himself, as well as the seed of nightmare growing from her broken shackles. At first glance, the meaning of the description was rather obvious, or at least it was to him with how much he already knew. But something told Sonny that it wasn't. The thing that didn't seem to add up was the fact that he had received the Undying Chain for killing Soulvein or the Wormvine, both of whom had seemingly nothing to do with the description. Unless he was thinking about it all wrong, Wormvine was susceptible to fire, as well as other means of dealing damage powerful enough to wound the abomination's flesh. But Soulvein was not so simple. The saint, from whose flesh the terrible monster had been born, seemed immune to any form of harm, including the immolating divine flame, almost as if Soulvein was immortal. That would certainly explain how the poor saint had survived thousands of years of harrowing torture after becoming Wormvine's host, and why the memory Sunny received from their death had the epithet of undying. Was there a second, less literal meaning to the 7 brilliant shackles mentioned in the description of the undying chain, which apparently were made eternal, just like Sylvain had been? Sunny frowned. This is just too weird. Even if his tentative theory was technically not impossible, the existence of the wooden knife went against it. What was that knife, and why had it killed Sylvain when nothing else seemed to have been able to? The knives, perhaps, were an even greater mystery. In any case, he didn't have enough information yet to try and glean the truth. With a sigh, Sunny returned to the runes. Learning what his new armor could do was much more interesting than trying to guess at the ancient mysteries with no clues anyway. Memory enchantments, chains of longing, brilliant will undying. Chains of longing enchantment description. This armor provides the wearer with high protection against mind attacks. Sunny blinked. What are the chances? Resistance to mind attacks was the second rarest form of protection, right after resistance to soul damage. And yet this was the third armor-type memory he had received that boasted it. His luck was incredibly good. Or maybe his tendency to run into especially terrible monsters was incredibly bad. In any case, this enchantment made sense. If this memory was connected to the imprisonment of hope, whose powers had been most likely tied to mind manipulation, then having protection against such attacks was logical. The fact that the undying chain had only 3 enchantments, as opposed to 5 of the mantle of the underworld, was also to be expected. The tier of a memory seemed to dictate how many enchantments it could accommodate, and the mantle, despite being of a lower rank, was higher by a few tiers. The second enchantment of the undying chain was very interesting. Brilliant will enchantment description. This armor becomes stronger when worn by those of divinity. Sunny grinned. Even without looking at the undying chain and its spell weave, he could tell how this enchantment worked. It was an overall enhancement based on how high the wearer's divine affinity was, which meant that a random awakened would not receive any augmentation to the resilience of their armor, while someone with the Mark of Divinity attribute would receive a decent amount. Sunny, though, with his Ember of Divinity, the augmentation would be enhanced threefold. It was a very solid enchantment. This is great. When his eyes fell on the third enchantment, though, he forgot all about his previous joy, intense as it was. His eyes widened slightly. The runes read, Undying Enchantment. Description. The wearer cannot die. Sunny tilted his head. What? Being unable to die surely sounded great, even if he had just seen what terrible fate had befallen Sylvain. However, Sunny quickly realized the limitations of this seemingly breathtaking enchantment. Unlike chains of longing and brilliant will, undying was an active one, and he was willing to bet that sustaining it required an ocean of soul essence. Considering that Sunny was just an awakened, his reserves would probably only amount to 1 moment of immortality. Still, 1 moment of immortality was more than fantastic, if used wisely. Sunny could imagine a lot of situations where this enchantment could save his life, but even more where using it would only amount to postponing his death by a fraction of a second. It was an amazing but very dangerous tool. Full of thought but extremely satisfied, Sunny stood up. Gunlag, too, had possessed a transcendent armor, however. His golden echo now felt inferior to the undying chain. The bright lord seemed so invincible and terrifying once, but Sunny had long surpassed him, and now his arsenal did as well. It was a strange feeling. With a sigh, Sunny dismissed the torn and bloodied puppeteer's shroud, then summoned the undying chain. Immediately, a slender metal armor weaved itself from nothingness around his body. It was forged out of lusterless, bleak steel, which looked very similar to the iron from which the heavenly chains themselves were made. The armor covered his body almost entirely, and the few gaps left between the fitted plates of steel showed a layer of thin, but incredibly strong chainmail underneath. His face became hidden behind a helmet that looked like a featureless mask, with only several vertical lines cut into it to provide a decent level of visibility. Shadow nested in the slits of the visor, creating a dark and ominous visage. There was a piece of black cloth wrapped around his waist, held in place by a wide belt fashioned out of dark leather, as well as a hood that provided additional protection to his head and neck. Surprisingly, the armor didn't seem very heavy, and neither did it restrict his mobility by much. The design was so intricate, and the steel plates fitted so perfectly to his body and to each other, that it felt like a second layer of skin, if that skin was cast of impenetrable steel. Of course, the undying chain wasn't as light as the puppeteer's shroud, but Sonny could move freely while wearing it, all the while not producing almost any sound. In exchange, it provided a vastly larger amount of protection. Standing in the cargo hold of the ancient ship, clad in his new transcendent armor, Sonny couldn't help but feel invincible. Disabuse yourself of that thought, fool. He smiled darkly, then looked at Saint. Well, what do you think? The taciturn demon didn't answer, of course. However, Sonny could swear that the glow of her ruby eyes, which were hidden behind the visor of a similarly closed helmet, became a bit approving. His smile widened, but then slowly disappeared. A steel armor. Suddenly grim, Sonny dismissed his helmet and turned in the direction where the firekeepers were supposed to be. After a few moments, he said quietly, "I see." Shadow Slave, Chapter 523, Chapter 523, Made Eternal. Blood Weave was slowly devouring the toxin, but Sonny still felt weak and feverish. Dismissing Saint, he walked around the cargo hold, getting used to the feel of the undying chain and looking around to see if there was something interesting laying around, like another chest full of Noctis coins, for example. Sadly, he didn't find anything. Even if the cargo hold had once stored ancient curios and treasures, everything was destroyed by the vines and the brown moss over thousands of years. However, he was pleasantly surprised to realize that the lusterless steel armor was not constricting his movements at all. It was really like a second layer of skin. Perhaps if Sonny wasn't augmented by the shadow, the undying chain would have been cumbersome. But he was, and on top of that, there were almost 2,000 shadow fragments stored in his two cores. Even if an awakened wasn't supposed to be able to wear the transcendent armor effortlessly, Sonny had no such problem. Sweet. Finally, he limped over to the pile of dust that remained of Swordsman and knelt beside it, then reached inside the ashes and retrieved the wooden knife. Of course, Sonny had not forgotten about it. To his disappointment, though, what he was holding in his hand was just the handle. The blade had splintered and broken off, and the wood seemed lifeless and dead. It was already starting to rot, and even when Sonny looked beneath the surface of the strange knife, he didn't see anything, no spell weave, no brilliant radiance of a sea of soul essence, and no string of fate folding endlessly on itself in a perfect circle. The wooden knife was truly and utterly broken. Sonny looked at the knife with a thoughtful frown. Interesting. Was the wooden knife created specifically to bring death to the immortal Swordsman? If so, were the obsidian knife in the sanctuary of Noctis and the ivory knife in the Night Temple meant to end the lives of two other immortals? Suddenly he shivered. A single string of fate, folded on itself and creating a perfect circle. If he had looked into the wooden knife before it was destroyed, would he have seen the same thing? A tentative hint of understanding appeared in his mind. Somehow Sonny felt that he would. He also suspected that the string of fate would not have been just a random one. No, it would have been Sylvain's fate. A string that was somehow torn out of the tapestry of fate and tied in an endless circle. Would something like that make a person immortal? And so the shackles were made eternal. Who could have done such a terrifying thing? Well, the answer was rather obvious. The Lord of Light, Sun God, who had destroyed Hope's kingdom and imprisoned her in the ivory tower, certainly could. After all, he was not only the deity of flame and light, but also of passion, creation, and destruction. Looking at the remains of the wooden knife that were rotting and turning to dust in his hand, Sonny couldn't help but shudder. If he was right, then he was holding a weapon created by a god, and he had used that weapon to kill an immortal created by a god. For the first time since Sonny had learned about the divinities of the dream realm, he suddenly felt really glad that they were dead. Sometime later, he jumped through the breach created by the worm vine and climbed onto the ancient ship's hull. Hissing from pain, Sonny staggered a little, then limped toward where the wreck ended. Since the ship was laying on its side, The wooden surface beneath his feet was inclined down and uneven. Almost inevitably, he lost his balance and rolled the last stretch of the way, landing on the ground in a graceless heap. Ouch! Sonny remained motionless for a while, then sighed and picked himself off the ground. Standing up, he studied the desolate valley and then headed to where he had seen the fire keepers last. The landscape of the shipwreck island was changed. The ground was overturned and scarred by deep trenches, looking like a battlefield of an ancient war. Some of the trenches were empty. Some were filled with massive stems of dead vines that protruded from the soil like rotting serpents. The air was filled with dust, ash, and smoke. Using the cruel sight as a staff to support his weight, Sonny limped forward and soon found the ring of bonfires. A pale smile appeared on his face. Well, what would you know, they actually survived. Indeed, the firekeepers seemed to be all there. Granted, they looked incredibly exhausted, battered and injured all over. All of them were covered in blood, dirt, and soot, their armor torn. Some were sitting with tired expressions on their faces. Others lay on the ground with only the movement of their chests betraying that they were alive. Only the steadfast young man who had wielded a short spear and a heavy shield in battle, the healer of the cohort, was up and about tending to his companions. Sonny walked between two of the bonfires and stopped, leaning on the cruel sight. His eyes darted around, lingered on the delicate figure of a young woman with pale blonde hair for a moment, and then turned away. Sonny? He glanced at Shakti, the artisan girl, who was resting on the ground a few steps away from him. The young woman looked more or less like a corpse. Her armor was almost destroyed, revealing deep lacerations on her tanned skin, and her face was dirty and pale from blood loss. What's worse, her right arm was torn away, ending in a bloodied bandage near the elbow. Such a wound was not permanent, since it was dealt to her spirit body and not the actual one, but still quite severe. Nevertheless, there was a wide grin on the artisan's face. Looking him over, she whistled and said, "New armor? Looking good?" She tried to laugh, but then bent over in a fit of violent coughing. It seemed that all of them were still suffering from the effects of the wormvine's poison, even if the healer had used his aspect to make it less lethal. The others looked in their direction, alerted to his arrival by Shakti's voice. Their eyes brightened. "Thank the gods. Sonny, you're alive. Good work out there. Crazy bastard, you actually did it." Sonny couldn't help but smile, obviously. Why wouldn't I? It was just a corrupted monster. His smile widened. Actually, I also went and killed an immortal saint that happened to be nearby. One strike for the both of them to not waste any time. All it took was a minute. The firekeepers stared at him for a bit, then rolled their eyes. Shakti shook her head. "Sure, Sonny, if you say so, but really, I just don't get you. Killing a corrupted monster is already an incredible thing. Why do you even have to invent some ridiculous story?" Sonny blinked a couple of times with an innocent look. "What do you mean, invent a story? It's the truth. I'm a very honest person. The most honest person in two worlds, really." Shadow Slave, Chapter 524, Chapter 524, 42. Sonny slumped on the ground, summoned the endless spring, and greedily drank some water, since his injuries were light. Well, at least compared to those received by the firekeepers. It was some time before the healer got to them. But eventually, it was his turn to receive treatment. The healer, a young man named Shim, was pale and exhausted, his soul essence clearly almost entirely depleted. Still, he managed to repair the ligament Sonny had torn while dodging the vines to a large extent. It hurt like hell, though. Of course, this healing ability couldn't compare to Neff's purifying white flames. But then it was hard for anyone to compare to Neff. Sonny knew it better than anyone. With a dark expression, he summoned the runes and glanced at the painfully familiar string of them. Shadow Fragments, 1958, 20,000. He was only 42 fragments away from evolving into a demon. This transformation was not only going to allow him to reinforce his body and reserves of shadow essence even further, but also reward Sonny with a third shadow. Having another invaluable helper would increase his power tremendously, making him capable of stacking 3 augmentations on top of each other, or spreading them over between his body, his memories, and Saint. He was almost to 2,000 fragments, To accumulate so many in only 7 months, that was an achievement worth celebrating. Very few awakened ever fully saturated their cores, and those who did usually spent long years slowly collecting soul shards of the nightmare creatures they killed, decades even. And that was for only one core. Sonny could be proud of himself, and yet he didn't feel happy. Looking lower, he concentrated on another, much shorter cluster of runes. Master, Changing Star. As soon as he did, new runes ignited in the air. Rank, Dreamer. Class, Devil, Soul Cores, 4-7. Soul Fragments, 399, 4,000. 7 months ago, the gap between them had nearly reached 5,000 fragments. Today it was much smaller, but that was only thanks to the Noctis coins he had sacrificed to the altar. The truth of the matter was that Sonny had been slowly shortening the gap for a long time, but now it had started growing once more. Not too long ago, something had happened to Neff in the dream realm, and as the result, the speed with which she gained soul fragments began increasing with each day. Sonny didn't know what Changing Star was doing, why she had suddenly become so much stronger, and even how she was still alive, but he knew that he was being slowly left in the dust once again. Dismissing the runes, he gritted his teeth and looked darkly at the desolate, hellish landscape of the shipwreck island. I have to get to that seed, that is the only way. Compared to all other awakened in their rate of growth, Sonny might have been a monster. But Neff was not even human. She was the devil himself. He didn't know what else to do to surpass her, to become stronger. His heavy thoughts were interrupted by the light sound of approaching steps. Looking up, Sonny saw Cassie walking over to him. Great, just what I need. She stopped a couple of steps away and lowered her head slightly. Are you all right? Sonny grimaced, then looked away. What do you care? I'll live, he scowled, and then added in a slightly acrid tone. Your information was wrong, by the way. That thing was not weak to fire. She tilted her head slightly. How did you kill it, then? Sonny smiled crookedly. With a piece of wood. Cassie remained silent for a while, prompting him to speak. So, now what? She sighed and turned toward the distant wreck. All of us are tired and wounded, and there is a crushing approaching. We will return to the sanctuary to rest and regroup, and then come back to establish 2 camps, one here and another one on a neighboring island. Then we will start repairing the ship. He nodded. Good plan, I guess. Do you really think that you can make that thing fly again, though? The blind girl hesitated. Eventually she said without too much emotion, We have to try, at least. Sonny studied the silhouette of the ancient ship, its hull full of breaches, its bow shattered and broken, the tree growing around its mast dead and resembling a black, twisted skeleton. Then he shook his head. How long do you think it will take you? Cassie hesitated. 2, maybe 3 months. We will be done before autumn is over, if that is what you want to know. He chuckled. You remember our deal then? Good. She frowned. Of course I remember. Sonny looked at the ground, then asked her coldly. When are we leaving for the night temple then? Cassie lingered for a few moments, a troubled expression suddenly finding its way onto her face. Finally, she said, When do you want to go? Sonny thought about it. There were several things he still needed to do. After a while, he shrugged. End of September. Everything should be ready by then. The journey to the northern edge of the Chained Isles and back shouldn't take us longer than a month. We'll be back just in time to see your flying ship rise into the air and use it to reach the Nightmare Seed. He lingered for a second and then asked, Why do you look so uneasy, though? Cassie slowly shook her head. It's nothing. Just the Night Temple. It's a very strange place. Sonny frowned. What is that supposed to mean? How so? She shivered. I'll explain it to you later. Right now, we need to move. This island is about to enter the ascent phase, which meant that the crushing was not too far ahead as well. Sonny sighed, then stood up. He didn't have to limp anymore. At least, as for why Cassie had said that the second human citadel on the Chained Isles was a weird place, he could wait for the answer. He had no need for this information right now, anyway. Sonny was a very patient man, at least when he needed to be. Besides, he had something else on his mind. 42 shadow fragments, it's not that much. Looking south and slightly to the east, He gripped the shaft of the cruel sight and stared toward the horizon with a dark expression. "I'll be a demon before we're back to the sanctuary." Shadow Slave, Chapter 525. Vengeful ghosts. 6 days later, the cohort had almost reached the safe haven of the citadel. The speed with which they traveled reduced significantly due to the heavy wounds the firekeepers had sustained, so all things considered, it was a very good result. As days went by, their healer had continued tending to his companions, so by now most had already recovered except for those like Shakti with especially grave injuries, of course. Those would only be healed after they had returned to the real world and then came back. Even then, their physical bodies were going to sustain serious internal damage and require a prolonged period of treatment. As the sun disappeared in the sky below, the cohort reluctantly made camp. From where they were now, only a handful of islands separated them from the sanctuary. However, some of those islands were populated by nightmare creatures too dangerous to attempt traversing their hunting grounds, so the firekeepers were going to have to make a big detour. Since traveling in the darkness was a big risk, they had no choice but to spend another night in the wilderness and continue their journey tomorrow. Sunny didn't mind. When everyone fell asleep, he quietly turned into a shadow and slid unseen between the lookouts. The darkness of the night might have been a threat to them, but to him it was an ally. For Sunny, it was time to hunt. He had been venturing alone into the deadly expanse of the Chained Isles for the past 5 nights, and this one was not an exception. During that time, Sunny had taken more risks than he usually would, challenging nightmare creatures that he had studied before, and those that he knew almost nothing about. Hunting the latter ones was a deadly endeavor, but with Saint's help, he managed to emerge victorious from each battle without sustaining too many wounds. The undying chain had also played a big part in his success, since even when Sunny received damage, it blocked most of it. Nothing had been able to pierce the bleak steel of his new armor yet. Gliding across the heavenly chain, Sunny approached a neighboring island and soared into the sky, then crashed heavily to the ground. The silver blade of the cruel sight gleamed, reflecting starlight as it manifested in his hand. Sunny rose to his feet and grunted, then walked forward with a dark expression. The island he just reached was descending, but still high enough for him to feel the remnant effects of the crushing. Still, Sunny didn't care. Tonight nothing was going to stop him. He was just one step away from fully saturating his cores. Sunny walked between tall, jagged stones, approaching a large ruin that stood forlornly near the center of the island. He had been to this place and explored it before, so he knew what kind of abominations made their nest in the ancient structure. The ruin might have been beautiful once, but now it was warped and misshapen, its walls full of cracks and on the verge of collapsing. Sunny didn't know what purpose it had once served and how it was destroyed, but had concluded many months ago that a terrible battle must have taken place inside the ruin once. The clues were in the central hall of the shattered building, where the stones were damaged and looked like melted wax. Its walls had collapsed outward, which told him that whatever force had devastated the structure had come from within, as opposed to from the outside. Regardless of any of that, he had fought the dwellers of the ruin before. There were 2 types of nightmare creatures inhabiting the island of jagged rocks. The first ones were of the awakened rank and resembled stone gargoyles. They had lived near the edges of the island, and Sunny had already killed most of them, if not all, during his first months on the Chained Isles. The gargoyles never went near the ruin itself, because there were much more powerful creatures dwelling inside the ancient building. Those were of the fallen rank and looked like beautiful specters. Beneath their eerie beauty, though, hid an ocean of madness, evil, and bloodlust. The first time Sunny had encountered these wraiths, he barely escaped alive. Luckily, the wraiths only appeared at night. And now that he was much stronger and had the cruel sight, which had the ability to harm incorporeal enemies, this night was going to be their last. Summoning his helmet, Sunny looked at the ruin through the narrow slits of his visor and walked into the darkness that reigned between the ancient stone walls. "Your shadow grows stronger," Sunny growled, jumping back from the ghostly form of a beautiful young woman he had just pierced with the incandescent blade of his spear. Or rather, she had seemed beautiful before showing her true face, a twisted, terrifying mask of inhuman hatred and corruption, ancient madness, burning in the dark, bottomless pits of her eyes. Fighting phantoms had turned out to be much harder than he had anticipated. Even if the ghost blade enchantment of the cruel sight allowed him to strike them down, not only because their movements were fast and unpredictable, defying the logic of combat he was familiar with, but also because their attacks seemed to be able to deal soul damage as well. In fact, the claws of the wraiths of the ruin were able to bypass armor completely. The undying chain mitigated some damage due to its higher rank, but not enough to make the battle even remotely easy. Currently, Sunny felt weakened and in the throes of terrible pain, as if he had spent too much time in the vicinity of the broken oath. Curses. This just went to show that one could never feel safe in the dream realm. After receiving a transcendent armor, Sunny had allowed himself to become too complacent. He should have known better than to forget that. No matter how powerful a person was, all it took to die was one mistake. Every power had a flaw after all. But still, he wasn't going to retreat now. As an ear-piercing scream echoed from the stone walls, growing closer and closer, Sunny gritted his teeth and summoned the runes. Shadow Fragments, 1994/2000. He raised the cruel sight and faced the direction of the eerie shriek with a grim smile. One more to go. Shadow Slave, Chapter 526. Chapter 526. Demon. Before the wrathful specter had time to appear, Sunny attacked first. Stepping through the shadows, he passed through the stone wall in front of him and entered a vast ruined hall. It was illuminated by the pale rays of moonlight that fell through the broken roof, but also full of deep darkness. That darkness was cut by the bright radiance emanated by the incandescent blade of the cruel sight. Jumping over a pile of rubble, Sunny brought his spear down on the howling wraith and then spun, sending an unexpected thrust in the direction where any enemy would have retreated. Sadly, the apparition was suddenly somewhere else. Curses! The wraiths moved through space as if they were suspended between two worlds, as well as between the ground and the night sky. Their feet, if they had any, never touched the stone floor, and as such, Sunny couldn't observe their footwork to judge their next move. What's worse, sometimes they simply disappeared and then appeared some distance away, as if phasing between different states of existence. It was a bit like fighting Sunny himself when he used Shadow Step to zip around the battlefield. So annoying. Dashing forward, he barely avoided the ghostly claws and rolled over his shoulder on the floor. The steel of the undying chain scraped against the shattered stones, producing a dull sound. Considering how narrow the slits of the featureless mask that served as the visor of his helmet were, Sunny had a surprisingly wide and unobstructed field of view, almost as if he wasn't wearing any at all. Jumping back to his feet, he was finally able to take a good look at the hall he had entered. Ah, so that's where she was coming from. It was the central chamber of the ruin, where, as he suspected, a fierce confrontation had taken place in the ancient past. The stone slabs of the floor were cracked and misshapen, the pattern of destruction suggesting that something had detonated with tremendous force in the center of the hall once. The pillars supporting the roof were long toppled, and the walls themselves had mostly collapsed. In the center of the room lay the remains of something resembling a massive stone chalice, now broken and almost unrecognizable. And there were human bones littering the floor. Some skeletons were scattered entirely, and some were still whole. A few even wore the rotten remains of red silken garments that strongly resembled those of the deadly specters. Sunny had no doubt that these were the remains of people from whose souls the ghastly wraiths had been born. He had no idea how they had died, why their souls had turned into vengeful specters instead of dissipating into the void, and what drove them to madly attack anyone who approached the ruins. All he knew was that the wraiths were very hard to destroy and full of seething hatred toward the living. Or maybe they just really hated him in particular, for whatever reason. He grinned, and then brought his armored boot on one of the skulls, crushing it into dust. That caused the damnable specter to let out another chilling shriek and lunge at him with murderous fury, as if she had lost all reason. If the creature had any reason, that is, to begin with, which was precisely what Sunny was hoping for. His body, conditioned by the endless hours of practice with Effie and Saint, reacted almost on its own. Shifting his weight to his right foot, Sunny burst with motion and threw his hand up. The polished shaft of the cruel sight slid between his fingers, suddenly extending forward to its full length. He only caught it near the very end. The reach of this strike was truly incredible compared to how far Itachi like the Midnight Shard could effectively cut. The incandescent blade caught the wraith in the chest, sending tongues of white flame dancing on her spectral figure. Divine flames could burn even souls after all. However, even engulfed in flames, the creature continued its attack. Since it was impossible to recover from performing such a strike quickly, Sunny would have been in trouble. Luckily, the cruel sight was a very special weapon. Its shaft started shortening at the same speed as the wraith was advancing, continuing to burn it without a pause. In the end, Sunny found himself face to face with the hateful apparition, gripping the hilt of a short sword. Without wasting any time, he pulled it upward, slicing through the incorporeal body of the enemy and reaching her neck. White flames suddenly tore through the darkness of the creature's eyes, and before her ghostly claw could reach his flesh, just like that, the wraith was destroyed. As her figure shimmered and started to disappear, Sunny let out a shaky breath, then summoned Saint from the shadows and threw the cruel sight to her. "Guard me. You have slain a fallen demon, Chalice Maiden." The taciturn demon calmly caught the sword, weighted it in her hand, and then assumed her usual indifferent pose. "Your shadow grows stronger." Sunny gritted his teeth. "Ah, this is going to suck." The voice of the spell resounded once more, echoing in the darkness of the ruined hall. "Your shadow is overflowing with power." He screamed and fell to his knees, feeling as though his very soul was on fire, as though something was rising from its dark depths, ripping it apart. "Your shadow is taking shape. Damn it all! Why does it have to hurt so much?" Sunny groaned and clawed at the floor, tears streaming from his eyes. The fingers of his armored gauntlet left deep grooves in the stone. The pain he was experiencing was not the worst he had ever felt, but really up there? "Arg!" He slammed his fist down, sending cracks through the slab of ancient stone, then did it again and again, pulverizing it into tiny shards. Eventually those shards turned into dust, and only then did his agony finally begin receding. The spell whispered into his ear. "Your shadow is complete." Released from the paralyzing pain, Sunny fell down and sprawled on the floor. Breathing raggedly, he remained motionless for a few minutes and then summoned the runes. Familiar symbols shimmered in the air. Name, Sunless. True name, lost from light. Rank, awakened. Class, Demon. Shadow cores, 3 sevens. Shadow fragments, 0.3 Sunny smiled weakly. After a while, he said, "Back to 0, I guess." Shadow Slave, Chapter 527. Chapter 527, The New Guy. Now that Sunny had experienced moving up a class without simultaneously rising to a new rank, he understood the difference between the two more clearly. Ascending to a new rank was a much more profound change. It elevated the quality of his shadow cores and essence, gifted him with new abilities, and allowed for a deeper access to his aspect. The resulting jump in power was nothing short of tremendous. Reaching a new class, on the contrary, primarily affected the quantity of his shadow essence, and as such the increase in power was much more gradual. Sunny didn't feel much stronger than he had a few hours ago, but that was because he had already been enjoying the extra strength and essence capacity for a long time. In fact, the main benefit of having several cores had been aiding him ever since Sunny passed the 1,000 mark on the counter of shadow fragments. Unlike all other awakened, excluding Nephis, there was no limit to his capacity to store essence and reinforce his body. Or rather, that limit was so high that it might have as well not been there. However, that was not to say that Sunny didn't get other incredibly potent benefits from manifesting a third shadow core. Standing up with a groan, he allowed the moonlight to bathe his slender figure and looked down at the 3 dark silhouettes sprawled on the ancient stones in front of him. One shadow looked like it was suffering from a toothache. The other was beyond itself and jubilant. And the third one, the third shadow was just standing there motionlessly and staring at him, its dark figure not betraying any hint of emotion. Under its silent and unnerving gaze, he suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. For some reason, Sunny shivered slightly. Is it just me, or is this guy a bit, creepy? The creepy shadow didn't react at all to his thoughts and just continued staring at him without moving. Sunny hesitated, then cleared his throat. Well, welcome to the team. Meet the other two, your elder siblings." The new shadow lingered for a few moments, and then slowly turned its head to look at his other ones. Immediately, the happy shadow made an energetic move to welcome it, but then stumbled mid-step, shivered a little, and slowly backed away, somehow ending up hiding behind the gloomy one. The gloomy shadow sighed with contempt, then faced the new guy and glared at him, clearly unimpressed. Amused, Sunny watched the two stare at each for several minutes straight. In the end, the creepy shadow glanced at him, then silently walked over to one of the ancient skeletons and studied the skull with disturbing fascination. It was trying to act cool, but Sunny could tell that the new guy was a bit flustered. He smiled. "That's right, that gloomy one is a real menace. Even I am afraid of him a little." The gloomy shadow looked at both of them with disdain, shook its head, and indifferently turned away. Sunny chuckled. "All right, time to experiment a little." After that, he summoned all three shadows and wrapped them around his body. Immediately he felt explosive might course through his veins, his skin turning hard as stone, his speed increasing tremendously. It was as though he grew 4 times more powerful than he had been a couple of seconds ago. A dark grin found its way onto his face. "So that is how it feels to be a demon." Sunny dashed to the wall of the vast chamber, then ran back, raising a gale of wind in his wake. Then he brought his fist down on a piece of rubble, making it explode into a cloud of shards. Finally, he saturated his muscles with essence and jumped up, easily flying a dozen meters into the air and climbing onto the roof of the ruin through the breach in the dome of its central hall. His heart was beating fast in triumphant exhilaration. "Incredible! This is amazing!" Sitting down, he glanced at Saint, who was far below him now, and laughed. Sunny was more powerful now than any awakened was supposed to be. In fact, in terms of pure physical ability, he was much closer to masters, perhaps even at the same level as those of them who had just reached their rank and had no time to reinforce their cores yet. That was not to say that he had a good chance of prevailing in a fight against an ascended. Physical ability was not what made them so deadly after all. Remembering the ease with which Master Jet had severed the arm of a fallen tyrant, Sunny sighed wistfully. What's more, he now had the ability to augment 3 things at the same time. If Saint wasn't with him, Sunny could enhance his body, his armor, and his weapons simultaneously. Depending on the situation, he could also stack augmentations either on the Cruel Sight or the Undying Chain, which gave him much more choices during a battle with especially tough or dangerous opponents. And there was one other thing. Sunny summoned the runes and glanced at a particular string. Shadow, Soul Serpent, Shadow rank, Dormant. Shadow class, Demon. Aha, just as I thought before. The Soul Serpent was a mere monster. Sunny had long thought that the Shadow's rank depended on the level of Shadow Dance comprehension he was able to achieve, while its class depended on his own. Now he had proof. Looking down, Sunny noticed new runes shimmering in the darkness. Shadow attributes, Shadow Guide, Soul Weapon, Shadow abilities, Serpentine Steel. The ability was new. Excited, he read its description. Serpentine Steel ability description: Shadow Serpent's soul weapon form can assume the shape of any weapon. A crooked smile appeared on his face, commanding the serpent to slither forth and assume the shape of the dark Odachi. He studied the great sword for a few moments and then gave another command. The lusterless blade suddenly flowed like black mercury, and a few moments later he was holding a long spear in his hand. Almost unseen on the dark wood, the scales of a long coiling body were engraved on its shaft, the spearhead shaped to resemble that of a serpent. Sunny drew in a deep breath. This is perfect. This is just what I needed. Dismissing the predatory spear and allowing the shadow to slither back onto his body, he looked east, where a pale lilac line had already appeared over the horizon, and smiled. I should be getting back. The new day was coming, and Sunny couldn't wait to return to the real world. With only a few months left until it was time to challenge the Seed of Nightmare, he had a lot of things to do. Shadow Slave, Chapter 528. Chapter 528, Personal Style. A few days later, Sunny was in his living room watching as Rain performed the same strike over and over again, her eyes full of stubborn determination. The practice sword rose and fell, over and over again, cutting the air with a whistling sound. Actually, her form wasn't bad. Effie was currently traveling between citadels, so she had not come out of her sleeping pod for a while now. Sunny and Rain were alone, which made the training session much less lively. Finally, some peace and quiet. Despite thinking that Sunny couldn't help but feel that his home seemed a little bit empty these days, he sighed. There were other things on his mind, too. Now that his part of the deal with Cassie was complete, the journey into the nightmare was drawing close. No matter how aloof about the whole thing Sunny wanted to remain, he was aware that there was a real possibility that he would not return from that trial alive. Even if he did, there was no telling how long conquering the nightmare would take, which meant that his remaining time with Rain was limited. And he couldn't waste it. He had to accelerate her training and teach her some actual battle skills. Observing the teenage girl, who continued to swing her practice sword while drops of sweat rolled down her face, Sunny was in deep thought. What style was he going to teach her? Rain was his sister, so his first instinct was to share his legacy, shadow dance, with her, almost as if they were members of an actual clan. However, that wasn't a very good idea. Not only was her mentality poorly suited for his shapeless and insidious battle art, but she was also physically incapable of learning it. Since everyone received extensive combat training in school, there weren't really a lot of weak people in the waking world. But shadow dance was simply not meant to be practiced by mundane humans. It demanded a physical constitution of an awakened, at least. Sunny was only able to master the first step as a sleeper because of his unique aspect, hundreds upon hundreds of shadow fragments he had absorbed on the Forgotten Shore, and the fact that this style was tailor-made for him, by him. What then? The flowing and unpredictable battle art that Nephis had taught him obviously came to mind. It was designed to be a perfect foundational style, after all. However, Sunny didn't like the idea of teaching it to Rain. Not only because he felt that he didn't have the right, but also because it came from the Immortal Flame clans. Sunny suspected that this ingeniously adaptable battle art had been created by the martial genius, Broken Sword himself. He also had an idea of who Broken Sword's killers were. Who could tell what problems knowing this style could drag along? By now, Sunny had also learned a plethora of various battle styles in the dreamscape. However, none of them impressed him too much. That meant that there was only one choice left. Coincidentally, he felt that it was the most fitting, Saint's solid, grounded battle style. It seemed to suit Rain's quiet, thoughtful, and meticulous personality very well. It was also the most precise and methodical technique Sunny knew, and one that provided the best defense. His goal was to ensure that Rain survives for as long as possible, and having a flawless defense went a long way if one wanted to not die. More than that, his sister seemed to share a connection with Saint. If she was such a big fan of the graceful demon, perhaps there was a reason for that. In any case, learning the style of her idol would not be the worst thing in the world. Noticing that he was staring at her with a dark expression, Rain stopped and gave Sunny a questioning look. "What did I mess up?" He slowly shook his head. "No. Actually, your form was perfect for the last 100 strikes." A wide, incredibly bright smile suddenly appeared on the teenage girl's usually calm and collected face. "Aha! See, I practiced every day while you were gone on your trip. All my classmates think that I lost my mind. What do those fools even know?" The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. Since when does she refer to people as fools? She was such a polite girl before meeting me. Rain blinked a couple of times, then asked, "But if I was doing it right, why were you staring at me with that curses and damnation expression of yours? A what now? I don't have a—" Sunny cleared his throat. I think that you're ready to learn more than one strike." Rain beamed. "Yes, finally." She looked around the living room and then said, "So, are you going to show me some real battle techniques? Effie said that you are decent with the sword. At least I think that was what she meant. Are you?" Sunny hesitated, then shrugged and stood up. "Yeah, I do know my way around a sword. Let me just this place is too cramped. Follow me." Turning around, he went toward the hallway and pressed on a certain wall panel, which then moved aside, revealing the doors of an elevator. Rain stared at all that with a funny expression. You have a secret door in your house, Sunny smiled. Sure, actually, I have two. One for the stairs and one for the elevator, the girl thought for a second, and then gave him an understanding nod. Ah, you have an underground shelter. That's smart. We don't have one in our home since building it is very expensive. He gave her a strange look. Aren't your parents rich? Rain laughed. For a wildly successful young entrepreneur, you don't know a lot about money, do you, Sonny? Sure, our family is not poor, but there's rich, and then there's rich. And we're not that kind of rich? Sonny tilted his head, trying to make sense of what he had just heard. What the hell is that nonsense? Rich is rich, isn't it? He frowned. I know lots about money, kid. I know how to make it and how to spend it. What else is there to know? Rain stared at him for a few moments, and then silently shook her head. Together they entered the elevator and descended into the underground dojo. Shadow Slave, Chapter 529. Chapter 529, Secret Lair. The dojo was rather large and submerged in absolute darkness. Sunny gave the home a command, and immediately bright light chased the darkness away, revealing the floor, walls, and ceiling that were covered by heavy plates of armored ceramic alloy. Some of the plates already had cracks in them, which Sunny was painfully aware of after all. Those cracks had appeared as the result of Saint repeatedly slamming him against the floor. Simply looking at them made Sunny ache all over. I'm going to have to replace a few soon. He exited the elevator and walked over to a stand where various practice weapons were kept. These weapons were made out of reinforced synthetic materials to withstand the intensity of awakened training and had cost him a fortune. Sadly, Sunny had never even touched them, since training with the real deal was far more effective. Behind him, Rain walked into the dojo and looked around with curiosity. This space looked dark and mysterious, like a lair of a mythical monster. Do you come here a lot? Sunny gave her a short look. Of course I do. This is where I sleep. She was slightly surprised, but then seemed to understand the meaning of his answer. For mundane humans, such a shelter would only be useful if a gate opened nearby. But awakened were more or less defenseless while in the dream realm. They needed the protection. An underground bunker could provide much more, since their empty bodies could be easily destroyed when the spirit wandered away. Her gaze traveled to the steel sarcophagus of the sleeping pod and then moved past it. Suddenly, Rain's eyes brightened. Wow! Is that a dreamscape pod? Sunny hesitated, surprised by her strong reaction. Sure, why? My super expensive sleeping pod is much more impressive. Why is she so fascinated by that silly thing? The teenage girl walked over to the alcove with the two machines and studied one of them with excited curiosity. The luxurious, state-of-the-art sarcophagus received zero attention. Do you play often? He rolled his eyes, then shrugged. From time to time, I guess. When I have time. Dueling other awakened helps with my own training? Rain sighed with envy. That's cool. Some of my classmates have personal dreamscape pods, too. They play the version for mundane humans, of course, but it still sounds amazing. Sunny smiled. What do you want to play? Rain looked at the pod for a few moments, then slowly shook her head. When she spoke, her voice sounded too mature for her age. No, not really. It's only fun with friends. He frowned a little, then asked in a neutral tone, Why don't you have any friends? The teenage girl sighed, then turned away from the capsule. No. I used to have a lot in my previous school, but after Dad got me a spot in this one, I just study and go home. People there are not very friendly. That's one way to put it. Sunny looked at her, then smiled widely. Well, friends are overrated anyway. I never had any growing up, and look at me. Have I not turned out just fine? She did look at him, doubt clearly written on her face. Yeah, but Sunny raised an eyebrow. But what? Rain lingered for a few moments, then asked curiously, Don't you have a girlfriend? Sunny blinked. Huh? Wait, what? What girlfriend? Don't tell me that you think that Effie and I... Rain giggled. Actually, I did think that at the start, so I asked Effie and she told me that you already have a girlfriend. Sunny's eye twitched, Damn Effie, I'm really going to kill her. Better yet, I'll make Saint kill her. How many times will she repeat that stupid joke about us before realizing that it isn't funny? It wasn't funny the first time, and it's certainly not funny the 100th. He opened his mouth to retort angrily. However, Rain's next word made him fall silent. She said that you bring her flowers every week and even visit her mom from time to time. I think it's very sweet. Sonny froze, staring at the teenage girl with a heavy expression, feeling that his reaction was a bit strange. Rain frowned. Did I say something wrong? He lingered for a few moments, then turned away. No, Effie just likes to run her mouth sometimes. She shouldn't have told you that. Not quite understanding what was happening, but feeling dark undertones in his voice, the teenage girl awkwardly smiled. Oh, did I just get Effie in trouble? Staring at the practice weapons, Sonny sighed. No, it's just that there is indeed a girl I bring flowers to when I can. But she isn't my girlfriend. Rain glanced at him in confusion. But, why do you bring her flowers then? Sonny turned around and looked at her darkly. Rain suddenly shivered, realizing that she had never seen Sonny acting this cold. A few moments later, he said evenly, It's because I made it out of the dream realm and she did not. Do you understand? The teenage girl thought for a few moments, then paled a little and nodded. Sonny shook his head. I don't think you do, and hopefully you never will with that. He took a round shield and a straight practice sword off the wall, closed his eye for a moment, and then forced an easygoing smile to appear on his face. Anyway, here's what you'll be training with from now on. They might be a bit heavy for you, but the weight will help you condition your body. What do you think? Still feeling a bit awkward, Rain took the weapons, weighed them in her hands, and cleared her throat. Actually, I prefer ranged weapons. That's what I've been mostly using in school. Sonny shook his head. Ranged weapons are wonderful, and you should definitely know how to use them, but they stop being wonderful as soon as a nightmare creature gets close to you, and believe me, they will. So you should learn melee combat first. Rain looked at him with a bit of stubbornness. But Knight from Nightingale is an archer, and he is a hero who has a true name. Oh, gods, don't tell me that my little sister is his fangirl too, damned Kai. Just you wait. Sonny stared at the teenage girl for a few moments, his expression unreadable. After a while, he said in a strange tone, Knight from Nightingale can fly. Can you? In any case, learn how to use a sword first. If you do, I'll get him to personally teach you how to shoot a bow. How about that? Rain laughed. Yeah, sure. Why don't you invite him for dinner as well while you're at it? After that, she covered her mouth with a palm and laughed even louder. Sonny sighed heavily, then shook his head. This child, she's hopeless, isn't she? He waited until Rain stopped laughing and then said sternly, Before we start, though, I'm going to ask you a question. She looked at him, turning back into her serious, studious self. Yeah. Sonny lingered for a few moments and then asked, What do you think the essence of combat is? Shadow Slave Chapter 530. Chapter 530, Something Better. Rain looked at him with a serious expression, thinking. Inwardly, Sonny sighed. He still didn't know how to change her mentality and make her vicious enough to survive the dream realm. He didn't even know if he wanted to and if that was the right thing to do. At least she seemed to understand a little bit more about the truth of the world after surviving the gate opening. For now, that was going to have to be enough. And this conversation was his attempt to make the lesson stick. After a while, Rain said with uncertainty, Survival? Sonny raised an eyebrow, looking at her with surprise. What were the chances that, despite their different life experiences, his sister would answer the question the same way he had all that time ago, in the desolate hell of the forgotten shore? He remained silent for a while, remembering those terrible, wonderful days. Then he shook his head. No, the essence of combat is murder. Rain shivered slightly. Murder? Sonny nodded. Of course, what else would it be? You have to kill your enemy or die. Either way, someone ends up murdered and someone ends up as the murderer. So the purpose of combat training is to make sure that you're the murderer. It is really that simple. He paused and then added, Survival is important, of course, but that can't be your primary goal. Such a goal is a terrible one to have. Even in life, it is not enough. You have to survive to continue living, but if you only live to survive, then what is even the point? More than that, if you don't strive for something bigger, something better, then you will only ever do what is required and nothing else, which will make you weaker than those who want and dare to do more, and that weakness will cost you your life. His voice trailed off, and Sonny suddenly fell silent. Rain looked at him in confusion. Sonny? He blinked a couple of times. Yeah, sorry. So, well, what do you know? I guess it's true what they say. The best way to learn is to teach. While trying to impart some wisdom, little as he had, on his attentive student, Sonny had accidentally stumbled on a truth about his own desperate desire to grow stronger. Everything Sonny had told Rain could be applied to himself. He had long ago abandoned his singular desire to survive at all cost, and now wanted much more, but was his desire to live free and with dignity really comparable to Neff's passionate, immolating obsession? Would he really be able to surpass her while being driven by such a mundane goal? That gave Sonny a lot to think about. He glanced at Rain and then continued. Mastery of combat can be divided into two aspects, mastery of the body and mastery of the mind. Your body can be trained through exercise, but your mind is much more tricky. If you can understand the true essence of combat, however, truly grasp it with your very core, then you will have enough clarity to master the mind. Sonny spent some time explaining the fundamental laws of combat, at least to the extent that he himself understood them, to Rain. In the end, he wasn't sure that she really grasped the knowledge he wanted to share with her, but it was at least a start. Thinking back to his own tumultuous education, Sonny couldn't really blame her. It was hard, or maybe even impossible, to really understand battle without experiencing it. He had met Nephis after surviving the first nightmare and several days of fighting for his life on the forgotten shore. Even then, it had taken being nearly killed by a carapace centurion for him to reach the state of clarity. There were no carapace centurions around, and Sonny certainly wasn't going to run her through with a sword. So, for now, this was going to have to do after the verbal lesson. Sonny showed Rain a few basic stances and katas of Saint's style, and watched her struggle to replicate them. The progress was slow, but she was really a talented kid. For now, what held her back the most was her weak body, but that was okay. One couldn't expect a teenage girl to be as strong as an awakened. Her body could be trained, of course. Rain was never going to be as strong and resilient as a burly, able-bodied man. But then neither was Sonny. Due to his low stature and lean build, he couldn't compete with people like Castor or Master Roan in terms of physical might. However, this could be mitigated by aspect abilities, absorbing fragments, and mastering precise essence control. What's more, sharp weapons were the great equalizer. The purpose of a weapon was to reduce the amount of force one needed to apply to deliver a lethal blow, unless one planned to beat their enemy to death with their fists. Technique and skill were much more important than pure strength, and Saint's battle style could make that inherent disadvantage even slimmer. After a while, Sonny judged that Rain had enough. The girl seemed to be sufficiently exhausted, and pushing further would not do her any good. He gestured for her to stop and placed the practice weapons back on the stand, then summoned the endless spring and offered it to the tired girl. Rain was breathing heavily, her pale face glistening with sweat. Noticing the beautiful glass bottle, she smiled with excitement. Wow, is that a memory? Sonny tilted his head a little. Sure, why are you asking? The girl grabbed the endless spring and studied it from all sides, then cautiously took a few sips. You don't get it. I've never seen a real memory up close before it. It feels so real. He stared at her in bewilderment. It is real? What are you talking about? Rain glanced at him with scorn, drank the water greedily, and then handed the endless spring back with a bit of reluctance. Did you get it after defeating some terrible monster? Or bought it? Sonny frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then said darkly, It was a gift, actually. She blinked a couple of times. Oh, from that friend of yours? He grimaced. No, not from a friend. Then Sonny dismissed the endless spring and headed toward the elevator. Anyway, it's time for you to go. Otherwise, your parents might think that I have kidnapped you. Oh, he thought for a bit before saying, I have some ice cream in the fridge. We can eat it before you go if you want, unless Effie had already devoured everything. Of course, Rain giggled, then followed him with a very pleased expression. Before entering the elevator, she threw one last glance at the Dreamscape pod, and then suddenly asked, "By the way, the Dream Tournament is in a few days. Are you participating?" Sunny scoffed and pressed the button, sending the elevator up. "Do I look like I have time to play with kids in a playground? I have real things to do, you know." Rain glanced at him and sighed. "Yeah, I get it. What a pity, though. I hear that the main prize this year are especially amazing. You wouldn't be able to win it, of course, but there are many smaller rewards." Sunny's expression subtly changed. As the doors opened, he looked at Rain, remained silent for a moment, and then asked in a very, very disinterested voice, "Oh, really? There are prizes? Huh, how curious. What kind of prizes are we talking about exactly?" Shadow Slave, Chapter 531, Dream Tournament. Sometime later, Sunny saw Rain out, watched as she walked away, and then calmly closed the door. As soon as she did, however, his placid expression evaporated. "What the hell? How come I didn't know about this?" Hastily taking out his communicator, he accessed the network and searched for information about the Dream Tournament. A few minutes later, he sat down on a chair, a little stunned. What is this insanity? Sunny knew, of course, that Dreamscape duels were a popular form of entertainment, both among the awakened who participated in them and among the mundane humans who followed their favorite duelists and created boisterous fan clubs. However, he had no idea that even the great clans paid attention to the illusory game. Apparently, the creator of the Dreamscape held a big tournament each year, and each year one of the great clans, either Valor, Song, or Night, sponsored the prize pool. Participants who managed to achieve good results were able to receive cash prizes, memories, and even echoes. The rewards for the finalists were especially generous and came directly from the great clan's armory. They were also of the ascended rank. Sunny trembled, his eyes burning with avarice. No, think about it rationally. The great clans were obviously after a straightforward goal: keep an eye on the rising talents among the unaffiliated awakened. But did it matter? Sunny had already failed to keep his fake persona under the radar. Anyone who paid attention to Dreamscape had at least heard about Mongrel. What was there to even think about? Free goodies, that's what it is. Completely forgetting about his previous disdain for the tournament, Sunny got completely absorbed by the prospect of receiving memories free of charge. He was almost drooling. And if free memories weren't enough, there was another reason for why this tournament now seemed very alluring to him. For the past months, Sunny had participated in hundreds of duels in various arenas. His goal was to absorb as many styles as possible, to reinforce the foundation of Shadow Dance and make it more efficient. This way, he hoped to achieve the next level of mastery over his elusive battle art. Not all battle styles were made the same. Some were simple and straightforward, while others were complex and unique. The more unique a style was, the harder it was for Sunny to gain insight into its principles. It was not like he had a magical ability to peer into the very essence of a style. This ability of his was more or less mundane, based on his own talent, mastery, and sensitivity to shadows. So he had been working diligently to create a sizable library of simpler styles, which would in turn improve his capacity to discern the patterns of more complicated ones with sufficient speed. After all styles were constructed out of the same basic elements. The more basic patterns he knew, the easier it was to understand various styles on the fly. However, the quality of his opponents in the Dreamscape arenas was not that high for obvious reasons. True talents had better things to do than play games. Most of them also belonged to legacy clans who lived by a different set of rules. In the world of legacies, strength and talent were not something to boast about. Renown only served to make the enemy aware of your weaknesses. In that regard, hidden tigers of the legacy clans were very much like Sunny, remaining in the shadows until it was time to deliver a lethal strike. That was why his progress had stalled lately. These days, the only worthy opponents he could find were a few rare eccentrics and a rare gem here and there. Not nearly enough to satiate Mongrel's hunger for a variety of distinct battle styles. What's more, at the highest levels of awakened battle skill, styles were not only about physical movements and mindset anymore. They weaved unique patterns of essence control into the technique too, which Sunny couldn't perceive and was only able to infer from indirect clues. Sadly, he wasn't exposed to a lot of opponents practicing such styles in the arenas. The tournament was going to change that, however. With the valuable prizes added into the mix, people who would usually not waste time in the dreamscape were bound to show up, lured by the scent of rare memories and echoes. Even people from lesser legacy clans would, without a doubt, be tempted to participate. A powerful ascended weapon or armor could change their lives, too. So, Sunny could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Compete for these prizes and enrich his library of styles at the same time. Forget it. I'd be a fool to miss this chance. Even knowing what a headache it would be to bring even more exposure to Mongrel, Sunny couldn't let such an opportunity go. Plus, he had some free time while Effie and Kai were traveling to the Chained Isles. Scrolling through the feed, he started reading everything he could find about the upcoming tournament. Several days later, Sunny locked the door of his house, descended into the basement, and approached the Dreamscape pod. As soon as he entered the fake black void, the familiar, pleasant voice greeted him. "Welcome back to the Dreamscape? Challenger Mongrel?" Sunny didn't pay attention to it and briefly looked at his status. "Mongrel? Victories, 813, defeats 0. With a quiet sneer, he turned to several images floating in the boundless darkness in front of him. These were the arenas he had access to, and by now there were significantly more of them than had been there at the start. Today, however, the list looked different. The images of the arenas were pushed to the sides, and a new one appeared in the very middle. It was completely white, with a golden shape of an olive wreath depicted beneath 2 shining words, Dream Tournament. Sunny lingered for a moment, summoned the mantle of the underworld and Weaver's mask, and then stepped toward the image. Shadow Slave Chapter 532, Chapter 532, Ancient Forest, the golden wreath disappeared, and Sunny found himself facing 2 new images. On one, a knight in a suit of polished armor was depicted holding a bloodied sword. On the other, a warrior in an archaic armor was shown standing back to back with the knight, a slender huntress drawing her bow behind them. The pleasant voice announced, "Challenger, select your dream." Several words appeared above the images. "Dream of glory. Dream of camaraderie. What's with the bells and whistles?" Sunny rolled his eyes. The choice was very simple. One image was going to send him into the individual competition, while the other was meant for cohorts. The Dream Tournament was basically 2 separate tournaments happening at the same time. This way, those awakened who didn't have combat aspects could also participate and earn rewards. It was a good system. Sunny had no intention of searching for a cohort, so he simply chose the image of the lonely knight and closed his eyes. Unlike the usual Dreamscape duels, the tournament included various battle modes. They were also broadcasted and happened at a schedule, so he had to wait for the first qualifier round to start. Standing in the darkness, Sunny couldn't help but feel a little excited. "Challenger, draw your weapon and prepare. Only the best will survive." A bright light suddenly shone from above, and he found himself in the middle of a lush forest. All around him, ancient trees swayed lightly, their leaves rustling in the gentle wind. Some distance away, a tranquil lake glistened in the sunlight, and from its clear waters a breathtakingly beautiful castle rose into the sky. The castle was built out of gray stone and was as large as a city, its ancient walls scarred by 1,000 sieges that it had withstood. Still, those scars could not diminish the ethereal beauty of the great fortress. The arena was vast and encompassed all of the forest. There was no other awakened near Sunny, and for a good reason. The qualifying rounds of the Dream Tournament were held in the form of a grand battle royale. 1,000 challengers were sent into a large environment, and only the last one standing would be allowed to move on. Depending on their performance, a few more people could also gain entry into the tournament, but the only concrete method to qualify was to be the sole survivor. This was a necessary measure implemented in the last few years because of the sheer amount of participants. Arranging and broadcasting so many individual duels was not very practical or profitable, especially considering that most of these awakened were not very skilled. The Battle Royale was meant to weed out the weak and create an exciting show for the viewers. Sunny knew this, of course, because he had done some research in the past couple of days. He didn't need the research to recognize where he was, though. Wow, it's even more beautiful in real life. Who didn't know Bastion? This year, Clan Valor sponsored the tournament, so the arena was designed to resemble the seat of their power. Great Bastion, one of the 3 most populous human citadels in the Dream Realm. Sunny had never been to the ancient castle, but its image was ubiquitous in popular culture. He recognized it instantly. So this must be the Lake of Bones, then. And all around him was the ancient cursed forest that Anvil of Valor had destroyed. These days, of course, the landscape surrounding Bastion was very different. Instead of a lush forest, it was surrounded by a sea of ash and charred remains of the dreaded Titan, with human forts built here and there to repel powerful nightmare creatures from wandering close to the citadel. But thanks to the dreamscape, Sunny got to enjoy the way this place had looked before, vibrant and pristine. The only difference was that there was no harrowing darkness hiding behind the veil of false tranquility. Ah, how nice. Compared to the chained isles, it was a nice change of pace, just as he thought that the voice of the dreamscape suddenly announced, Challenger Mongrel Nuntry 19 was eliminated. Sunny tilted his head. Well, that was fast. Also, what's up with that alias? Shaking his head, he commanded the Soul Serpent to assume the form of the Odachi and calmly headed deeper into the forest. It was time to start hunting. On the official broadcast channel, the image of an eliminated player was shown briefly, then a rather light-hearted voice spoke, "What a kill! Just a few seconds after the start, and we already have a casualty. Let's all wish Mongrel 19 better luck next year." An avatar of an exquisitely handsome young man appeared in the corner of the broadcast. Glancing at the camera with a bright smile, he continued, "And so the 5th annual Dream Tournament has begun. Yes, it's me, Cyclus. Your favorite commentator and nightmare creature expert? Hold the applause, hee. Guys, I have a big surprise for you. Guess who decided to join me in the commentator booth today?" The young man paused and then gestured to the other side of the screen, where an older man with sharp features, deep eyes, and a short beard appeared. "That's right, you're not hallucinating. It's Dimmy, the great lore master and former Dream Champion. Give him a warm welcome." As a deluge of messages flooded the chat, the older man smiled. "Hey, everyone." Cyclus meanwhile spoke again. "We have a couple of minutes before the real action starts, since challengers need some time to find each other in this beautiful arena. So while we wait, I have a couple of questions for Dimmy." He glanced at the broadcast, which switched between various awakened traveling through the forest. Some of them were well-equipped and looked skilled, while others less so. First of all, this year we had a record number of fighters signing up for the tournament. What are your thoughts on that as a veteran Dreamscape duelist, Dimmy? The older man smiled. "It's nice to see more awakened taking up the illusory sword. Some of them might even know how to use one. Of course, I have to give a lot of credit to the generosity of the great Clan Valor. They have really outdone themselves with the prizes this year. No, I am not salty. Not at all." Cyclus laughed and then threw a mischievous glance at his colleague. "All right, then I'll ask you the question that I'm sure is on everyone's mind. As an expert, who do you think will win the tournament? And why is it Mongrel?" Shadow Slave, Chapter 533. Chapter 533, Battle Royale. As soon as the commentator mentioned Mongrel, the feed changed to the image of a menacing figure in black armor calmly walking through the forest, the blade of the infamous Odachi resting on its shoulder. The lightless pits of the demonic mask's eyes stared directly into the camera, as if there was nothing but darkness beneath it. As soon as Mongrel appeared on the screens, the chat exploded. "Yes, it's Mongrel! Hail to the Lord!" "Huh? Who is Mongrel? You mean hail to the lady?" Dimmy laughed. "Ah, yes, this guy. Well, Mongrel is a really impressive fighter, but the results may not be as predictable as everyone thinks. Every year, the same thing happens at the later stages of the tournament. 2 distinct groups clash. One is the Dreamscape elites, and the other is newcomers attracted by the rewards. Historically, the newcomers tend to do better." He sighed and shook his head. "Plus, we don't really know a lot about Mongrel. Sure, he has a very impressive track record, but most of his wins were achieved against random opponents. Who knows what will happen when he faces the best of the best? If I were to bet, my money is still on Queen Bee. If anyone has a chance against the newcomers, it should be her. Cyclus nodded a few times, expressing his enthusiastic agreement. Sure, but still, returning to Mongrel, everyone is dying to know who he really is under that scary mask. And if anyone knows anything about you, Dimmy, they'll know that you must have your guesses. The older man smiled, his eyes suddenly gleaming with excitement. Funny you should ask. Actually, I do have a theory. Challenger Lord Corvus was eliminated. Challenger Fry was eliminated. Sonny stared at the three corpses at his feet, which were already turning into a flood of white sparks. These three awakened attacked him as a group, and while their skill was not bad and even admirable, he had no problem dispatching the trio in the span of a minute. The fact that they had managed to remain alive for more than several seconds was already an excellent result, considering who their enemy was. Flourishing the odachi in the air, Sonny shook the drops of blood off its blade and continued walking. Technically, he didn't have to clean his blade since the blood was bound to turn into sparks of light and disappear too. But that was already a habit of his, not to mention being extremely cool. Truth be told, that short skirmish was not as easy as he had made it look. The awakened were dangerous enemies, since each of them possessed a unique aspect. They were cunning, resourceful, and unpredictable. That was why he had to act swiftly, making the fight appear much more brutal than it should have been. Currently, Sonny wasn't using any of his shadows to augment himself. He had decided against it a long time ago, since being able to crush his opponents with brute force was detrimental to his main goal, polishing his battle technique and learning various styles. So the gloomy shadow was currently behaving like any normal shadow would, while the other two were wrapped around the autumn leaf, the memory he used to change the color of his hair. Since it had no other purpose, the augmentation did not give him any advantage. His hair must have looked gorgeous, though. Snickering under the mask, Sonny jogged forward. He was in a rush to eliminate as many other players as he could before the first leaderboard announcement was made. Meeting the group of three allied awakened reminded him of the inherent problem with the Battle Royale format of the qualifying rounds. As soon as true powerhouses revealed themselves, weaker participants were bound to band together and start hunting them down. Very soon, there could be a dozen fighters launching a coordinated attack on him, or even more. Sonny was confident of his skill, but not to that degree. Even for a battle-hardened veteran like him, someone who had spent hundreds of days fighting for his life in the darkest depths of the Dream Realm, such a fight would not be easy. This battle royale is going to be much more intense than I have expected. Before Sonny could finish this thought, an ancient tree next to him suddenly exploded into a cloud of splinters, and something sharp shot at him with incredible speed. Cursing, he dashed to the side and barely dodged out of the way. The next moment, a giant arrow whistled past him and embedded itself into the trunk of another tree, its trembling shaft as long as he was tall. Sonny rolled over his shoulder and glanced at the arrow, then lunged into a sprint. Curses! A sniper. A second later, another giant arrow fell from the sky, almost skewering him to the ground. Sonny gritted his teeth and continued running. On the countless screens, an image of a broad-shouldered young man was shown, drawing the string of an oversized bow. His mighty muscles strained, and when he released the string, a thunderous sound rolled down the slopes of a tall hill the archer was standing on. Meanwhile, the two commentators were not paying him attention. And so, I can say without a shadow of a doubt that Mongrel is not, in fact, one of the Forgotten Shore survivors, but actually the son of the secret child of the legendary Nightwalker, the founder of the House of Night. Well, this is my theory anyway. Cyclist glanced at Dimmy with a wide smile, and then turned the conversation back to the skirmishes in the ancient forest, which were starting to happen more frequently and grow in intensity. Is that so? Well, that secret grandchild seems to be in big trouble. Despite Mongrel's savage victory over the three other challengers, now he seems to be in the crosshairs of one of the newcomers you spoke about earlier. Let's take a look. The feed changed to the image of Mongrel running swiftly through the woods, dodging one giant arrow after another. His movements seemed steady and precise, as though he had a second pair of eyes at the back of his head. Cyclist glanced at the indifferent black mask and involuntarily shivered. Wow, look at that! What a commendable feat to maintain calm and composure in such a tricky situation. It is almost as if Mongrel is not afraid of anything, not even being bombarded by a rain of enchanted arrows, each of them powerful enough to pierce a fallen monster through. Truly, that man has nerves of steel. I wonder what he is thinking about right now. What the hell? How is this fair? Crap! This is bad. This is so bad. I don't want to die so soon. What the spell am I even supposed to do? Panicking and sweating under the mask, Sonny dodged one arrow after another and cursed non-stop. He had no idea who was shooting him, how they were able to aim through the thick canopy of the ancient trees, and where they were. All he could do was run, dodge, and pray to the dead gods that he survives this devastating barrage. Luckily, a few moments later he noticed a rock outcropping not too far away, with a deep ravine hiding behind it. Dashing forward, he evaded another giant arrow and slid down the slope of the ravine. Reaching its bottom, he waded through the thick carpet of fallen leaves and pressed his back against the rocks, finally safe from the relentless sniper. Only then could Sonny finally catch his breath and look around. However, as soon as he did, a dark grimace appeared on his face. Damnation! As fate would have it, he was not alone in the ravine. Growling in frustration, Sonny gripped the hilt of the odachi and once again dodged. A few moments later, the pleasant voice resounded over the ancient forest. Challenger Agik was eliminated. Shadow Slave, Chapter 534. Chapter 534. Demonic Swordsman. Sonny remained in the ravine for a few minutes, considering his options and hoping that the unknown archer would have to shift to another target. He had already revealed his ability to teleport during the gate battle, but the quality of the recording hid the details of how he was able to do it. With the crystal-clear picture of the Dream Tournament broadcast, though, Sonny couldn't risk using Shadow Step again, even if he really wanted to. Neither could he send his shadow to scout the position of the archer, which left him in a bind. The best option would have been to stay hidden for a while, but luck was really not on his side today. Shortly after he had defeated the other awakened taking shelter in the ravine, the sound of the rustling leaves subtly changed, and an ominous darkness suddenly moved between the roots of the ancient trees. As more and more people were eliminated, the remaining challengers were bound to start having trouble finding new opponents in the vast arena. So the arena was designed to grow smaller as time went by. This year, it seemed, the players would be forced to move toward the center by the fact that the beautiful forest was slowly turning back to its true nature, that of a giant, abominable, flesh-devouring titan. Great. This is just goddamn great. Pushing off of the rocks, Sonny cursed and started climbing up the slope. Sometime later, full of annoyance and with sparks of light falling off his armor, he walked out of the cover of trees and entered a small clearing. There, an awakened in illustrious brass armor stood above the disintegrating corpses of two others, holding a heavy warhammer in his hands. A few steps away from him, another was bandaging a shallow cut on her forearm. The man threw one glance at Sonny and rolled his eyes. Great! Another mongrel impersonado! Before he could finish speaking, though, the blade of the odachi pierced his throat, sliding precisely between the lip of the brass breastplate and the bottom edge of the helmet. As the body of the awakened hit the ground, his partner looked at Sonny with wide eyes. A battle axe fell from her hands. "Oh, crap! You're actually him!" The girl turned around and tried to run, but before she could, Sonny was already upon her, ending her participation in the battle royale with one swift strike. Challenger Abel was eliminated. Challenger Win was eliminated. Sonny sighed and remained motionless for a bit, resting. He was more than a little bit tired, but the worst was still to come. Suddenly the sound of trumpets rolled across the ancient forest, and the pleasant voice of the dreamscape announced, "Only 500 challengers remain. Bravest warriors are Dar of the Maharana clan, 78 kills, Fereshing, 33 kills, Mongrel, 27 kills." Sonny stared at the sky, the black mask hiding a grim expression on his face. 78 kills, gee. Who is this monster? He had a hunch that he already knew. Defeating his own 27 opponents had not been exactly time-consuming, but looking for them was... Who wouldn't need to waste precious minutes prowling the woods in search of enemies to kill, though? a damned archer with a strange ability to sense his targets across vast distances and through any obstacle, perhaps. I need to step up my game, I guess. It wouldn't do for Lord Mongrel to lag behind some legacy prince. As if to answer his thoughts, a dozen figures suddenly appeared from behind the trees surrounding him. These awakened were armed with all kinds of weapons, looking at him with satisfied expressions. It seemed that they had planned this ambush really well. Sonny had nowhere to retreat and no chance to escape. And since the midway results had been announced just a few seconds ago, it was obvious that there was at least one person with some sort of clairvoyant ability among them. Otherwise, no one was supposed to be able to pinpoint his location this early into the battle. What else did this bastard know? Sonny sighed. One of the ambushers took a step forward and smiled. "Sorry, Mongrel. All of us here really respect you, especially after you risked your life to hold that gate. But those valor weapons are just too sweet, and we need to think about ourselves. No hard feelings, right?" The menacing figure in black armor stared at the young man for a few moments, and then an elusive but strangely familiar voice resounded from beneath the fearsome mask. None whatsoever. Inwardly, though, Sonny was not at all calm. Bastards, lowlifes, scoundrels, 12 against 1? Where is your shame, thugs? Come here then, you damned cowards. I'm going to kill you, and then your grandmas. Just a moment later, the ambushers obliged. All kinds of aspect abilities activated at once, turning the small clearing into a furious storm of deadly elements and steel. Oh, crap! Oh no, it seems like Mongrel is in trouble. Cyclist glanced at the sea of outraged comments, and then back to the broadcast. Both he and Dimmy were glued to the screen, even forgetting to do their job and fill the silence with informative or entertaining chatter. The scene in front of them was just too terrifying. Just a moment ago, they saw a lone figure in black armor standing motionlessly in the center of a bright clearing, staring at the 12 ambushers surrounding him with cold indifference. Mongrel's voice sounded from the speakers, strangely dark and ethereal. None whatsoever. And then everything exploded in a brutal symphony of violence. The ambushers attacked without wasting even a second, their assault deadly and well coordinated. Cyclus held his breath. Come on, Mongrel. Use your spatial aspect. From what he could see, this was the only chance the demonic swordsman had to escape. However, as a fan himself, Cyclus knew that Mongrel never used his aspect in the dreamscape, as if it was somehow beneath him. Mongrel only ever relied on his sword, his skill, and unadulterated technique. Such dignity. And this time, too, the mysterious warrior refused to compromise his unassailable, noble principles. Instead of activating his ability, he simply lunged at the enemies without fear or doubt. Then something strange happened. His infamous Odachi suddenly turned into a stream of impenetrably dark liquid metal and flowed onto his arm, soon turning into a round shield. With that shield, Mongrel deflected an incoming javelin, then twisted his body, dodging a hail of razor-sharp wind blades, and dove into an immolating stream of fire that one of the awakened breathed out of her mouth. Miraculously, he emerged on the other side unscathed, like an infernal monster that could not be burned even in the flames of hell. The black armor reflected the crimson flames, somehow becoming even more menacing. In the next second, Mongrel's spiked gauntlet connected with the face of one of the ambushers. It was as if the poor man was hit by a mountain. His skull caved and then exploded, the lifeless body folding as it flew to the side and turned into a rain of sparks. What happened next could only be described as pure carnage. The black figure pounced on the ambushers, using both his gauntleted fist and his round shield to sow devastation among their ranks. Mongrel moved with terrifying speed and devious cunning, using the bodies of his enemies to block or prevent attacks from their comrades. Cyclus wasn't sure, but he thought that he saw a couple of them die from friendly fire. The rest fell to the demonic butcher himself, though. Every move Mongrel made was precise, calculated, and deadly, but also brutal and utterly cruel. He danced among his enemies like a grim reaper, killing them one after another without showing any sign of even knowing what mercy or hesitation were. Blood, screams, and flashes of light filled the clearing for a good couple of minutes. And when it was all over, The lone black figure was left standing alone amidst the bodies covered in blood from head to toe. A moment later, that blood turned into sparks of light, too, and awash in light, Mongrel stepped forward, his armor as black and pristine as ever. Cyclist remained silent for a few moments and then said hoarsely, "Hey, Dimmy, did Mongrel just slaughter 12 awakened solo?" The older man cleared his throat. I might rethink my bet. Actually, my money is on that man." His colleague blinked a couple of times. After that, he glanced at the comments and forced out a smile. "Is he even a man, though?" Meanwhile, Sonny was on the verge of collapsing onto the ground. "Arg! Everything hurts. What the hell? Why is this stupid battle royale so intense? I almost sullied my pants. That battle, hell! It was too close." He barely managed to survive and had only prevailed because the 12 awakened were clearly not a real cohort. They were experienced enough to coordinate their physical attacks, but when varied and unique aspect abilities had come into play, all their cohesion turned into pure havoc. He had used that confusion to quickly get rid of the most dangerous opponents, and then somehow cleaned up the rest. The mantle of the underworld still took several solid hits, the armor itself held, but his body beneath was bruised and battered. Are these damn rewards even worth it? Damn, they'd better be. Suppressing a pained groan, he willed the soul serpent to turn back into an Odachi and headed away from the clearing. Just 488 left. This is going to be a long day. Shadow Slave, Chapter 535. Chapter 535, No Hard Feelings. A triumphant sound of trumpets resounded above the ancient forest. Only 3 challengers remain. These brave heroes are Mongrel, 111 kills, Fereshing, 87 kills, Kim Saito, 59 kills. Dream of glory awaits, heroes. Sonny dragged his tired body out of the forest, feeling the ground under his feet shift and tremble. At this point, the Titan was almost fully awake, and no part of the arena was safe, with the exception of the narrow strip of sand between the dark woods and the lake that he had just reached, of course. Sonny walked into the shallow water and stopped, using the soul serpent to support himself. His breath was ragged and hoarse, and there were several dents on the onyx surface of the mantle of the underworld. Almost at the same time, 2 more figures emerged from the darkness of the hungry forest. One was an attractive young woman with broad shoulders and an athletic build, her long auburn hair gathered in a ponytail. She was wearing a modest red tunic, her torso protected by a leather cuirass, and wielded a light spear. Her blue eyes were tired, but clear, full of intensity and focus. The other was a man in heavy armor, carrying a great sword with its blade inscribed by a complicated weave of runes. His face was hidden behind the visor of a helmet, with only calm, cold eyes visible in the narrow slit. His steps were confident, but a little unsteady, betraying a dire level of exhaustion. This must be Fereshing and Saito. The mighty archer had not made it. Sonny could only guess what had happened to him, but the most likely scenario was pretty obvious. The powerful legacy must have run into an ambush similar to those Sonny himself had encountered, only with a much less happy result. Well, that was life. Dar of the Maharana clan had paid the price for daring to stand out too much without having enough power to answer for such audacity. On one hand, it was not very fair, as far as tournaments went. On the other hand, when was anything ever fair? Sonny much preferred to stay in the shadows, even if this damned persona of his had somewhat failed to help him in that regard. Coincidentally, none of those who had conspired to form a group had made it this far as well. And with a good reason, the type of person who would resort to such methods did not have what it took to win this battle to begin with. So Sonny was not going to underestimate his last 2 opponents. They had already proven how formidable they were. The 3 awakened stood apart, looking at each other warily. The clear water of the tranquil lake splashed against their shins. The magnificent castle loomed in the distance, its ancient walls bathed in the bright sunlight. The vista was beautiful and peaceful, but the air was practically crackling with tension. After a while, the man in a suit of heavy plate armor turned to the fiery young woman and said hoarsely, "Let's deal with that demon together. We can decide who wins between the 2 of us after that thing is eliminated." Sonny rolled his eyes. Wow, how unexpected. He gripped the hilt of the soul serpent, preparing himself for a tough fight. To his surprise, though, the young woman shook her head and said simply, a clear expression of disdain appearing on her freckled face, "No." He raised his eyebrows. Huh. Such nobility. Gods, what an idiot. What a fool. The man called Saito laughed and then glanced at Mongrel. "How about it, Mongrel? Same offer. Let's take care of the girl first, and then have a proper duel, you and I. Or is it beneath you?" Sonny gritted his teeth, but had no choice but to say, "It is. Arg, curse it." Saito shook his head. "Young people these days so naive? Has the dream realm taught you nothing?" Sonny raised the odachi and grinned. "It taught me everything." With that, he shifted his weight and prepared to dash forward. The time for words was over. The other two also understood that, and in the next moment the calmness of the clear lake was instantly no more. What the? As soon as Sonny moved, a powerful explosion thundered, and he was thrown into the air by the devastating shockwave. Landing in a roll, he hurriedly slotted the memory of fire into the mantle and rose just in time to see a massive fireball dissipate into the air. His body felt even more damaged than it had been a moment ago. Kim Saito, however, took the brunt of the explosion. His heavy armor was mangled and torn, patches of burned skin visible through the tears. Just as Fereshing lunged at him, tongues of flame appearing on the blade of her spear, he suddenly moved with unexpected agility, thrusting his sword forward. He wasn't aiming at the girl, though. Bad. Sonny noticed the rows of runes ignite with a menacing purple light, and then hastily threw his body sideways. In the next moment, a phantom figure of an armored giant appeared in the air and slashed downward, cutting the air where he had just stood with the identical copy of the same great sword. What a powerful memory. Since both of his enemies seemed to possess deadly means of range attack, he had no choice but to close the distance. Luckily, Saito was already entangled with Fereshing, who rained a barrage of lightning-fast but precise and deadly strikes on him. It was as if the young woman was dancing, her auburn hair and red tunic flying through the air like tongues of wild flame. Interesting style. I should leave her for last. The man, meanwhile, didn't try to evade the burning spear, and instead turned his body swiftly, making sure that it struck the undamaged parts of his armor. Despite being mangled by the explosion, the heavy armor held, betraying the fact that it, too, was a memory of considerable power. It didn't matter, though. A moment later, Sonny was upon them and joined the fight. The dark odachi united with the flaming spear and a runic greatsword to sing the Song of Steel. A few minutes later, the voice of the dreamscape spoke again. Challenger Kim Saito was eliminated. Challenger Fereshing was eliminated. Challenger Mongrel is victorious. Glory to the victor. As blood turned into a flood of sparks and the waters of the tranquil lake became clear once more, triumphant music thundered from all sides. Hidden behind the black mask, Sonny grimaced and suppressed the desire to plug his ears. What's with this terrible noise? Arg! That was way too hard. Unbeknownst to him, the network was already exploding with countless articles, all titled more or less the same. No hard feelings. Lord Mongrel easily defeats 1,000 awakened. Shadow Slave, Chapter 536. Chapter 536. Icon of Chivalry. What a chore. Sonny dragged himself out of the dreamscape pod and sighed. Even though the battle royale happened inside an illusion and his body wasn't tired or bruised, the mental exhaustion was real. The qualifier round had turned out to be much more demanding than Sonny had thought. Of course, he could have used the 3 shadows to augment himself and devastate the entire arena, but that would have defeated the purpose. Sonny had managed fine with just his own strength. This way, he was also polishing his technique and enriching his comprehension of shadow dance, which was not a small matter. Putting on some clothes, he returned upstairs, sprawled on the sofa, and then looked at his communicator. Currently, hundreds of similar illusory battles were being broadcasted for people to see. Some were already close to a conclusion, some were in the thick of bloodshed, and some were only just starting. However, not every broadcast received the same amount of attention. Those arenas where renowned duelists or especially powerful newcomers were fighting pulled the most of it. Sadly, due to Mongrel's infamy, the one Sonny had just finished was among the more popular broadcasts. It was also one of the earliest to end. so clips of the most exciting moments were already circulating on the network. Sunny groaned. Perfect. Just perfect. Another damned viral clip. His final fight against Fureshing and Saito received a lot of views, but nowhere near as many as the clip of his brutal confrontation with the 12 ambushers. The comments were exploding. Hell yeah! Our Lord taught these thugs a lesson! Only 12? These guys are idiots! They should have gathered at least 100! No hard feelings, none whatsoever. Gods, how can anyone be so cool? Did you see his Odachi shapeshift? I was not hallucinating, right? Is it just me, or does Mongrel's hair look extra gorgeous today? He grimaced, then looked at the comments under the other video. That Saito guy, why did he even ask? Doesn't he know that Mongrel is an icon of chivalry? Of course it is beneath Lord Mongrel. He is so noble, what are you fools talking about? Mongrel is not noble. He is a wild beast. He only said that teaming up is beneath him because a beast like him doesn't need anyone's help to kill everyone. Gee, so many edgelords in the comments today. I miss the early days when only true experts knew about Mongrel. His technique was way better back then, too. Sunny stared at the screen for a while, then shook his head. What's wrong with these people? Since when was I an icon of chivalry? Wait, what does chivalry even mean? He shook his head again, then switched to the official feed and looked up the results of his match. Sunny, of course, qualified for the tournament the moment he had won the Battle Royale. However, other participants also had a chance to move on to the next stage. That depended on their performance and individual score, so there was no set number of people who would be allowed to continue. As it turned out of the 1,000 awakened who had fought in his Battle Royale, 2 more qualified to participate in the tournament. One of them was Fureshing, the young woman whom he had faced last, and Dar of the Maharana clan, the archer who had almost skewered Sunny with his giant arrows. Huh! The bastard squeezed through after all. Losing interest. Sunny turned off the communicator and yawned. Tomorrow, the real tournament was going to begin. Around 1,000 fighters, those who proved their mettle in the qualifying rounds, were going to face each other in proper duels, and after several days of intense competition, one victor was going to emerge to reap the best reward. I better rest well. He went back into the underground dojo, climbed into the sleeping pod, and closed his eyes. Soon, the familiar sight of the sanctuary appeared in front of him. Without wasting any time, Sunny left the altar island, went to his room, crashed on the narrow cot, and almost instantly fell asleep. Who said that there was no rest for the wicked? The next morning, Rain appeared at his doorstep for the training session, punctual as ever. Luckily, the tournament was not going to start until noon, so Sunny didn't have to find an excuse to cancel their lesson. Not that he would. This was much more important than some stupid tournament. He could get powerful memories elsewhere, but every day that passed was one less day for him to increase his sister's chances of survival. So tutoring Rain took precedence. The girl repeated the movements and katas he had shown her the last time. Her form was as horrible as he had expected, but Rain was nothing if not diligent. She was improving with every set, slowly correcting the mistakes he pointed to her and absorbing the technique into her bones. For a complete novice, she was doing rather great. Runs in the blood, I guess. Making sure that she couldn't see, Sunny faced away and grinned. At that exact moment, his communicator received a message. After looking at it, his mood improved even further. The message was from Aiko, informing him that the soul shards he had retrieved from the worm vine were finally sold. Transcendent shards were infinitely more rare and precious than those of lesser ranks, not only because they stored more essence, but also because there were aspect abilities and spell tech applications that depended on the quality of the raw materials used. So, Sunny just became considerably richer. He had not dared to sell Solvain's soul shard, though. There were certainly awakened out there who could determine the nature and source of a shard. If anyone learned that he was in possession of one coming from a human saint, Sunny would have to answer too many uncomfortable questions, so he had just given it to Kai instead. Strengthening the members of his cohort was, in a sense, the same as strengthening himself, so Sunny didn't feel that aggrieved because of the loss of potential profit. It was still incredibly sad, though. After the training session was over, he made a tasty breakfast for himself and Rain. The girl was hungry as a wolf, so she destroyed the contents of her plate in record time. When she was almost done, Sunny glanced at her with an incredulous expression and asked neutrally, "Has that tournament of yours started?" Rain swallowed the last bite and smiled. "The dream tournament? Yes. The qualifying rounds were yesterday." He took a sip of tea, acting indifferent. "Oh, really? Right? I think I saw some clips on the network." Did you?" She nodded. "Yeah, Sunny lingered for a bit, then mentioned as if he just happened to think about it. I hear that mongrel guy is quite good." Rain scoffed. "Sure, I guess, but I don't like him." Sunny almost choked on his tea. "What? Why?" It took a lot of effort to keep his voice calm and conversational. "Why don't you like Mongrel? Mongrel is awesome. He defeated 12 Awakens solo, you know?" The girl simply shrugged. "I don't know. He just seems pompous. And who does he think he is, going around teaching people how to live? Plus, what's up with that mask? A good person wouldn't have to hide behind a mask, that's what I think." Sunny glared at her with a bit of resentment, then forced out a smile. "Well, I don't know. The mask is a powerful memory, for sure, and he probably doesn't even want to teach people anything. At least that is my impression." Rain frowned. "Plus, he caused so many problems for Knight. If he had the tiniest bit of conscience, he would have come forward and refuted those ridiculous rumors. But I bet that he doesn't." Sunny's eye twitched. "Aha! So this is the root of all this? Just you wait, Kai. I'll repay you for this one day." He slowly took another sip of tea and asked, hiding his outrage, "You seem to know a lot about that tournament, huh? I thought you weren't very interested in that kind of stuff." Rain sighed. "I am not. I just thought that maybe I'll see that awakened again, the woman who saved me. But she's not participating." Sunny wanted to say something, but before he could, the girl added, "Well, of course. A true awakened like her would never waste time on something frivolous like this. She is probably busy doing something important, exploring the dream realm to help humanity, protecting people from the nightmare creatures. Stuff like that, you know." Sunny smiled. "That is certainly a possibility. Wait, what do you mean? A true awakened wouldn't waste? Didn't you suggest that I participate in that tournament?" Rain looked at him as though he was stupid. "That's you, and that's her. What kind of question is that? By the way, what time is it? Oh goodness, I have to run." With that, she hurriedly waved Sunny goodbye and dashed to the door, leaving him completely stunned. What the hell is that supposed to mean? "That's me, and that's her." He remained motionless for a while, then slowly closed his mouth and looked at the time. As it turned out, he had to hurry too. The tournament duels were about to begin. Walking toward the elevator, Sunny was seething with anger. "That's me, well, of course, that's me. I'll show her. Hell, I'll show all of them. I mean, Mongrel will... Ah, curses!" Shadow Slave, Chapter 537, Chapter 537, Learning Curve. The opening ceremony of the tournament was supposed to be a spectacular event, with thousands of challengers, each of them a talented awakened fighter, gathered in the magnificent central courtyard of the illusory bastion. Slightly more than 1,000 of them were those participating in the individual competition, and the rest were members of competing cohorts. The representative of the great clan Valor welcomed them and gave a short speech, after which an androgynous person of undetermined age in exquisite silk garments, the eccentric saint responsible for creating the dreamscape, followed suit. This transcendent had a hypnotically beautiful face that was, for some reason, plastered with an unreasonable amount of makeup and a genteel, almost effeminate bearing. If Sunny was there, he would recognize their pleasant voice as the one that read all the announcements in the dreamscape. But he wasn't. Why would he waste time on these theatrics? He skipped the speeches, the performances, the incredible montage of the most exciting moments from the battles of the previous day, and even the event that everyone had been waiting for with bated breath, the formation of the tournament bracket that would determine who would face whom and in what order. Sunny didn't care who was going to fight him, he just wanted to kill somebody as soon as possible. With each round of duels, half of the participants were going to be eliminated. That meant that he had to win 10 consecutive fights to receive the best reward. Of course, it wasn't an easy task by now. There were no amateurs remaining in the tournament. Every single one of the 1,000 challengers was a formidable warrior, and by the end of it, only true talents would remain. It was also a perfect chance for him to try and learn their polished battle styles. Sunny waited until the bracket was almost complete and finally dove into the dreamscape. The menacing black figure of Mongrel appeared among the crowd of challengers, causing a bit of a stir. Immediately, those closest to him began to whisper, "Hey, it's him, man. The bastard is even scarier in real life. That scene from the montage, gods, I'm so glad we chose to enter the tournament as a cohort. Ptooey, what's the big deal? I hope I draw him as an opponent. Crushing this wannabe should be fun." Ignoring the whispers, Sunny looked around with curiosity. He wasn't interested in the people gathered around him, but in the courtyard itself. This was his first time inside Bastion, well, an illusory version of it. Still, he couldn't help but feel a bit of awe. This was a legendary place, one of the earliest citadels conquered by humans, their greatest foothold in the dream realm, the seat of a great clan's power, and the former stronghold of one of the daemons. It was like he was part of history. Sunny's curiosity didn't last long, however, quickly drowned by anger and annoyance. That girl, what does she even know? His hands were itching to slaughter someone. Finally, the bracket was complete. Sunny didn't bother to study it and just prepared himself for the battle. A few seconds later, his vision darkened for a moment, and then he found himself in the courtyard again. Only this time, the crowd of challengers was gone, leaving only him and his opponent standing opposite each other. There were flags streaming in the air and thousands of excited spectators looking down from the stands. They were chanting, screaming, and waving their hands. His opponent was a young man in a striking blood-red armor, wielding a long espadon. He looked vaguely familiar. As soon as the young man saw the black mask, his face paled. "I knew this would happen, crap, not a gay." Sunny growled and dashed forward, raising the soul serpent. A few moments later, a human head flew into the air, the audience exploded with cheers, and the pleasant voice announced, "Challenger Paradise in red was eliminated." Seiklus was in the middle of a light-hearted discussion with Dimmy when the producer of the broadcast addressed him through the earpiece, forcing the young man to blink a couple of times and mask his surprise with a smile. Sorry to interrupt you, Dimmy, but it seems we already have a win." Wow, that was fast. The feed changed to a replay of a swift and brutal duel that ended before the voice of the dreamscape could even introduce the fighters. That was a first in his memory. Of course, it was Mongrel. Who else?" His colleague laughed. "Such bad luck for his opponent. I hope that he is not disheartened. There is no shame in losing to such a fearsome enemy. Everyone who made it through the qualifying rounds already deserves our respect. Back in my day, getting into the tournament was much easier." Seiklus agreed, glanced at the figure in black armor standing motionlessly above the corpse of his opponent, and couldn't help but shiver. Was it just him? Or did Mongrel look especially ferocious today? Maybe he really is a nightmare creature. After that first unexpected win, several other heated duels were shown. Seiklus and Dimmy switched from commentating on them to commercial breaks, to sometimes joining the other commentators to spectate the most exciting cohort battles. After a while, it was Mongrel's turn to fight again. This time, the producers switched the feed to his duel beforehand, expecting another fast and brutal kill. However, they were left disappointed. In that duel, and during a couple of next ones as well, the enigmatic swordsman seemed to lose all his edge and engaged in protracted, slow, exhausting battles with his opponents, only managing to dispatch them after long and arduous fights. Seiklus, who was somewhat of a Mongrel fan but not a die-hard follower, was a bit confused by the sudden change. Luckily, he had an expert partner. "Hey, Dimmy, why does it seem that Mongrel is struggling all of a sudden? After his performance yesterday, I was sure that we will see pure carnage again." The older man chuckled. I see that you did not do your homework. That is what Mongrel does, and what makes him so dangerous. Yes, it might seem as though he is struggling, but in fact he is not. He is learning." Seiklus glanced at the chat, then laughed. "No, I'm sure that Dimmy didn't mean learning to suck, but what exactly did you mean, Dimmy?" The resident expert smiled. "Mongrel is known as a genius fighter, not because he is strong and skilled. There's plenty of such people among the duelists, but because he has an uncanny ability to absorb and mirror his opponent's battle style. So what you see is not him losing. It's him trying to comprehend the enemy's technique through being on the receiving end of it. It is truly remarkable and a bit terrifying. Cyclus stared at the feed and finally noticed that, indeed, Mongrel's style seemed to change with every duel, closely resembling that of his opponents. His strange weapon also shifted and changed to mirror theirs. So cool. He turned to the camera with a wide, delighted smile. Well, there you have it, folks. So don't dismiss Mongrel yet. Who knows, maybe he will shock us all yet. Soon it was time for Sonny's last duel of the day. Once again, he appeared in the courtyard and glanced at his opponent, excited to learn what style they were going to use. When he saw the enemy, though, a dark smile appeared on his face. What a nice surprise. So we meet again, or rather, for the first time. Yesterday, we didn't have a chance to get properly acquainted, you bastard. Opposite him stood a tall young man with broad shoulders and an incredibly muscular physique. He looked mighty and confident, like a statue of an ancient deity come to life. It was the damned archer who had almost sniped him from across the arena during the battle royale. Dar of the Maharana clan, was it? Well, let me introduce myself. Shadow Slave, Chapter 538. Chapter 538, Devouring Styles. This was the fifth and final duel that Sonny had to fight today. His previous three opponents all practiced unique and interesting styles, so he had taken his sweet time trying to learn from them. He succeeded twice and failed once. The first opponent was called Straw Hat and used a curved sword, his technique relying on extreme speed and flexibility. Even Sonny, who had himself trained to make his body as malleable as possible, struggled to keep up with this unpredictable opponent. The alias of the second one, the other fool, was a bit familiar, but the style he used was not. Sonny spent a lot of time trying to understand the strange pattern of essence expenditure the fighter used, all the while dodging unpredictable attacks of his exquisite halberd. In the end, he learned a lot from this fight. However, it was the third opponent that had really tested him. This awakened, whose alias was Blue Vash, wielded a slender rapier and practiced a deceptively simple battle style. What separated him from the rest was that each of his movements was utterly perfect, and every one of Sonny's mistakes had been instantly punished. It was as though the man had a supernatural ability to see even the tiniest flaw in his enemy's technique, and was able to immediately exploit it. No matter how hard Sonny had tried to comprehend the essence of the style Blue Vash was using, he couldn't grasp it. In the end, he was forced to overwhelm and kill the astute fencer just to survive. However, despite that failure, he learned from this fight even more, regardless. After several duels against such talented fighters, Sonny felt that his mastery of shadow dance, which had stayed stagnant for a while, was finally progressing again. He was slowly approaching a precipice. That was why he was so glad to see Dar of the Maharana clan. To some, facing a legacy might have seemed like a tough break. But for Sonny, legacies were like gift boxes. They hid all kinds of goodies, his for the taking. The problem was that, just like the covetous coffer, this box in particular could potentially bite off his greedy hand. The young legacy fighter wasn't using a bow anymore, of course, which wasn't a surprise. Legacies were trained to be proficient with a multitude of weapons, and a duel was not a place for arrows. Instead, he was holding a menacing great mace, its round head brimming with sharp spikes. What made this guy so dangerous was not his bow in any case. It was his strange ability to zero in on the enemy and somehow perceive their every move, or whatever it was that had allowed him to barrage Sonny with arrows from afar with frighteningly high precision. While Sonny was staring at the mighty Dar, he was looking back at Mongrel. The Scion's gaze traveled across the mantle of the underworld, making Sonny shiver for some reason, and then reached Weaver's mask. Suddenly, the muscular young man frowned. Strange, an ascended armor and an echo for a weapon. Even if it is just dormant, you've done well for yourself. But that mask, where did you get it? The corner of Sonny's mouth twitched. Chatty enemies, they were the worst, especially ones with such a keen vision. Took it off a random corpse. He paused, and then added with calm indifference, "Shall we start? Or do you need time to run to the other side of the arena, hide, and summon your bow?" Sonny was trying to antagonize the young man on purpose, hoping that he would forget this line of questioning. Luckily, his strategy worked. Dar of the Maharana clan grinned. No, no need, who knows? Maybe I'll take it off your corpse one day too with that. He raised his heavy weapon and suddenly lunged forward with a speed that no one his size was supposed to possess. The spiked mace whistled through the air, and in the next moment, the sound of clashing steel rang across the arena. Strong. Sonny was thrown back by the force of the impact. His block held, and the soul serpent held too. However, he failed to adjust the weight of the mantle of the underworld enough, so his body was pushed back. How the hell is he so strong? I have 3 soul cores, damn it. Dar didn't care. He was much taller, had much more muscle mass, a much longer reach, not to mention that as a legacy he could have had many charms and memory enchantments feeding him strength, agility, and resilience. This fight wasn't going to be easy. Before Sonny could even properly land, the mace was flying at his head again. He pivoted on one leg, dodged the spikes, and dashed forward, hoping to close distance and get up close to the opponent, where his small stature and the shorter weapon would give him an advantage. The soul serpent lashed out, aimed at the enemy's heart. Dar was wearing a light leather cuirass that left his shoulders and arms exposed, so Sonny hoped to pierce it with one blow. However, to his surprise, the tip of the odachi slid off the light leather armor as if it was forged from adamantine steel instead. Damn legacies! The legacy in question spun his mace, forcing Sonny to retreat, then glanced down at the spot where a tiny scratch was left on his cuirass. When he looked up again, his eyes were full of dark amusement. Not bad. Sonny gritted his teeth. Still running his mouth, let's see if you have any breath to waste in a couple of minutes. The two of them clashed again, exchanging dozens of blows. Both were strong, fast, and skilled. Neither could easily overwhelm the opponent. This was the second time Sonny had to fight a legacy third if he counted Naphis. The difference was incredibly obvious. His previous opponents were talented and experienced, but none of them could compare to Dar. This young man was a deadly battle machine, crafted to reign on any battlefield, trained from the moment he had taken his first step to wield weapons of war and destroy his enemies. He was no match for Castor, however, but Castor had never gotten the chance to become an awakened. Once a legacy learned to control the flow of soul essence, their power grew exponentially, which was what Sonny was currently experiencing. Raw power shaped into a deadly weapon by long years of relentless practice and superb skill. And yet, he wasn't worried. Dar was powerful, skilled, and experienced, but he lacked something that people like Sonny had: the memory of fear and bitter defeats, knowledge of death, and a vicious will to persevere. Sonny didn't doubt that the legacy had spent a lot of time in the dream realm, battling nightmare creatures, but he did doubt that Dar had ever found himself in absolute despair, having to claw his way back to life. His experience was that of fighting down and not fighting up, as Master Jet would say. He wasn't a killer, but Sonny was, and so the legacy had already lost this fight, even if he didn't know it yet. He was only alive because his enemy was interested in learning sophisticated battle styles. And there was a lot of sophistication in Dar's aggressive and domineering battle style. Legacies were truly in a league of their own. This was not something that Sonny could learn in a heartbeat. He needed time, and so their violent duel had turned into a slow but terrifyingly intense battle of attrition. A minute passed, then another, then another. The two fighters were still entangled in a ferocious melee. The spectators were at the edge of their seats, holding their breaths as they watched the incredible spectacle. The direct feed of the duel was gathering more and more viewers. Bastard. How are you doing this? How? Sonny was trying to peer into the core of Dar's style, but failed to understand its essence over and over again. Until he didn't. I see, so this is how. It was so obvious by that point. Both of them were exhausted and wounded, their reserves of essence running dry. Sonny had much more left, of course, even though continuously enhancing his physical prowess and using the Feather of Truth enchantment of the mantle was hungrily eating through shadow essence. He had 3 times the capacity. He also had much better control of it, it seemed. All the time Sonny had spent meditating in the sky below was not for nothing after all. Feeling the foundation of shadow dance grow stronger, Sonny grinned behind the mask and suddenly changed his entire attitude. His movements turned sharper and more aggressive, his demeanor bold and overbearing. The soul serpent turned into liquid darkness and then shaped itself into a spiked mace. Dar was thrown off by the sudden change, but only for a moment. However, that moment was all Sunny needed. Dodging the enemy's attack before it could even fully manifest, as if reading the legacy's thoughts, he dove under the strike and delivered a crushing blow of his own. His enemy's leather armor still held, but the bones beneath it did not. Dar's ribcage caved and he spat a stream of blood. In the next second, another hit connected with his jaw, turning the young man's face into a bloody mess. He fell to his knees and raised a hand, desperately trying to block the finishing blow. The demon in black armor knew no mercy, though. Calmly raising the mace, he brutally brought it down. The crowd let out a collective scream. In the silence that followed, a pleasant voice announced, "Dar of the Maharana clan was eliminated." Shadow Slave, Chapter 539. Chapter 539, out of reach, Sunny climbed out of the pod and stretched, lamenting the fact that dreamscape capsules weren't as sophisticated as the sleeping pods used to enter the actual dream realm. Due to his luxurious metal sarcophagus, he had almost forgotten the rusty feeling of spending too much time inside one of these things. Despite the fact that the duels themselves had not lasted too long, an entire day already passed. Sunny was somewhat tired, but instead of resting, he commanded the soul serpent to shape itself into a weapon and walked to the middle of the dojo. He was impatient to cement the knowledge of the battle styles he had absorbed today. Sunny started to perform various katas, executing each one slowly at first, and then quicker and quicker and quicker still. Soon he moved with incredible speed, his lithe and flexible body almost leaving after-images behind. Lean muscles were rolling under his pale skin, which soon glistened with sweat. Sunny fluidly shifted from one style to another, his movements simultaneously firm and flowing, sharp and gentle, clear and unpredictable. The soul serpent flowed from one form to another, too, as insidious and shapeless as the person who wielded it. It was as though Sunny was performing a strange, graceful, viciously complicated dance. His three shadows danced with him, moving swiftly on the ceramic plates of the armored floor. If Sunny could look at himself right now, he would be surprised to see that his movements were eerily similar to the dance that the young slave girl had once performed in his dream. But while her movements were beautiful and smooth, his were deadly and sharp. Hers were flawless, while his were slightly crude, as if he had not mastered his art yet. "I can feel it, the second step. I can feel it, but why can't I reach it? Something is missing." After a long time, Sunny tiredly fell on the cold ceramic floor and remained motionless for several minutes, his chest moving heavily. There was a tired but determined expression on his face. More, I need more. More and better. In the morning, Sunny had some free time before he had to enter the dreamscape again. Making himself a cup of tea, he relaxed in a comfortable chair and took out his communicator. After yesterday, the number of duelists remaining in the tournament had drastically reduced. Now, there were only 32 of them left. Each one was a formidable opponent, so Sunny decided to study their previous fights a bit. Luckily, all the recordings were readily available on the network. His were, too. Now I'm even more sure that Mongrel is a legacy, or an actual demon. Who else could have defeated that monster, Dar? Oh, Mongrel knew that this guy was an archer, so he even offered to give him time to get away. He's so cordial, so noble. What an inspiration. You mean an actual demoness, right? Sunny shivered and, not even trying to look at the comments, hurriedly scrolled past these videos to start doing his research. Maybe one of these guys will help me advance to the next level of shadow dance. Out of curiosity, he also glanced at the cohort competition leaderboard. The team that was currently in the first place was called Librarians and weirdly consisted of only 2 people. Their aliases were Unorganized Laundry and Isa, which didn't tell him anything. But considering that these 2 were currently dominating much larger cohorts, they must have been a truly fearsome duo initially. Sunny had only joined the Dream Tournament to reap the alluring rewards, so he had not thought much of it. But now, he was starting to suspect that it was going to be a humbling experience. He had already faced several troublesome opponents that earned his reluctant acknowledgement, and things would only get exponentially harder from here. Due to his recent progress, Sunny had allowed himself to become a little vain. He was stronger and more experienced than most of the awakened he met, so he had almost forgotten to always expect the worst. Seeing these powerful awakened helped him remember how dangerous it was to underestimate the enemy. And these weren't even the true elites. Real powerhouses of the awakened world would never reveal their might in a public tournament. Sunny was one of these hidden tigers himself, after all, so he would know. With a dark expression, he shook his head and concentrated on the screen of the communicator. Very soon he was back in the arena. Sunny had skipped all the theatrics again and only entered the dreamscape at the last minute, hoping to avoid any situation that could lead to him being asked questions. Sadly, he couldn't avoid his opponents, and if they wanted to talk, he had to answer. Currently, he was facing a man wearing a peculiar armor made out of rusted metal, his face grim and full of dark apprehension. He was in his early 30s and looked like someone who had led a rough life. Challenger Mongrel has joined the fight. Challenger what? No, wait, has joined the fight? Hidden behind the mask, Sunny raised his eyebrows. What's up with that alias? Wait, why does it sound familiar? While he was trying to remember where he had heard this bizarre name, the man summoned a shield and an arming sword, glanced at him darkly, and asked, "You're the new guy everyone is talking about?" Sunny sighed, knowing what would follow. "No," his opponent frowned. "Why are you lying?" Sunny rolled his eyes, exasperated by all the talk. However, he didn't want to attack the older man recklessly. His opponent had to be quite powerful to get this far. "I am not lying," the man sneered. "That's exactly what a liar would say. Do you think I'm an idiot?" "Gods, can you just attack already?" He took a step forward and said, "Yes." The older man stared at him for a few moments, his face full of anger and confusion. After a while he hissed, "Brat, you must be courting death." Shadow Slave, Chapter 540, Chapter 540 Blood Feud. The peculiar man had an excellent technique, but it seemed as though anger was clouding his judgment. Sunny spent several minutes dodging and blocking his attacks, carefully observing both the enemy and the enemy's shadow. It wasn't long before he was able to grasp the essence of the enemy's style. There I understand now. After more than 900 duels in the dreamscape, his ability to comprehend different battle styles had considerably improved. And this guy wasn't using anything he had never seen before. His technique was polished but unoriginal. Not that there was anything wrong with that, except that it was also too straightforward and inflexible. How did he even get so far? Since there was nothing else for Sunny to learn, he switched from defense to attack and delivered a swift strike, leaving a shallow wound on the opponent's shoulder. A few drops of blood landed on the mantle of the underworld, and in the next moment Sunny learned just how the man was able to climb so high on the tournament ladder. Suddenly, the blood shone with menacing crimson light and exploded, throwing Sunny back and tearing the soul serpent from his hand. At the same time, his enemy's wound ignited with dim red radiance, and in the next second, his movements became much faster, his blow carrying much more weight. What the hell? Sunny barely dodged a devastating downward slash, rolled away, and grabbed the hilt of the odachi, just in time to block another strike and be thrown back a few steps again. How is he suddenly so strong? He struggled desperately to keep up with the man in rusted armor, who had somehow instantly become utterly overbearing. In the process, another drop of blood landed on him. Crap. The mantle withstood another explosion. Its surface did not crack, but Sunny could tell that the armor was weakened. Jumping back to his feet, he gritted his teeth and continued to fight. Pretty soon, his suspicion was confirmed. The enemy seemed to possess an aspect related to blood. His first ability allowed him to ignite it, and the second increased his strength and speed the more he bled. So every time Sunny managed to perform a successful attack, the man grew much more formidable, while Sunny himself had to either dodge the drops of blood or somehow survive another explosion. But he wasn't worried. By now, Sunny had realized that there were 4 types of challengers who tended to do well in this tournament. The first type relied on skill, the second type relied on a powerful aspect, and the third type relied on excellent memories. While the latter two were tricky to deal with, only the first type was really dangerous. The fourth type, of course, was the most deadly. These were fighters who had both formidable skill and powerful aspects, as well as an arsenal of fearsome memories at their disposal. Luckily, there weren't many such people around. This guy was obviously an opponent of the second type, and relied too much on his bizarre aspect. To defeat him, Sonny just had to think of a counter, and in this case, the counter was pretty obvious. Since every wound made his enemy stronger, he just had to finish the bastard off in one strike, and since the warrior in rusted armor neglected to truly develop his technique, that was not that hard to do. After another explosion, Sonny increased the weight of the mantle of the underworld and withstood the shock wave, then made it as light as a feather and dashed forward. He understood the essence of the enemy's style already, so it wasn't hard to predict his next move. In fact, Sonny had manipulated the man into doing exactly what he wanted. Once his opponent raised his sword to block a vicious slash, Sonny shifted his weight and suddenly changed the direction of the attack, sidestepping as he pushed his sword forward. The soul serpent scraped against the enemy's sword and slid effortlessly into the visor slit of the rusted helmet. Immediately, Sonny dismissed the shadow and jumped as far back as he could. He was just in time. The body of the man in rusted armor shuddered and then violently exploded, causing the whole courtyard to tremble. If Sonny was just a tiny bit slower, he would have been pulverized by the explosion too, and his enemy would have avenged himself from beyond the grave. Well, from beyond being eliminated from the tournament in this case. What kind of an aspect is that? Phew, I guess this is why Awakened are so dangerous. You just never know what kind of weird crap they are capable of. As the crowd exploded with applause, the voice of the Dreamscape announced, "Challenger? What? No? Wait! Was eliminated." Sonny, however, didn't pay it any attention, because almost at the same time, the spell whispered into his ear, "You have received a memory." A few moments later, Sonny was back in the black void, staring at the fake pattern of radiant strings with a perplexed expression. Huh, that's crazy. He knew, of course, that it was possible to exchange memories in the dreamscape. This illusion was a mystical space created by a saint's aspect ability, after all, and not an artificial VR simulation. What he had not known, however, was that one could just receive a memory out of nowhere, without the usual requirement of being in physical contact, even if that contact was illusory with its master. However, if the saint in question was responsible for delivering the rewards, then it sort of made sense. More importantly, though, he had received a memory. His eyes gleamed. Sonny was already eligible for several smaller prizes, most of them in the form of credits or soul shards. He wasn't going to bother receiving them, though. Even if there was a way to do so without leaving a paper trail, Sonny didn't know of one. The memories, however, that was an entirely different situation. Summoning the runes, he quickly read, "Memory, memory of ice. Wait, that sounds familiar? Don't I have a memory of fire charm already?" Indeed, the memory he received was eerily similar. It was another protective charm. Memory rank, ascended, memory tier, memory type, charm, memory description. Even when the sun returned, they shivered and remembered the never-ending winter. Memory enchantments, bitter cold. Enchantment description. This charm provides the wearer with moderate resistance to cold. A wide smile appeared on his face, hidden behind the black mask. Now that is what I'm talking about. Shadow Slave Chapter 541, Battle of Two Demons. An incredible win by Lord by Mongrel. Looking at the cloud of blood rising above the arena, Cyclus couldn't contain his enthusiasm. Today, there were no simultaneous duels as there were only 32 contenders left. Each battle was intense and exciting and received the full attention of the commentators. Looking at the cheering audience, Dimmy laughed. Indeed, Mongrel did very well against No Weight. That aspect of his is a real menace, believe me. I've been on the receiving end of those explosions way too many times. Dimmy had been one of the first renowned duelists of the Dreamscape, back when it had been just growing popular 10 or so years ago, so he was talking from experience. Cyclus glanced at the chat, knowing that it was a good time to involve the viewers in the discussion. Coincidentally, he noticed a comment concerning something that he himself was curious about. "Yeah, very devious, but Dimmy, don't you feel like Mongrel behaved a bit out of character today? I mean, he practically called a respected dreamscape veteran an idiot. With how noble, dignified, and chivalrous Mongrel usually is, Dimmy thought for a bit, then shook his head. You see, Cyclus, I respected Mongrel before, but now I truly admire him. It takes a very talented fighter to quickly recognize a battle style. True, Mongrel is talented, but he is also wise, he smiled. Because it takes a very wise man to quickly recognize an idiot. And make no mistake, this guy is a complete buffoon. Believe me, I have the misfortune of knowing him pretty well. I mean, only an idiot would end up with an alias like, what? No, wait, right? Instantly, a deluge of comments flooded the chat. True, Mongrel is so wise. Wise, deadly, and handsome. How do you know that he's handsome, fool? He never takes off that creepy mask. You mean she is handsome? Wait, that doesn't sound right. Can someone ban that troll already? Dimmy is right, only a complete idiot would end up with that alias. Why would an idiot like that even try to fight someone as wise as Lord Mongrel? Chewy. Oh, I remember where I've seen that weird alias. Sonny was preparing for his next duel when he suddenly remembered how he had entered the dreamscape for the first time. Back then, he had almost ended up with that exact name after accidentally saying the words out loud. Luckily, it had already been taken. Otherwise, Sonny could have been called what? No. Wait, himself. So that's the guy. Poor fellow. Not that being called Mongrel was much better. Slightly amused, he sat down and circulated his essence through the coils of the soul serpent, aiming to replenish it completely before the next fight. He had a feeling that it wasn't going to be easy. He was right. None of his next 3 duels were easy, although for very different reasons. The second opponent he faced today was called Loaf. It was a young man with shoulder-length hair who wore a light armor, wielding a round shield and a spear. His technique was impeccable, but the most dangerous thing about him was his speed. Loaf was fast. Very fast. So fast, in fact, that Sonny could barely see some of his movements. The worst part was that this speed did not come from an aspect ability, but simply from skill, training, and incredibly precise essence control. Unlike Castor, who could move with insane speed constantly, the young man seemed deceptively slow until he chose to attack, at which point his weapons almost teleported from one place to another. Sonny only managed to resist because his enemy skillfully masked the movements of his body, but didn't think to mask the movements of his shadow. The smart thing to do was to kill the deadly opponent as fast as possible, but Sonny was utterly fascinated by the way Loaf used his soul essence. So he lingered, trying to infer details of this technique from how the young man fought. That was why Loaf ended up being the first human to make Mongrel bleed. At some point, his spear slid between the breastplate of the mantle and one of the spaulders, sinking deep into Sonny's armpit. The pain was blinding. Twisting the blade and then retreating to save himself from a retaliatory strike, Loaf glanced at the vibrant crimson liquid on his spear and smiled. So you're human, after all. Sonny suppressed the pain and tilted his head slightly. Am I? Then he dashed forward and went all out, aiming to end the fight as soon as possible. Not because he was done learning Loaf's style, but because even with blood weave, he wasn't sure that he would last long, considering how serious his wound was. Thanks to his brutal battle with Castor, Sonny already knew how to deal with fast enemies. So in the end, neither speed nor incredible mastery of essence managed to save the young man from his blade. The deep wound disappeared as soon as Sonny returned to the black void. Interesting. Very interesting. I have ways to go as far as controlling essence goes, it seems. The next duel could have been really, really tough, but ended up being only slightly torturous. His enemy this time was named Everane, and possessed a powerful sorceress aspect centered around gravity manipulation. As soon as the fight started, it felt as though a mountain fell on his shoulders. Sonny was barely able to move, while his enemy masterfully weaved the effects of aspect abilities into an already swift and lethal combat technique, making for a truly deadly combination. Luckily, Sonny had Feather of Truth, which diminished the burden a little. More importantly, he had a rich experience dealing with the crushing. Even though Everane was able to make him sweat by manipulating gravity with admirable ingenuity, he was victorious in the end. The third duel, however, made him rethink a lot of things. This time, his enemy was a friendly-looking guy with a funny alias Dinosaur. Weirdly, he wore simple garments instead of an armor and wielded no weapons. At first, Sonny thought that this was another sorcerer, however. He couldn't have been more wrong. As soon as the voice of the dreamscape announced the start of the duel, his opponent changed. His muscles suddenly ballooned and shifted, ripping through the simple clothes. His skin glistened, becoming covered by metallic scales. His nails grew into terrifying talons, and his teeth turned into long, sharp fangs. In just a few moments, what faced Sonny was not a human, but a frightening hybrid creature that resembled a predatory humanoid lizard. A split second later, the creature was already upon him in a furious whirlwind of claws and teeth. However, while it looked like a nightmare creature and was as strong and fearsome as one, the hybrid fought with a measured technique of an experienced, cunning, battle-hardened brawler. The effect was nothing short of terrifying. The ability humans received after conquering the third nightmare and becoming transcendent was called a transformation ability. But not all transformation-type abilities were meant only for saints. While extremely rare, some aspects manifested similar powers at earlier stages. Song Seishon possessed an aspect like that as well. However, while Sonny knew that such awakened existed, this was his first time facing one in battle. And what a battle it was! It was really worthy of being the penultimate spectacle of the whole tournament. It was also the first fight where Sonny felt that he really might lose. The enemy was just too strong, ferocious, and overbearing, while also being skilled, intelligent, and subtle. Fighting him was like fighting a devil, or a demon at least. In fact, while Sonny had no idea, this was what their duel was being called on the network, the Battle of Two Demons. And one of these demons was bound to fall. Under the stunned gazes of numerous spectators, both those in the dreamscape and those watching the broadcast on the screens of their communicators, Mongrel was pushed back by the rampaging monster, his dark odachi sliding off the steel scales without leaving even a scratch on them. Nothing he did seemed to have an effect, but then something changed. At some point, the demonic swordsman dismissed his great blade and lunged into a violent, terrifyingly brutal hand-to-hand combat with the towering creature, using his fists, legs, and even the horns of his mask to attack the enemy. His style changed, turning savage and vicious, insidiously deadly, and utterly ruthless. Those who followed Mongrel for a while and knew a fair share about combat were stunned to recognize that style. It was the same primal, devastating way of fighting the Barrow Wraiths had used during the recent gate disaster. So Mongrel was able to learn from nightmare creatures as well. What a terrifying thought. The uncompromisingly cruel brawl lasted for a dreadfully long time. In the end, both fighters were bloodied and broken, their bodies battered, but their murderous wills as sharp and unshaken as ever. Mongrel's onyx armor had cracked in several places under the unrelenting assault of adamantine talons. But the hybrid's scales were also shattered and torn, his movements slowing down more and more. And then, unexpectedly, it was all over. Mongrel had caught his enemy in an arm lock, and then bent, straining with all his might. A loud crack could be heard in the deathly silence that had settled over the arena a while back, and the creature's neck suddenly twisted at an unnatural angle. At first, people couldn't believe their eyes. Only when the massive body of the hybrid reptile shuddered and then turned into a flood of white sparks did they open their eyes wide and started screaming with shock, joy, and admiration. Swaying lightly, Sonny looked at the disappearing torrent of sparks and grinned. One more left. Gee, I wonder what I'll get this time. Shadow Slave, Chapter 542. Chapter 542, Reasonable Online Discussion. Sonny had received generous rewards for these 3 duels, well, for 2 of them at least. One was an ascended memory of the 2nd tier, which was an arrow. The second was an ascended shield of the 2nd tier. Both had pretty great enchantments, but he had no time to study them in detail. All he had determined was that the memories were good enough to not be fed to Saint. The 3rd reward, though, was a bitter disappointment. It would have been rather amazing, actually, for anyone else, 100 soul shards, no less. In the waking world, this was a precious resource. Even lesser legacy clans would not scoff at that amount. But since Sonny couldn't claim it, he was left with nothing curses. His disappointment didn't last long, however. In the end, it didn't really matter. The real boon was the prizes those in second and first place would receive, and Sonny had already cemented his position in the final duel. The winner and the runner-up were going to receive memories from Clan Valor's personal armory, and this was something every awakened desired, because the great clan was renowned not only for its knights, it was also famous for its forgers. Members of the Valor family often received aspects tied to forging and creation. Some of them could even create memories, tailor-made for destroying nightmare creatures and conquering the dangerous expanses of the dream realm. Sonny doubted that they would put something really unique as a prize for a public tournament, but anything from their vault was going to be precious. What's more, he had already enriched his mastery of shadow dance a lot. The last 3 duels especially had pushed him even closer to grasping its second step. Now he felt as though it was almost within his reach. So participating in the tournament was a pretty good idea after all. I should really thank Rain. No, wait. She doesn't know that I'm participating. Also, I am not participating in the tournament. Mongrel is damn. Why is everything so convoluted? I should really rest for a bit. After the battle with Dinosaur, he wasn't in the best shape. That fight was nothing short of brutal. Even Sonny, who usually thrived in brutality, was a bit stunned by how violent it ended up being. His wounds had disappeared as soon as the duel ended, but mental exhaustion remained. His essence was also really spent, since that was how the dreamscape functioned. Luckily, the organizers of the tournament were smart enough to not schedule the final fight anytime soon. First, there would be the duel for the 3rd and 4th place, as well as some entertainment. He had hours to rest and recuperate with a tired sigh. Sonny left the dreamscape, climbed out of the pod, and went to make himself a tasty dinner. While eating, Sonny studied his opponent. This year, the final duel was going to be a bit unusual, because both challengers were not powerful newcomers who entered the dreamscape to win the tournament rewards, but habitual duelists. Well, if Mongrel could be considered one. He had heard about the woman he was going to face too, but not much. Her alias was Queen Bee, and she was almost as enigmatic as Sonny himself. Unlike other popular duelists, she didn't broadcast or promote her fights, preferring instead to remain anonymous and under the radar. It seemed as though she was only interested in dueling itself, and nothing else. From what he knew, Queen Bee had never lost a duel. She was an undefeated champion of the arenas. Why would someone that powerful hang out in an illusory game? He had no idea. But Sonny wasn't one to judge, since he was also wasting his time there despite having better things to do. He had his reasons, so maybe she did too, or maybe it was just a fun hobby. In any case, the network was full of theories about who Queen Bee might be. There was even a rumor that she was not human at all, but instead an artificial construct created to keep the players from reaching the top spot and to remind them to always strive for greater mastery, which was complete idiocy, of course, considering that Dreamscape was not capable of emulating actual intelligence. If it was, Awakened wouldn't waste time fighting each other and train against simulated nightmare creatures instead. But people believed what they wanted to believe, and people were also insane. What the hell? Sonny stared at the communicator with a weird expression. To no surprise whatsoever, Queen Bee had her own army of unreasonable fans, even though she didn't want any. And currently that army was engaged in an all-out war with Mongrel's own unwanted horde of followers. The network was bursting with venom and vitriol produced by both sides. Lord Mongrel? That loser, Pewee? Come back when he's King Mongrel, you tasteless dimwits. You fool! Mongrel never claimed to be a lord, and he would not want to be a king. Mongrel is one of us common people. Want to follow a tyrannical monarch? Do it privately, you sheep. Who are you calling sheep, you sheep? That shady Mongrel guy has literal horns, so think before you bleat. Guys, can we all calm down? Why are we arguing? Isn't it obvious that Mongrel is Queen Bee? They're the same person. There won't be a duel. That guy is insane. Mongrel can't compare to our noble queen's left pinky. That guy is whack. That pathetic wannabe princess can't compare to Honorable Lord Mongrel. Ridiculous. Well, at least we can agree that the previous commenter is an idiot. You're an idiot. I guess not. Sonny stared at the screen, his eye twitching after a while. He turned away. Humanity is a mistake. Maybe it's time to give someone else a chance. I hear mushrooms are a pretty neat species. Turning off the communicator, Sonny concentrated on devouring his food, even though all that nonsense had almost killed his appetite. Sonny's appetite, however, was as resilient as he himself was, maybe even more. It was more or less impossible to kill. A few hours later, Sonny returned to the arena. It was time to end this spectacle and reap his rewards. However, first, he had to defeat the strongest opponent yet. It's gonna be fine, I'll get a sweet memory either way. But winning would be much better. As soon as he appeared, the crowd cheered. Shadow Slave, Chapter 543, Chapter 543, Finale. Hearing the thunderous cheer, Sonny almost flinched. The last duel of the tournament was different from all the rest. The courtyard had changed slightly, somehow becoming even more magnificent. The grandstands were extended, with dozens of thousands of spectators crowding the stone seats. Their cheers blended into a deafening, excited roar that rose and fell rhythmically, like the sound of a turbulent sea. Rose petals were raining from above, covering the arena in a beautiful carpet. No matter how cynical Sonny wanted to be about the whole thing, it was hard not to feel his blood boil at this scene. He turned his head slightly, taking in the sight of the chanting crowd. Then his sight lingered for a few moments on a tall tribune that loomed above the arena, decorated with the vibrant vermilion banners of the great clan Valor. Since this was the final duel, very special people were going to spectate it in person. Sonny easily recognized the creator of the dreamscape, who was dressed in ridiculously colorful silken robes and looked like a parrot that had taken a bath in a tub of face powder. He still couldn't believe that this gaudy clown was an actual saint. The person near him had to be the representative of Valor. Then, Sonny couldn't see much and just noted that it was a young woman with dark wavy hair and alabaster skin. She wore an intricate suit of lusterless black armor and a red cape which was the same color as the banner of her clan. Her sharp and austere appearance was in stark contrast with the saint of Dreamscape. The tribune was too far away to see any details, but Sonny wasn't inclined to stare at a legacy from a great clan anyway. He was already uncomfortable knowing that she would be observing him fight. On the other hand, I better put up a good show. Who knows, maybe if that girl likes it, I'll receive an extra good memory. Throwing these thoughts out of his mind, Sonny finally lowered his gaze and studied his opponent. Since Sonny knew some of the best fighters of his generation, he had entertained the idea that he might have met the formidable Queen Bee outside of the dreamscape already. But no, she didn't seem familiar. The famous duelist was seemingly in her 30s, and even though the lower half of her face was hidden behind an elegant half-mask, he was sure that he had never seen her before. She stood calmly in the center of the arena, as if not affected by the cheering crowd and the esteemed guests in the audience at all. From just one glance, Sonny knew that he was looking at a combat master. Everything about the regal woman spoke of skill, grace, and resolve. She wore a light metal armor and wielded a slender estoc, its blade long and sharp. There was a strange serenity about her that somehow seemed simultaneously alien and familiar. Clarity? This is the same vibe Neff sometimes gave off. Indeed, it was the same type of clarity that Nephis and Sonny himself possessed. But while Changing Star was sharp and inevitable like a striking sword, Queen Bee was not. On the contrary, she seemed deceptively placid. What a weird contradiction. The woman studied him, too, allowing Sonny to look her in the eyes. They weren't blue, gray, green, or even purple, and instead seemed to shift from one color to another, as if reflecting her mood. The strangest thing about them, though, was that those weren't the eyes of a killer. Sonny knew how to recognize one because he was a killer himself. He suppressed the desire to scratch the back of his head. Combat master, but not a killer? Don't tell me that this is really just her hobby. What kind of a hobby was that? In any case, this was going to make things a little easier for him. Sure, Queen Bee might have been a prodigal duelist. She wouldn't have gotten to the finale of the tournament otherwise. But without the killing instinct, defeating someone like Sonny would be nearly impossible. For him, combat was not something interesting or engaging. It was not something he did for fun or even his profession. It was simply his life. God of War was not called the God of Life for nothing. Life was a constant, brutal struggle, and Sonny knew it better than most. That was why he was such a vicious and cruel fighter, never missing out on the tiniest chance to destroy his enemy. That was not to say that the duel was going to be easy. Killer or not, Queen Bee was still a fearsome opponent. With a sigh, he summoned the black odachi, put its blade on his shoulder, and walked forward. The trumpets sang, and the voice of the dreamscape announced the names of the fighters, launching into a solemn speech afterward. Sunny didn't listen to it and simply approached the middle of the arena, then hesitated and performed a small, awkward bow toward the graceful woman. He wasn't a courteous person, but in this situation, bowing seemed somehow appropriate. Queen Bee looked at him calmly and nodded lightly. Then she raised her estoc into position. "This is going to be tricky," he sighed, gripped the hilt of the soul serpent, and lunged into a lightning-fast attack. What was the point of wasting time? Sunny was trying to overwhelm his opponent in one fell swoop. But of course, he failed. The long blade of the slender estoc flew with incredible speed, preventing him from approaching Queen Bee to deliver even a single strike. For a few seconds, nothing but the ringing of steel could be heard above the arena. Even the audience grew quiet, looking at the incredible fight with bated breath. Unlike the previous duels, there was nothing flashy or particularly spectacular about this one. It wasn't as brutal as the battle between Mongrel and fearsome shapeshifter Dinosaur, nor was as strange and exciting as his fight against the gravity sorcerer Everrain. There were no fascinating aspect abilities flying around, and instead it was all about skill, steel, and technique. However, people who knew even a little bit about combat couldn't take their eyes off the intense confrontation. Every strike, every block, every step the fighters took was full of flawless precision, insight, and clear resolve. This was a battle of two masters, and thus it was much more thrilling and breathtaking than anything else they had seen in this tournament. Sunny, however, was having much less fun than the audience. In fact, he wasn't having any. What the hell? What is going on? Shadow Slave, Chapter 544, Glory to the Victor. Something was very, very wrong with this duel. He had noticed it almost instantly, but couldn't do anything to prevent the whole fight from going sideways. In fact, although it seemed as though he was holding his own and even advancing on the regal queen, Sunny was actually scrambling to save his life every second. This woman was just too weird. There was something wrong with her shadow, not the harrowing, unnatural kind of wrong that he had felt before in the dream realm, but a very mundane kind of wrong which nevertheless threw him for a loop. It was as though there was a slight disconnect between how the shadow moved and how the woman casting it moved. More than that, although Sunny watched Queen Bee's movements and footwork carefully to predict her next attacks and react to them each time, he was ending up being slightly mistaken. Even if he misplaced his sword by a centimeter, it was already enough to mess up the whole cadence of the fight and allow his enemy to bypass his defenses. How is she doing this? He had to find the answer very soon because every second that passed could potentially lead to his loss. Sunny tried to deflect an incoming thrust, but missed by a few millimeters once again. As the result, the swift estoc slid past the blade of the soul serpent and stung him in the chest, sending a tremor running through his entire body. The mantle of the underworld protected him, but Sunny wasn't deceived. Queen Bee was just measuring him, learning his patterns just like he was learning hers. When she achieved a sufficient level of understanding, the next attack would pierce his neck instead of ricocheting off his armor. Like hell, gritting his teeth, he suddenly changed his style, summoning the domineering technique of Dar of the Maharana clan and applying it to the odachi. He was already losing to the slender estoc in speed, so turning the soul serpent into a heavy great mace was not the best choice. So, Sunny just made adjustments to the battle style on the fly. But just as he shifted to another style, Queen Bee did the same, suddenly transforming her technique into a completely new one. Damn. They continued to fight, moving swiftly across the arena as their swords clashed against each other. Sunny was still at a disadvantage, which was only growing larger and larger as the seconds passed. Both fighters were proficient in various styles and could switch from one to another almost instantly, which made the duel especially thrilling. The audience was going crazy. Sunny was going crazy too, but for an entirely different reason. Think. Facing an enemy like this was a golden opportunity to enhance his comprehension of the shadow dance. But to do that, he first had to understand what exactly Queen Bee was doing. Why was her shadow behaving so strangely? Why was he always mistaken when judging the precise placement of her attacks? At some point, Sunny almost slid on the damn rose petals that littered the arena and only barely managed to keep his balance, dodging the tip of the S-stock at the last second. Curses! Damned things! Whose bright idea was it to fill the damned arena with trash? In fact, it was a miracle that neither of the two duelists had suffered from this treacherous footing already. A miracle. Wait, a miracle. Dodging another lethal strike, he shifted from balance technique to defense and glanced at Queen Bee's feet again. From start to finish, she had not been bothered by the rose petals once, and now that he paid attention to it, his eyes widened. Am I seeing things? No, he wasn't. Not only did his graceful opponent avoid losing her footing on the slippery petals, but none of them were also crushed under her armored boots. It was almost as if she was always hovering a few millimeters above the ground without actually touching it. No, not almost. That was exactly what was happening. Such a small difference was very hard to notice, but it explained why the angle of how Queen Bee's shadow hit the ground was ever so slightly wrong, and why Sunny was always misjudging her attacks a tiny bit. A few millimeters was a very minuscule amount, but in a battle as precise and calculated as theirs, it made for a huge difference. Hell, was he right? There was only one way to find out. Sunny continued to fight for a few seconds, thinking carefully. He didn't correct his mistake, knowing that giving away his new understanding of Queen Bee's aspect ability, if it was an ability, would be a wrong move. Instead, he had to construct a trap and end the fight with it. But trapping someone as skilled and talented as his current opponent was not easy. In fact, deceiving someone who had clarity was a very tall task. Luckily, Sunny was a skilled fighter himself, but better yet, he was an even more talented deceiver. So, he continued to pretend and prepare his ambush, all the while greedily absorbing his enemy's technique. Now that he knew the secret, he could see it much more clearly. At some point in the duel, Mongrel seemed to finally make a mistake. He once again misjudged Queen Bee's intention and threw his blade too low, allowing the S-stock to slide above it and flash toward his throat. However, it never hit its mark. Instead of piercing Mongrel's neck, the slender blade simply left a deep cut on his skin, because at the last moment the demonic swordsman moved ever so slightly to his left and then almost instantly dashed forward. The dark Odachi hissed as it cut the air, and the figure in black armor moved past the graceful woman in light armor, stopping a couple of steps behind her. Feeling a stinging pain radiating from the shallow wound on his neck, Sunny sighed and lowered the soul serpent. Behind him, Queen Bee swayed lightly and then fell into a torrent of white sparks. For a couple of seconds the magnificent courtyard was silent, and then it became filled with deafening cheers from the crowd. Sunny looked at the celebrating spectators, breathing heavily. Did I really do it? Did I win? As if to answer his thought, the voice of the dreamscape announced, Challenger Queen Bee was eliminated. Glory to the victor! The champion of the annual Dream Tournament is, however, the pleasant voice was drowned by the chanting of the crowd. Mongrel, Mongrel, Mongrel. Shadow Slave, Chapter 545. Mongrel victorious. Sunny swayed slightly and thrust the soul serpent into the ground, leaning on it for support. His breath was labored and ragged. The wound on his neck had already disappeared, but drops of crimson blood remained on the onyx surface of his fearsome armor. All around him the crowd was going crazy. Mongrel! 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 The fight against the noble queen had not been as savage and bloody as some of his previous ones, but it had been incomparably harder. Even though each of the fighters had only managed to land one strike, the mental strain and physical effort the duel had required of them was nothing short of tremendous. Facing a true battle master was a tough trial. Sunny was completely spent, but more than that, he was also bitter and full of fury. Damnation! I almost had it. Not paying the crowd any attention, he closed his eyes and tried to concentrate on the dissipating sensation he had felt during the last seconds of the intense battle against the undefeated champion of the dreamscape. During their fight, after grasping the secret of the elusive queen, he had come close to making a breakthrough in his mastery of the shadow dance. It had been so close that Sunny could practically see it, but in the end, he failed to make the last step. There was an invisible obstacle in his way that had pushed him back, one that he didn't know how to overcome. Something was still missing. All the styles he had absorbed created a vast and solid foundation, but it was not enough. At this point, he knew that the problem was not quantity. He had already done the groundwork. Then what? What did he need to do to bring this stage of shadow dance to completion? Find a unifying element? Face even more formidable opponents? Sonny didn't know, which made him extremely frustrated. However, he didn't receive any time to savor his frustration or consider the issue deeper, because a thundering voice suddenly drowned out the roar of the crowd. Up on the central tribune, the saint of the dreamscape had risen from their seat and was now looking down with a brilliant smile, already in the middle of an excited speech. "Right, I won! I'm about to receive my reward!" Sonny grinned behind the mask and straightened, lifting the odachi and putting it back on his shoulder. The reward wasn't this why he had entered the tournament in the first place. And now it was finally time to reap it. The saint was going on and on, showering Sonny with praise. Glory, marvelous duty of the awakened true warrior bravery, courage, future of humanity. Gods, can you just get to the point? Sonny didn't care about all that nonsense. He just wanted to receive his prize and disappear. However, he had to stand in the middle of the arena like the world's most fearsome scarecrow and endure the endless barrage of flowery words flying out of the grandiloquent saint's mouth for a while. This guy, woman, this person really likes the sound of their voice, huh? At least it gave him a chance to recover. After something that felt like an eternity, the saint was finally finished with their long speech and gestured at the representative of valor. Personally reward the winner. As the crowd applauded, the young woman in black armor stood up and approached the parapet of the tribune. Then she smiled at the audience and looked down at Sonny. Suddenly he felt a small shiver run down his spine. The young woman was smiling in a friendly manner, but her eyes were as cold as the sharpest of swords. They were also of a strange, vibrant color, bright red, the same as her full lips and vermilion cape. With her alabaster skin and raven black hair, she looked both beautiful and daunting, like a lethal blade. The pressure she exerted could be felt even from where Sonny stood. A master. The young woman spoke, her raspy voice easily reaching all across the arena. It sounded friendly enough as well as strangely familiar for some reason. "I am Ascended Morgan of Clan Valor." "Congratulations, warrior. Ah, what a splendid duel it was. You truly are a worthy winner." Sonny stared at her for a moment, then bowed his head slightly, expressing his respect well, pretending to. Smiling in response, Morgan of Valor continued, "And you are truly worthy of wielding a memory forged by the smiths of the great clan Valor. In fact, your remarkable skill brought me so much joy that I have decided to gift you one of my personal armaments." Jackpot! The thing Sonny had hoped would happen did indeed happen. Ascended Morgan seemed to be in a very good mood. Whatever it was that a master of one of the great clans had in her arsenal was bound to be good. The young woman waited for the excited cheers of the crowd to quiet down and looked at him with a curious smile. "Tell me, what do you wish to receive? A weapon?" "Yes, a weapon would be great." Sonny started to smile, but then, suddenly, his eyes widened. "Crap!" And before he could think of a crafty lie, the flaw forced an answer out of his mouth. "No, crap, crap, crap! Curse it!" Morgan of Valor tilted her head a little. "A suit of armor, then? Or maybe a powerful charm?" "Yes, yes, both would be good." Sonny gritted his teeth, but the result was inevitable. He had no choice but to answer in a hollow voice. "Neither." The young woman laughed. "Really? Maybe you want to receive an echo, then?" "Oh, no." Mongrel remained silent for several seconds, and then answered, "I do not." Sonny was on the verge of shedding bloody tears. How had it all gone so wrong, so fast? Master Morgan studied him for a bit, then leaned on the parapet and asked in an amused voice, "Really, what do you want, then?" Sonny panicked. He obviously wanted to receive one of the rewards she had mentioned, but it was precisely because he did that, Weaver's mask would not allow him to say it. He scrambled to salvage the situation and get at least something out of this disaster. Suddenly, a crazy idea appeared in his mind, and then, in front of countless thousands of people, Mongrel said something shocking. "You ascended Morgan. I want to duel you." Shadow Slave, Chapter 546. Morgan of Valor. A stunned silence settled over the resplendent arena. A sea of spectators was staring at Sunny with wide eyes, not sure if they had heard it right. Even the saint seemed shocked and uncertain about what to do. Surely Mongrel had not just challenged a master of the great clan Valor to a fight. In that silence, a bright laughter suddenly rang, rolling over the vast courtyard. It was Morgan. She was laughing with a delighted expression on her face, her striking vermilion eyes full of mirth and amusement. A few moments later she looked down and asked, her raspy voice relaxed and steady, "Oh, really? You want to fight me?" Sunny stared at her from below and nodded. Yes, but of course he didn't. He might have been a little bit crazy, but not nearly crazy enough to wish to fight an ascended serving one of the sovereigns. Hell, that Morgan girl could have been Anvil's own daughter, for all Sunny knew. However, the fact that he would rather avoid such a confrontation didn't mean that fighting Morgan would be of no benefit to him. In fact, Sunny felt that it could push him to finally mastering the second step of shadow dance. A member of a great clan had to have a lot to teach him. Plus, who knows? If I win, she might give me the reward anyway. Anything else would just look petty. So even if Sunny was against the idea, it was the best bad idea he had managed to come up with. As for how he was supposed to win against a master, that depended on Morgan herself. If Sunny was right, she would not unleash her full power on him, be it out of pride, a sense of fairness, or simply to save face. The young woman, meanwhile, was still looking at him from above. Her scarlet lips were curved into a slight smile. Such an audacious wish. She leaned back, and in the next moment the crowd gasped. Morgan of Valor easily jumped over the parapet and plunged down, soon landing on the floor of the arena dozens of meters below. A whirlwind of rose petals rose into the air from the force of the impact, but the young woman herself seemed unperturbed. She simply straightened and walked towards Sunny with the same easy smile. He instantly tensed. Curses! She actually accepted? Until then, Sunny still had hope that Morgan would refuse his daring request, but she seemed pleased by it instead. Stopping opposite Sunny, the young woman studied him for a bit, and then glanced back at the tribune. Venerable Thane, if you would. The bewildered saint remained silent for a few moments and then cleared their throat. Yes, of course." Almost immediately, the pleasant voice announced, "Challenger Morgan has entered the arena." Morgan has challenged Mongrel. She smiled, then turned back to Sunny. "That's better." Morgan studied him for a moment, and then shook her head. "No, that won't work. As an Ascended, I can't expect an Awakened, even one as skilled and distinguished as you, to really have a chance in a duel against me." What shall we do?" She thought for a bit, and then smiled again. "Ah, I have an idea." With that, her dark armor and vermilion cape suddenly disintegrated into a torrent of scarlet sparks. The young woman was left standing in a simple black tunic, her feet bare. She then proceeded to hide one hand behind her back and summoned an unremarkable straight sword into the other. "I will only use one hand and a dormant weapon. 1 minute, if you survive against me for 1 minute, the win will be yours. That should be fair." Sunny scowled behind the mask. Isn't she too full of herself? What an arrogant and pretty— wait, no! What an arrogant woman! No matter how he felt about it, Morgan's offer was exactly what Sunny had wanted. This way he really stood a chance even better. There was no need to augment himself with shadows and reveal more of his strength. He just had to fight for 60 seconds and try to learn as much as he could in that short time. And if he happens to win, maybe the prize would still be his. Lowering the soul serpent, Sunny stared at his ascended opponent and calmly asked, "Shall we start?" Her smile widened. "Your wish is my command, my Lord Mongrel, although a piece of advice for the future: you should really be careful what you wish for." Just a moment later, Sunny realized that 60 seconds were going to be an eternity. What the hell? Is she even Huma crap? Sunny didn't have words to describe how monstrous Morgan was. It was obvious that she held back and did not use all of her strength, but even then, he was instantly overwhelmed. The young woman in a simple black tunic was just too swift, nimble, and skilled. She read his movements as if he was an open book and easily demolished his defense, raining a barrage of strikes on the onyx surface of the mantle of the underworld. Even though her sword was too weak to break the adamantine armor, each blow carried enough might behind it to make Sonny shudder and for flashes of sharp pain to radiate through his entire body. He was certain that his bones would have already cracked if it wasn't for the bone weave. He tasted blood. What's worse, Morgan of Valor had no blemishes on her mentality, as Dar of the Maharana clan or Queen Bee had. She was as vicious and ruthless as he himself was, maybe even more so. A born killer, and while Sonny barely had a couple of years of battle experience, she was an older and much more terrifying beast. She was tempered. Her skill was forged and sharpened by thousands of bloody battles, that much was obvious. Just a few seconds later, he was already barely staying alive. Curse it! How am I supposed to survive that? Shadow Slave, Chapter 547. Chapter 547, Forged by Battle. Feeling his flesh break apart and his heart grow cold, Sonny scrambled to defend himself, but to no avail. Morgan easily crushed his attempts to resist and delivered another series of devastating strikes, moving with terrifying precision and speed. Her movements were fluid and natural, as if wielding a weapon was as innate to her as breathing, as if battle was her native environment instead of peace. Her swordsmanship was unlike anything Sonny had ever seen, too. It wasn't even as though the sword served as an extension of Morgan's arm. It was as though she herself was the sword, and so every motion she made was the purest expression of cold, merciless killing intent. He had never thought that he would meet a more terrifying swordsman than Nephis, but compared to this knight of valor, the daughter of the immortal Flame clan almost seemed like a novice. Sonny was instantly overwhelmed, and there was nothing he could do to maintain even a sliver of control. The situation was utterly hopeless. This feeling of absolute bitter powerlessness, he had not experienced it in a long time. Attain a breakthrough to the second step of Shadow Dance? Sonny wasn't even sure that he would be able to stay alive for another couple of seconds. He had to think of something fast. Following a mental command, the mantle of the underworld received one of his charms. Immediately the familiar but strongly enhanced pain of his soul being torn apart flooded his whole being with agony. Sonny didn't hope that the broken oath would help him defeat Morgan, after all. As an Ascended, she had a much more powerful soul. All he wanted was a second of respite. Morgan suddenly slowed down, allowing him to disengage and take several steps back. For a moment there was a slight grimace on her face, but it was quickly replaced by the same relaxed, amused smile. A nice trick. Sonny bent slightly and vomited a mouthful of blood, thin streams of crimson flowing through the fangs of the black mask. The sight of it was both frightening and striking. When he straightened, something about him changed. Well, of course it did. He had commanded two shadows resting on the autumn leaf to wrap themselves around his body after all. Instantly, his strength, speed, and resilience tripled. Sonny had not wanted to augment himself before, but faced with the devastating onslaught of the terrifying Battlemaster, he had no other choice. If he wished to learn anything from this fight, he had to make it last more than just a few seconds. Morgan noticed the subtle shift in his posture and tilted her head slightly. Her smile suddenly widened. Good. This is good. This is much better. Sonny dismissed the broken oath, but before the charm even had time to disappear, the young woman was already upon him once again in a whirlwind of ruthless steel. However, this time, things were different. Or rather, slightly different. What? The actual hell? Sonny was still hopelessly outmatched, barely managing to survive under the merciless barrage of lightning-fast, cruel attacks. Previously, he had judged that his peak physical might would be on par with a newly ascended master. Even though Sonny wasn't currently using the third shadow, it had to remain on the ground to keep his secrets. The gap between Morgan and him was not supposed to remain that vast. But there was a mistake in his reasoning. He had compared himself to an average master, however. Morgan of Valor was not average in any way. She hailed from one of the three great clans, and was possibly even a member of its core family among the awakened. She was a being at the absolute apex of might. Come on. And yet he was able to do something now, at least. Even though Morgan was still dominating the fight and delivering one devastating blow after another, Sonny could perceive her movements and react. He dodged one strike, then deflected another. A third one still connected with his elbow, sending a blinding flash of pain through his body, but it was already an incredible achievement. Morgan seemed pleased by this new development. Her crimson lips curved, revealing pearly white teeth. "Yes, finally. You're supposed to be a genius, aren't you? Show me. Come on, fight. What the hell is wrong with this girl?" Sonny gritted his teeth and fought, barely staying alive. No matter how much he pushed himself, how much he struggled to keep up with the fearsome master, all he could achieve was not being instantly obliterated. But that was it. Even with two shadows augmenting his body, Sonny saw no hope of winning, despite the fact that Morgan was holding back her strength. She was simply a monster. No, she was something much more terrible. He had faced and killed many monsters, many demons, and many devils, but none of them could compare to this beautiful, horrifying young woman. However, even if he was going to lose, it was all not in vain. With every blow he suffered, every strike he somehow defended against, Sonny was learning. Morgan's battle style was too elevated for him to grasp, but every glimpse of it he saw was fueling something inside of him. It was as though he had laid a solid foundation by absorbing numerous styles, and now they were being forged into something different, something whole by the insane pressure fighting this monstrous creature exerted on him. His body felt as if it was on the verge of breaking apart, and his vision was slowly becoming blurred, but Sonny felt as though he was on the verge of a revelation, and when it came, it was as though a floodgate was opened in his mind. Suddenly, all the disparate fragments of knowledge he had absorbed formed into a cohesive tapestry, allowing him to see the shared logic between the various styles he had learned. He was able to perceive these styles from a new perspective, understanding not only their purpose, but also much of the reasoning behind each technique and movement much deeper. Yes, this is it! And due to this new level of insight, Sonny was also able to see a flaw in Morgan's assault, her one and only weakness. Yes, the young woman herself was too powerful and skilled for him to destroy. But her sword, that was a different matter. It was just a dormant memory, after all. Instantly, a plan formed in his mind. As time seemed to slow down, Sonny deflected another blow, shifted his body slightly, and then suddenly took a step toward the flashing sword, catching its blade between his left arm and his torso, and then bringing his right fist down on it. He put all of his strength behind it, increasing the weight of his gauntlet as much as he could at the last moment, all his muscles strained, on the verge of exploding. After numerous clashes against the adamantine surface of the mantle of the underworld, the sword was weakened already, so when Sonny's fist connected with it, the steel blade simply shattered, exploding into numerous sharp splinters. "Got you!" Burning with dark excitement, Sonny continued his movement, aiming to bring the soul serpent down on now defenseless Morgan before she had time to process what had happened and adjust. But before he could, terrible pain suddenly exploded in his chest and all strength left his hands. The hilt of the odachi slid from his fingers and the dark sword silently fell to the ground. Sonny swayed and then looked down in confusion. What happened? What he saw didn't make any sense. Morgan's pale, slender hand was protruding from his armor, blood streaming down the smooth onyx surface. She had pierced the mantle of the underworld with her bare hand, her fingers plunging through flesh and bone to tear his heart apart. Sonny had made a mistake. How is this possible? Ascended memory, sixth tier. He looked up, darkness shrouding his vision. Is this what it feels like to die? Everything was dark, and all he could see now were two beautiful vermilion eyes, staring at him with regret and disappointment. Morgan sighed. 36 seconds, well done, you fought well. The last thing Sonny felt before slipping into nothingness was a spark of energy traveling from her hand into his body. And then he found himself in the black void of the dreamscape. His pain disappeared, as did his wounds. He felt healthy and whole. The duel was over. As he stared into the darkness, the spell whispered quietly, "You have received a memory." But he didn't react, looking into the void with a heavy frown on his face. Somewhere above, near the set of images representing different arenas, A string of words floated. Mongrel. Victories, 923. Defeats, 1. Shadow Slave, Chapter 548. Chapter 548, The Road So Far. Sunny shut down the illusion. The underground dojo was silent and submerged in darkness, almost like the lightless expanse of his soul. Crawling out of the dreamscape pod, he glanced at it and then walked to the middle of the hall. There he sat down on the cold ceramic plates of the floor, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes. Back in the illusory world created by the will of an eccentric saint, the tournament was coming to an end. There were spectacles, festivities, and accolades being given to the winners. But he didn't care. He didn't care about the legend of Mongrel either. Sunny had no doubt that his inexplicable refusal of the final reward and daring challenge had created quite a stir. Were people praising Mongrel for his resolve and ambition, or mocking his defeat and calling him a fool? In any case, the network must have been boiling right now. Sunny couldn't be bothered to check. He had much more important concerns. There was the final reward he had received, given to him by Morgan of Valor. Despite his failure, as well as previous rewards, he had no time to study well. And there was Shadow Dance. This was what he had to concentrate on now. Sitting in the darkness with his eyes closed, Sunny thought back to the revelation he had received during the battle with the monstrous master and started to slowly digest it. He had the key now. All that remained was to absorb it, turn it from a fleeting feeling into an inseparable part of his mind, body, and soul. That was going to take some time. Fragments of Morgan's battle will help him find unity in the discordant collection of battle styles he had amassed. His comprehension of the fundamental governing principles of battle techniques was vastly elevated, allowing him to understand them on a deeper level. This enlightenment was going to help Sunny grasp various styles much faster, as well as mirror more complex and sophisticated battle arts with ease. At this level, he needed to be able to recognize patterns of essence control from how the enemies moved, breathed, and attacked. The new understanding was going to help with that too. He just had to assimilate it all. Time slowly passed. Sunny continued to meditate, making slow progress toward his goal. After a while, his thoughts began to wander. The dream tournament gave Sunny much more than he had expected. Yes, there were powerful memories and a breakthrough in his comprehension of Shadow Dance. But there was also something else. Different, but no less valuable. Fighting the best of the best that the dreamscape had to offer had helped him to put his own prowess into perspective. Facing formidable champions one after another showed Sunny just how much more powerful and experienced than them he was. Sunny was always comparing himself to Nephis, and inevitably finding himself falling short. He chased after her with desperate resolve, but was never able to catch up. Mongrel might have been only defeated once, but Sunny had been defeated countless times. He lived in the shadow of constant failure. But it was exactly because he had been chasing after Changing Star without rest that he had left everyone else in the dust without even noticing. Now that he had a chance to look back, Sunny finally saw just how wide the gap between himself and all the rest of the Awakened had become. It was so wide that he had been able to cut the best of them down while barely using a quarter of his power. Back on the forgotten shore, Sunny had learned a simple truth. If one wanted to better themselves, they had to challenge those who were stronger than them. Nothing was more beneficial to one's growth than fighting against a superior opponent. That was why and how he had transformed himself into a lethal killer in the span of a single year. And even though Sunny had not understood it before, using Nephis as a reference point achieved the same result. Even if the goal of surpassing her often seemed bitterly unattainable, he had come far by struggling to do so against all odds. So far. He saw it clearly now, but he also saw how much further he had to walk. Just as fighting the participants of the dream tournament had shown him his strength, fighting Morgan had shown him his weakness. Yes, Sunny was incredibly powerful for an Awakened of his age, but there were other giants out there, no less terrifying than him. They were older, stronger, and had years of battle experience and vast resources that he lacked. In front of them, Sunny was like an ant. A subtle smile appeared on his face. Or maybe like a cockroach. Morgan was a master of the great clan Valor, and as such she was a peak existence among those below the level of a saint. She was kin to one of the sovereigns, so he could use her as a benchmark to know what was the worst he could expect. Another reference point to strive for, one more superior opponent to temper himself against. One day in the future they might have to cross swords again, and when that happened, he knew that her vermilion eyes would not end up full of disappointment again. Instead, they would be full of fear. All these thoughts traveled idly at the edges of his consciousness, while most of his mind was occupied by absorbing the key to the second step of shadow dance. And just as that last thought disappeared, he finally felt that the process was complete. A moment later, the silence of the underground dojo was suddenly destroyed by the voice of the spell. Sunny flinched, not accustomed to hearing it in the real world, let alone inside his home. The spell said, "Your aspect legacy mastery level has increased. You have received the right to claim a legacy relic. Your shadow has evolved." Shadow Slave Chapter 549, Chapter 549, Soul Beast. Sunny waited for a few moments and then hurriedly stood up while summoning the runes. This was it, the moment he had been waiting for. After so much time, all the sweat and blood, his effort had finally paid off. He had made another step toward becoming a true battle master. All it took was, Sunny thought for a second, then glanced at the runes describing the mantle of the underworld first. Under the description of the Prince of the Underworld enchantment, a runic counter glowed, vanquished foes, 2332 6000. All it took was killing 1,200 enemies with his own 2 hands and dying by a master's hand once. Around 900 of those kills had happened in the dreamscape, one in the waking world and the rest in the wild reaches of the Chained Isles. Sadly, creatures slain by Saint did not count toward the requirement of the strange enchantment, or the number would have been any higher. Still, it was good progress. Turning away, Sunny found the string of runes he wanted to see the most. Shadows, Marble Saint, Soul Serpent. He concentrated on the latter and read. Shadow, Soul Serpent, Shadow rank, awakened. A wide grin appeared on his face. Sunny closed his eyes and listened to his soul, then circulated shadow essence through the coils of the serpent. He could feel that it was flowing even faster than before. The rate of essence expenditure and regeneration was also improved. Perfect. He had expected the process of evolving to a new rank to take a long time, like it had happened with Saint back on the Forgotten Shore, but Soul Serpent had awakened instantly after he had reached the second level of mastery over the shadow dance, maybe due to its unique nature as an aspect legacy relic. What else changed, I wonder? Sunny opened his eyes and looked back to the runes. He had already noticed that there were new ones in the description of the shadow. Shadow attributes, shadow guide, soul weapon, soul beast. The soul beast wasn't there before. He concentrated on the new attribute and read. Attribute description, Soul Serpent can assume the form of a beast. Sunny blinked a couple of times. What? He looked down at his bare chest and stared at the intricate tattoo of a black serpent that coiled around his torso and arms. Then, Sunny carefully raised one hand and gave the shadow a mental command. Immediately, the tattoo moved, slithering onto his palm and moving down his fingers. However, instead of the tip of a sharp blade, a triangular head of a massive snake appeared in the air instead. Enveloped in streaming darkness, the serpent crawled forward, leaving Sunny's skin and manifesting itself into existence. Its jet-black scales rustled quietly as they touched the armored plates of the floor, and soon, petrified Sunny was looking at a giant snake, at least 6 meters in length, its body as wide as a large man's arm, and strong enough to crush granite into dust. The Stygian creature coiled its long body and stretched into the air, its head slowly rising and soon reaching as high as Sunny was tall. A forked tongue flashed for a moment, and then the serpent looked him right in the eyes. Then it opened its maw and hissed, revealing long, terrifying onyx fangs. Sunny gulped. The serpent's eyes were as black as its mighty body and shone with dark radiance. They seemed as deep as the lightless expanse of an ocean of shadows and were full of strange, alien intelligence. Luckily, there was no aggression or ill will in them. Instead, there was simply recognition. The shadow serpent was greeting its master. Sunny slowly looked away and studied the dark creature's body. Then he sent the creepy shadow forward and it swiftly wrapped itself around the serpent. Immediately, flowing patterns that were somehow even darker than the lusterless obsidian scales revealed themselves, and the pressure that the shadow beast exerted instantly became much, much more frightening. Its body had turned ghostly, enveloped in wisps of impenetrable, moving darkness. Sonny hesitated for a moment and then grinned. "What a good buy you are." Very satisfied, he glanced at the giant snake and then patted it on the head with a delighted expression on his face. Now it was the mighty beast's turn to blink if it had any eyelids. Was Sonny imagining things, or did the obsidian serpent seem a bit startled by such treatment? With a shrug, he glanced back at the runes and lowered his gaze. There was one last surprise left for him to discover. At the very bottom, several new runes appeared. Shadow abilities, Serpentine Steel, Soul Reaver ability description, a portion of the soul essence of those slain by the shadow serpent in its soul weapon or soul beast form is absorbed and transferred to its master. Sonny's smile widened. Excellent! That will help with the fact that I can't use the serpent to regenerate essence while it is not on my body. In fact, as long as it continues to kill something, my essence might never run dry. He glanced at the shadow with gleaming eyes. You and I are going to do great things together, buddy. You'll have plenty of tasty souls to eat, don't worry. Saying that, Sonny opened his palm and commanded the serpent to crawl back onto his skin. A few seconds later, the shadow had already turned back into a tattoo and coiled itself around his body. It was as though there had never been a terrifying creature in the underground dojo in the first place. Now, let's take a look at that relic. Sonny looked at the runes and found the right cluster. Aspect Legacy, Shadow Dance. Shadow Dance Mastery Level, 2 sevens. First relic, claimed. Second relic, claim. Third relic, unearned, concentrating on the second relic. Sonny said confidently. Claim. For a second, nothing happened. Sonny waited, full of anticipation. What could it be? Another shadow? A weapon? An armor? Maybe a charm or a tool or something more unexpected? A new attribute, perhaps. And then, answering his call, the spell spoke from the darkness. You have claimed an Aspect Legacy relic. You have received a memory. Sonny hurriedly glanced at the runes describing his memories, searching for a new one. A moment later, when he saw it, his heart skipped a beat, and he momentarily forgot how to breathe. Out there in the darkness of the underground dojo, several familiar runes shone with ethereal light. They read, Memory, Drop of Ichor. Shadow Slave Chapter 550, Chapter 5050, Tournament Rewards. Sonny held his breath, staring at the runes intensely. He knew what that memory was. Another drop of divine blood, and knowing where the Shadow Slave aspect had come from and to which deity it was connected, it wasn't hard to guess whose blood it was. Shadow God. This memory was of a drop of Shadow God's blood, and in that drop was his lineage. Can't be, but it was. Sonny had just received a second lineage memory. More than that. That lineage was a complete one. Like the fire that Neff had inherited from Sun God, not a fragment of a forbidden bloodline that he had inherited from Weaver, the demon of fate. Sonny studied the runes for a while, then slowly turned away. He wasn't ready to summon the drop of Ichor yet. Not because of the pain that consuming a lineage memory would bring, who knew? Maybe there wasn't going to be any this time. After all, this one was not forbidden. He simply had to prepare himself mentally. Sonny paced for a bit, then sat down and meditated for some time. Then he decided to study the memories he had received in the tournament to distract himself. He had already studied the memory of ice in detail, so 3 more remained. The arrow, the shield, and the final reward he had received from Morgan, the memory created in the forge of the great clan Valor. The real reason he had joined the dream tournament in the first place. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then looked at the list of his memories. Memories: Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Midnight Shard, Ordinary Rock, Prowling Thorn, Endless Spring, Blood Blossom, Dark Wing, Moonlight Shard, Mantle of the Underworld, Weaver's Mask, Broken Oath, Blackhorn Bow, Full Quiver, Autumn Leaf, Cruel Sight, Covetous Coffer, Undying Chain, Heavenly Burden, Memory of Fire, Memory of Ice, Strike of Thunder, Patient Avenger, Morgan's Warbow, drop of ichor. So it's a bow. But what's up with that name? Well, it made sense, actually. If this was really a custom memory created for a specific user, then why wouldn't its name fit theirs? Sunny concentrated on the arrow first. Memory, strike of thunder. Memory rank, ascended. Memory tier, 2. Memory type, weapon. Memory description, a powerful spirit was once trapped in a glass bottle for 1,000 years. This lightning is a manifestation of his rage. Memory enchantments, caged lightning. Enchantment description, this arrow strikes as fast as a bolt of lightning and chains its devastating damage to several nearby creatures. He grunted. So lightning in a bottle, huh? Even though the arrow's single enchantment was an active one and required a lot of essence to access, which meant that it couldn't be used often, the effect was very good. It was able to deal damage to groups of enemies, which could come in handy in many situations. Satisfied, he shifted his gaze to the shield. Memory, patient avenger. Memory rank, ascended. Memory tier, 3. Memory type, weapon. Memory description, a flame with hatred. She waited and watched. When the time came, her vengeance was colder than ice. Memory enchantments. Tenacious, burning heart, cold steel. Tenacious enchantment description. This shield is especially durable. Burning heart enchantment description. This shield can store a portion of fire damage it receives to augment another weapon of its wielder or unleash a devastating shockwave. Cold steel enchantment description. This shield can store a portion of impact damage it receives to augment another weapon of its wielder or unleash an immolating wave of fire. Sunny thought for a bit. So, this shield was basically able to convert heat to kinetic energy and vice versa. The stored energy could be used to enhance another weapon or released all at once to deliver a powerful attack, which meant that the more hits the shield received, the more devastating the resulting retaliation would be. Saint was long overdue for a good shield memory, and this one would suit her very well. A weak smile appeared on Sunny's face. And finally the main prize, he sighed, then concentrated on the bow he had received from Ascended Morgan of Clan Valor. He also summoned it. A composite bow made out of black horn and dark polished wood manifested itself from a storm of crimson sparks. It was entirely black, however. Its string was of a vibrant scarlet color. There was also a brand carved into one of its limbs near the grip, its contour of the same color as the string. It depicted the crest of the Valor family, a straight sword thrust through an iron anvil. The bow was quite beautiful, but more importantly, it radiated a feeling of immense power. Sunny admired the weapon for a few moments, and then turned back to the runes. Memory. Morgan's Warbow. Memory rank, ascended. Memory tier, IV. Memory type, weapon. Memory description. Death is worth living for. Love is worth waiting for. How romantic and how morbid. Sunny didn't know who created this description, the spell itself, or the person who had forged the bow. If it was the latter, then maybe this was a message to Morgan, or a lesson the spellsmith wanted to impart to her. But what kind of a lesson was that? Curious, Sunny looked beneath the surface of the black bow, wishing to see if the spell weave of a memory created by a human was different from that created by the spell. However, it seemed pretty much the same. Vast, inconceivably complex, and eerily beautiful. In any case, he was excited to see that this memory was of the 4th tier. It was powerful, indeed no less powerful than the cruel sight encouraged. He continued to read the runes, memory enchantments, soul arrows, unbending, burden of peace, death dealer, 4 enchantments. First 2 are passive, the other 2 are active. Not bad. He concentrated on the 1st enchantment. Soul arrows enchantment description. This bow attunes to the soul of its wielder and is capable of creating arrows that share its affinity. Unbending enchantment. Description. This adamantine bow demands a giant's might to be bent. Because of that, arrows shot from it travel as far as the eye can see and strike with terrible strength, piercing both armor and flesh. The passive enchantments were not bad, to say the least. Sunny wasn't sure what arrows that shared the affinity of his soul could do, but the fact that the bow itself could produce an unlimited amount of arrows was already a great boon. It basically made the full quiver, his previous arrow-type memory, pale in comparison and completely redundant. Each of the soul arrows would also share the tier and rank of the warbow that created them, which was simply incredible to test it. Sonny grabbed the string and tried to draw the warbow. Even with all his strength, Sonny was only able to do it after augmenting himself with 2 shadows. As soon as the string moved, a black arrow that looked as if it was made out of solidified shadows suddenly appeared on it. Sonny released the string, and in the next moment, one of the armored plates on the opposite wall exploded. Crap! He stared at the broken plate dejectedly, then sighed and looked back to the runes. Burden of Peace enchantment description. After soul arrows pierce the flesh of an enemy, their weight can be drastically increased. Interesting. Sonny could already think of several useful applications for this enchantment, be it to make wounds dealt by the arrows more severe, or simply to slow the enemy down. There was one last string of runes left, Death Dealer enchantment description. This bow is able to consume a large amount of essence to deliver an obliterating strike. That sounded ominous. Sonny was curious to know how obliterating exactly that strike was supposed to be, but he was not going to test it in his dojo. It already suffered enough. Morgan's warbow was indeed a weapon worthy of an ascended knight from a great clan. It was a truly formidable and versatile weapon. In any other circumstance, Sonny would have been mad from joy after receiving it. And he was but there was one more memory he had to deal with. It was time. He couldn't postpone it anymore. Sonny glanced at the beautiful bow for the last time, then sighed and dismissed it. As soon as the flood of scarlet sparks disappeared, he summoned the drop of ichor. And that's the end of today's episode. Thank you so much for spending your time with me and for continuing this incredible journey through Shadow Slave. If you enjoyed the episode, don't forget to leave a like, subscribe to KevinAudiobook.tv, and share your thoughts or theories in the comments. I always love hearing what you think about the story and what you believe might happen next. Take care of yourselves and your loved ones. Stay healthy, and I'll see you in the next chapter. Until then, happy listening.